about that, but also raises the question of there might have been even losses, there can be potential losses when you go to save one fellow of yours. You have been in the Air Force, you know better. How are such rescue operations planned? Do we keep in mind the collateral damage that can take place, or it's mainly about that it's about our self-respect? We have to go there, we have to bring our man back, no matter how many body bags come back.
No man left behind. I think it's a great statement. You know, it builds up morale for the armed forces of the U.S. Military, which is engaged, the Central Command, which is engaged in the operations over there. And I think we all the armed forces of the world, including ours, we take pride in saying so, that no man must be left behind. So I think that's a very, very big thing you mentioned about, and also Major Toor mentioned about possible ground offensive. I think that's a very, very serious issue. It needs a lot of thinking. You know, the Iranian armed forces are very huge. They're close to 700,000 personnel, which is a very big number. And, so to be able to take them on is not going to be easy. They are, I think, the seventh largest military force in the world.
Yep.
So if you were to do an operation, we hear that the Marines, 2,500 of them are being moved closer.
But Air Marshal, this is not going to be a complete war between two armies. This is going to be sort of surgical operations like the one that we just saw, where their fellow was rescued. I'll just take a reaction from Major Toor also from this. Can we categorize it and place it as a surgical operation which has been successfully carried out? And what goes behind the planning and the kind of equipments that you carry and the planning that goes behind and the preparations of the collateral damage that also needs to be kept in mind, Major Toor?
See, firstly, the planning totally depends upon the distance first. That
okay.
how in depth is the crash site where it has taken place. Then secondly, the human intelligence and the agents that are available nearest to the crash site, they are contacted. Then the human int is taken from the friendly espionage spies that, you give us the data about it. Then the satellite imagery, a live satellite imagery is then switched on. A dedicated satellite bandwidth is dedicated to that area. So any geostationary satellite would give us the information about that terrain. So the terrain analysis is done immediately. And after doing the terrain analysis and the assessment of the enemy threat and the enemy forces, so then the criticality comes to first ensure that all the routes leading to the area of search and rescue should be cut off. So critical bridges, culverts, roads, or any pathway leading to this general area for search and rescue is bombed and targeted by the Air Force with due deliberation. After that, the helicopters move in because an aircraft cannot land. And other than that, there is a team of pathfinders. They can be airdropped, who can do a halo, which is very unlikely during day because they will be spotted. So ideal condition for a search and rescue is during night. But if it is during day, it is the worst nightmare until and unless it is away from a populated area.
Yeah. So, we have another update in that story. I'll just read that update and we'll make the breaking also. We are getting that the transport planes that would carry the commandos and the airmen to the safety, that got struck at a remote base in Iran. So you clearly understand the kind of challenges. It got stuck. I'll say it got stuck at a remote base in Iran. Now, commanders decided to fly in 3 new planes to extract all the US military personnel and the airmen, and they blew up the 2 disabled planes rather than have them fall into Iranian hands. So it's a typical mission, standard operating procedures. Our experts will know better, but I'll repeat the big breaking news that we are getting right now. In a final twist, after the weapons officer that was rescued that time, 2 transport planes that would carry the commandos and the airmen to safety got stuck at a remote base in Iran. The commanders decided to fly in 3 new planes to extract all the US military personnel and the airmen, and they blew up the 2 disabled planes rather than have them fall into Iranian hands. All right, we have Air Marshal Chopra also with us for more details and what might have gone through. They have disabled, they have destroyed the planes and they decided to move on in new planes. Is this the standard operating procedure in such cases, sir?
Yeah, I must say it's a very dynamic situation. Obviously, every few seconds you're coming out with breaking news. That means the things are developing with a very rapid rate, and therefore it's literally we are doing a live commentary on a subject where the information is flowing very, very slowly, but it's coming out. Yes, it is a standard SOP. It has been done in the past. You remember that when they went for Osama bin Laden, they had to, destroy that helicopter because it goes into Pakistani hands. It would have gone into the Chinese hands, and a lot of stealth helicopter technology would have gone. So therefore, if such a thing has actually happened, which is what you are announcing as a part of your news, that if the aircraft has got stuck for whatever reasons, whether they've been hit, whether there's been a technical glitch, then,
sir, if you can put this into perspective, what might have led to the aircraft getting stuck? I was just reconfirming whether it got struck, but they're saying it got stuck.
I think there is a typo. There's a typo. It is supposed to be struck, not stuck. So I think that's a spelling mistake. It could have been hit by multiple rockets. So over to you, sir. I just wanted to.
Sir, I'll just repeat because this is what we are getting from our sources. I just asked them, was it struck? They said it was stuck. It did not get struck by a missile, but we definitely will follow up what might have been some technical issue with that. This is the latest that we are getting. But yes, sir, please respond, Major Tur.
Yeah. So what Major Tur is saying is absolutely correct, that, whether it's stuck, whether it's been hit, whether it's got a technical glitch, for whatever reason, the aircraft cannot get airborne now. And their commandos, of course, will find their way out. They'll be rescued by a separate group of helicopters. They will be moved out. There'll be a separate CSAR mission if that be the case. But certainly as an SOP, if you have to leave behind an aircraft, we also remember in 1965 war, one of our Nats got left behind, and much later it was a fully serviceable aircraft that was left behind by our Indian Air Force pilot, and for long the country was questioning why that aircraft had not been destroyed when the pilot got captured. So this is an SOP world over. If these aircraft have actually got stuck for whatever reasons, whether it's because of combat or technical reasons, then that aircraft must be destroyed, because a lot of technology, information, also the stored data in the data boxes that are there nowadays in modern aircraft, that all data will go. It will reveal locations, it will also mention about the missiles and various other things which are fed into the computer. So I think that will be an absolutely natural and normal way for them. But I think as things unfold, we need to hear more before we can comment any further.
All right. Thanks a lot, Air Marshal Chopra and Major Tur, for your in-depth analysis on what might have actually unfolded in that location. But a very big development, a very big achievement, and a big sigh of relief for the United States military, and especially for POTUS. That is the President of the United States, Donald Trump. It's time to slip into a short commercial break. But don't go anywhere. We have a lot more lined up just after a short commercial break. Keep watching Republic TV.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
3, 2, 1, Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week I picked two, one domestic and one from the neighborhood, but directly connected with our national security. Pakistan, which projected to the world that it was mediating between Iran and America on the war, itself had to run to China to save its face on a Ramzan war with Afghanistan. Beijing brokered a truce between Islamabad and Kabul. But the larger question is left open. Is the strategic depth that Pakistan seeks in Afghanistan a mirage that would never materialize? That's our segment number one. In segment two, we focus on the history of Naxalism and what happened in the 1960s that facilitated the spread of communist violence across a wide swathe of the country from Bengal to Maharashtra. Let's get going. This was a slip both literal and geopolitical. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar had a fall while hosting the foreign ministers of Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Turkey in Islamabad for a peace summit on Iran war. The effort came to a naught, with President Trump declaring war would go on for a few more weeks, and Pakistan was left with egg on its face, as Iran refused any nod for the overture. Given the state of poverty, Pakistan would have made an omelette of the egg on its face and eaten it with some austerity sauce. But joke apart, this was clearly a case of an overreach that was over-smart. For during the same time that Pakistan was posturing as a confident peacenik, it had to rush to Beijing to sort out issues with neighboring Afghanistan. Talks were held in Urumqi, the capital of the province of Xinjiang, as Beijing mediated. Knowing the perils of the exercise and expected failure, the Chinese thought it wiser to play it down with low-level participation and off-camera, below-the-radar engagement. Any calm along the Durand line would be temporary, as Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Turkey realized over the last 1 year of mediation and then lost interest owing to the weightier engagements like the ongoing Iran war. China has more than a couple of reasons to get involved. One, Pakistan is a client state and China has billions invested in the region through the CPEC corridor. Two, China wants to create a space for itself in the vacuum left by America in Afghanistan. Three, it does not want America to come back to the Bagram base outside Kabul. Fourth, it has concerns about the East Turkestan Islamic Movement, the ETIM, working on Xinjiang secession and active in the mountains of northern Afghanistan. And finally, peripherally, it gets to counter India's influence in the region. But Pakistan increasingly betrays nerves on its western border. The reason is rooted in a strategy that has met with a spectacular failure. The search for the strategic depth in the territory of Afghanistan has proven to be a mirage. Ramzan clashes should have completely buried the thought. Even in the month of Ramzan, Islamabad and Kabul came to blows with bombings and drone strikes that killed hundreds and left many more injured. A truce brokered by Qatar and Saudi Arabia did not hold, and Taliban regime blamed Pakistan of carrying out a strike right the next day of the ceasefire on March 18th. The developments underscore the fragility of understanding that is reached between the two sides, which in turn shows the kind of trust or lack of it between Kabul and Islamabad, or Kandahar and Rawalpindi. When the United States left Afghanistan in August of 2021, there was euphoria in the Pakistani establishment. Then Prime Minister Imran Khan called it final independence of Afghanistan. General Faiz Hamid, the then ISI chief, had that famous picture holding his tea at a Kabul hotel. That initial optimism was rooted in the umbilical link that Taliban shared with the Pak ISI. There was belief that the Taliban would remain strategically aligned with Islamabad's interests, give it depth vis-à-vis India, and help them tighten the noose around TTP, or the Pakistani Taliban. But reverse seems to have happened. The mullahs of Taliban realized India was not the monster it was made out to be, and that Pak Taliban were brothers in arms when it came to negating the Durand Line, a make-believe border according to the Afghans. Once in power, Taliban realized the number of ways in which its bread could be buttered. The government of the Islamic Emirate has since diversified its links beyond Pakistan to engage intensely with Russia and China apart from India. Then there's the double game. Well, when you speak of Pakistan, how can you not speak of a double game? Taliban accuses ISI of harboring their nemesis, the ISKP, or Islamic State in Khorasan province, the evidence of which India has shared with Kabul. But it did not begin like this. Taliban was one organic whole. Quetta Shura, Haqqani Network, Peshawar, Jirga, those were like rivers flowing into one sea as Para, the ISI headquarters, midwifed the Taliban movement in the 1980s to oust Soviet forces. Over time, they evolved into independent entities, loosely strung, but still tightly controlled by the ISI. The Pakistani Taliban, born sometime in 2007, was seen as a force multiplier for the Afghan Taliban in its fight against the America-backed democratic government of Afghanistan ruled by Hamid Karzai and Ashraf Ghani post-2001. But soon enough, the Pakistani Taliban morphed into a radical insurgent movement with a life of its own. At the root was the thought that Pakistan Army is a client state army of the satanic United States of America, that it was a Punjabi army against Pashtuns and needed to be fixed. Suicide bombings, blasts, ambushes and attacks marked the 2008-2014 period, culminating with the Peshawar Army school attack, killing 130 children. By 2025, the TTP-related deaths stand at nearly 50,000, roughly half and half between civilians and soldiers and cops. That's not a small price to pay for a blinkered vision of a strategic depth vis-à-vis India. And guess what? As Operation Sindoor showed, it took just 2 days for India to immobilize the Pakistani Air Force, push Pakistani Navy into the Karachi harbor, make most of its key air bases dysfunctional. And had the Rawalpindi generals not cried uncle, General Munir might have had to migrate to Australia or somewhere like most Pakistani chiefs do post-retirement in 2025 itself. He has lived to tell his tale another day, but Afghanistan would not be his story. In October of 2025, in fact, Pakistan carried out a major strike targeting TTP commander Nuru Ali Masood, who survived. Trust the Rawalpindi generals to leave nothing for guesswork. They launched those attacks when Taliban Foreign Minister Motaki was on his first visit to New Delhi. If they wanted to send a message, it was well taken and well responded. From New Delhi, Motaki condemned and warned Pakistan against the breach of Kabul's sovereignty.
अफगानिस्तान के साथ अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है। पाकिस्तानी आवाम और पाकिस्तानी सियासत के साथ हमारा कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। पाकिस्तान में कुछ खास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफगानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक़ महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ।
Since then, there have been at least a dozen rounds of big and small clashes between the neighbors, and Durand Line has become infructuous and permanently hot for all practical purposes. Past month was deadliest. A bombing on Kabul's Omid Drugs Rehabilitation Hospital killed 200 to 400, mostly patients, according to the government. Pakistan, of course, denied. But the portents do not look good. In his Eid message, the elusive Taliban spiritual head, Mullah Akhundzada, has warned Pakistan, yes, named and warned that while they wish to maintain good and beneficial relations, interference in internal affairs would not be tolerated. Given the rarity with which the Taliban chief speaks, these limited words carry menacing weight. For Pakistan, strategic depth is gone for good. General Munir is now hemmed in from both sides. Can't deliver Bagram to Trump, as not only Taliban, but even China won't let him do that. And the Iran war has shown there's no oil to sell. Pakistan itself gets 80% of its requirement from the Gulf. It would not be long before Trump gets done with Iran and realizes Munir sold him snake oil instead. And the Americans need not do much. Just last month, there was a curious post by Afghanistan's former vice president and intelligence chief Amarullah Saleh on how every week the United States was sending $40 million in cash to the Kabul regime. Not sure if it's ransom or reparations for the 20 years of war, but it was not denied by the Americans. You know what? Afghanistan was the only country that opposed Pakistan's admission to the United Nations back in 1947. The ongoing Durand battle has those roots Pakistan would have to live with. Moving on.
एक नारा लगा था, आत्मा की आवाज पर मतदान का, अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर। इंदिरा जी ने लगाया और संजीव रेड्डी के खिलाफ अपना एक प्रत्याशी उतारा। उस वक्त आधार तराश रहे माओवादी पार्टियों ने इंदिरा जी को समर्थन किया और अपने पार्टी में अपना वर्चस्व प्रस्थापित करने के लिए श्रीमती गांधी ने लपक लिया वो समर्थन को। 80 तक इंदिरा जी वापिस नहीं आई, वो माओवादी विचारधारा की गिरफ्त में रही। और मान्यवर, यही समय है जब नक्सलबाड़ी से शुरू हुआ ये आंदोलन 12 राज्यों में फैल गया, देश के 17% भूभाग में फैल गया और 10% से ज्यादा आबादी में पहुंच गए।
This was Union Home Minister Amit Shah announcing the end of left-wing extremism in the country. He was speaking in Parliament about the reign of terror that the communist movement unleashed beginning in the 1960s, that at its peak covered almost 1/3 territory of India from North Bengal to Maharashtra and affected 1/4 of nation's population, predominantly in tribal and forest areas, but not limited to them. While the debate on urban Naxals took center stage only after the Modi government came to power at the center, the phenomenon had taken roots much earlier, with the pinnacle being marked by some clearly identified Naxalites finding pride of place in Sonia Gandhi-headed National Advisory Council, an extra-constitutional body that sat at the head of policy making during the Congress-led UPA government from 2004 to 2014. The Shah's speech in Lok Sabha was a masterclass in the history of left-wing extremism, from the birth of communist movement in Russia, formation of the Soviet Republic, the split in China, and the parallel spread of communist ideology around the world, including India. Listen to this clip.
मान्यवर, ये दोनों पार्टियां कम्युनिस्टों की, एक रसिया में जब क्रांति हुई तब हुई और एक रसिया के चीन के बीच मतभेद हुआ तब हुई। इसके बाद 69 में संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध करने के लिए, मेरी बात ध्यान से सभी लोग सुने, आपके माध्यम से मैं देश को भी कहना चाहता हूं, 1969 में सीपीआई एमएल मार्क्सिस्ट की स्थापना हुई। इसका उद्देश्य कोई विकास का वैक्यूम बनना नहीं था, कोई अधिकारों की रक्षा नहीं था। उसके संविधान में उद्देश्य था संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध कर सशस्त्र क्रांति करना, जो रसिया और चीन में कर चुके थे। मगर यहां राजाशाही नहीं बची थी, अंग्रेज यहां था नहीं, यहां संविधान से चलने वाली एक लोकतांत्रिक सरकार बन गई थी। फिर क्यों संसद का विरोध? चुनाव लड़ते, जीत कर आते, अपनी बातों को लोगों को मनवाते, मगर वैसे तो कोई बात सुनेगा नहीं। इसलिए सशस्त्र क्रांति, क्रांति कई प्रकार की होती है। वैचारिक क्रांति होती है, कुछ लोगों ने गीतों लिखकर क्रांति की है, महात्मा जैसे लोगों ने अहिंसक क्रांति करी थी। इन्होंने सशस्त्र क्रांति और दूसरा संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध करना, ये दो उद्देश्यों के साथ सीपीआई मार्क्सिस्ट बना और मान्यवर यही आज के माओविस्ट है। ये मूल समझे बगैर अन्याय 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 रटे जा रहे। भाई अन्याय के लिए नहीं बनी है, हमारी संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध करने के लिए, संसद का जिसका आप सदस्य हो, इसका विरोध करने के लिए बने।
In some earlier episodes, I have profiled all this and more, including the soft spread of the communist elements into the Congress party even before independence, post the Dutt-Bradley thesis of 1936. Rajni Palme Dutt and Ben Bradley were members of the Communist Party of England and theorized that the Communist Party of India should give up its ideological rigidity and join the ranks of Congress to steer the national freedom movement's direction towards a more revolutionary approach. But what got me curious this time was the mention by Shah of the 1969 presidential election in the context of India's left turn. Not many in the present generation might recall that sensational contest, which while consolidating the hold of Indira Gandhi over Congress, also strengthened the communist forces like they had not been even during Nehru years. A total recall is in order. The 1969 election Amit Shah mentioned was occasioned by the death in office of President Zakir Hussain. Indira Gandhi was Prime Minister, had been Prime Minister for about 3 years, but on a weak wicket within the Congress, with the syndicate of elders, the regional satraps that included K. Kamaraj, S. Nijalingappa, S. K. Patil, Atulya Ghosh, Morarji Desai, Neelam Sanjeev Reddy, among others, is still ruling the roost. Jousting was on between Indira on one side and the syndicate on the other. And the election of the president provided an opportunity to test respective strengths. Indira was isolated within the party, with the parliamentary board rejecting her candidate Babu Jagjeevan Ram and picking Sanjeeva Reddy instead. Kamaraj even thought of finishing the political life of Indira by suggesting that she choose to contest for president instead. Though outvoted, Gandhi was not outwitted and backed an independent V.V. Giri against her own party candidate Reddy, asking Congress MPs to vote as per their conscience. Behind the scenes, obviously, it was communicated that the rising but embattled Nehru dynasty wanted Giri to win, who won by a whisker, but in the process forced a split in the Congress. Indira government fell into a minority and had to take support of the left contingent and the DMK in the parliament to survive till the next general elections in 1972, which she won easily. But not before the communist movement consolidated and seeped into every walk of public life of the country. Fighting the syndicate and dependent on the left, Indira strongly pivoted to leftist policies like nationalization of banks, abolition of privy purses, among other decisions. Nehru's Fabian socialism had been replaced with communist takeover of the party. The Dutt-Bradley thesis of 1936 had completed second successful iteration. This was the exact same time that the left movement itself was going through a churn. The Communist Party had split in 1964, mirroring the split between the Soviet and Chinese Communist parties, with the followers of Mao setting up CPI Marxist or CPIM. Coinciding with the 1969 election was also the formation of the guerrilla movement with a further split of CPM on April 22 that year. This was called the CPI-ML or Marxist-Leninist and believed in armed revolution and overthrow of the Constitution of India. Guess the significance of that date, April 22? It is the birth anniversary of Lenin. Shah's speech on March 30 was the final nail in the coffin of that movement, which has killed perhaps over 1 lakh Indian citizens, including civilians and soldiers, in mostly poor parts of the country over the last 5 decades. In fact, the third iteration of the communist takeover of the Congress came with Sonia Gandhi setting up that NAC I was talking about, the National Advisory Council, which was packed up with urban Naxals and Maoist sympathizers. Not sympathizers, in fact, Maoist ideologues. As Karl Marx had said, history repeats itself, first time as tragedy and second time as farce. You want to have a glimpse of the farce? Look at this video posted by Rahul Gandhi some time ago. These are protests at the India Gate in New Delhi in support of a dreaded Maoist commander, Madhvi Hidma, who was eliminated in an encounter last year. You know who was Hidma? He was the mastermind of the 2013 Darbar Valley Naxal attack in Chhattisgarh, which wiped out the entire Congress party leadership of the state, including the likes of veteran Vidya Charan Shukla, his brother, and then State President Mahendra Karma also. Rahul Gandhi was supporting the same Hidma. Is it not a farce? It might have been a farce for the Congress, but it was a tragedy both times for the nation. As the Union Home Minister underscored, the ideology could succeed because of political patronage and the absent writ of the state on the ground. And the writ was absent because the state had no governance to show. Over the last decade, every village in Bastar has been connected with the electricity grid, a ration shop, a school, a functioning dispensary, and gas connections. Only when the guerrillas were disconnected emotionally from the masses through the spread of development did the hard power of the state was unleashed from 2019 onwards to arrive at the moment when India can be called effectively left-wing extremism free or Maoism free. It is an occasion to pay tributes to those who made supreme sacrifice. Thousands of our security personnel from the police and Central Armed Paramilitary Forces. And of course, those civilians who were caught in the crosshairs of a rabid anti-development foreign mercenary ideology whose demise should mark an important achievement of the Modi government. Thanks for watching.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for
exhibition, and I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it is.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now starting this bulletin with some news from Iran. Now, despite widespread reports of its military infrastructure being dismantled, Iran continues to demonstrate a surprising ability to counter aerial attacks. Take a look at this report that breaks down the reality behind Iran's air defense strategy and analyze the shoot and scoot tactics that experts are questioning now, the narrative of the ongoing conflict. Take a look at this report.
Just when Donald Trump thought the US Army had almost finished destroying the Iranian missile facilities,
we totally obliterated those nuclear sites.
Iranian forces launched a new surprise attack.
Now they have a Khordad 15, which is claimed that it can target stealth aircraft also, which I think possibly has been used to target the F-15 aircraft of the United States. More than a month has passed away and Iran is still able to shoot down American aircraft, especially the fighter jets, F-15 in question.
The US and the world might think that Iran has a weak air defense system, but the truth is something else. Let's understand the video in two parts. First, Iran's firepower and how smartly Iran is using it to its advantage.
A kind of a misconception in the minds of people that Iran has got a very outdated air defense system and it doesn't have the capability to shoot down fighter jets. So for the ease of understanding, I would like to divide this capability into three parts: the long range system, the medium range, and the small range systems. In the long range systems, Russia has played a very important role as far as Iran is concerned, especially with the S-400 also available with Iran today and S-300. And we have seen the capability of S-400, how it was able to cause devastation to the Pakistani Avak and other fighter jets in Operation Sindoor. Then we have the medium range systems, Khordad 3, and it shot down a US RQ-4 in 2019 also. So it has a range of 75 kilometers to 105 kilometers, a very, very important system. And now they have a Khordad 15. A short range, we have the Russian Tor M1. Pansir 51 also, it is reported that limited numbers are available with Iran. And they have their own indigenous systems like the Zahra and the Hars 9.
So how is Iran using these missiles so smartly to its advantage?
So now we come to the question that in spite of the US claims that everything has been destroyed, as far as the air defense and command control system is concerned, Iran is still able to target these aircraft. So a reason is systems like Khordad, Bawar are road mobile systems. They can go underground, they can come overground. So once they go underground, none of the US missiles are able to reach their location because it's well below 50 meters under the surface of the earth. So we see this kind of shoot and scoot policy which has been employed by Iran, and therefore the US claim saying that they have decimated all the air defense system of Iran should be taken with a pinch of salt.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning, viewers. You're watching Republic TV with me, Hina Sharma. Now we bring to you someone who is far more than just an actor, a storyteller who breathes life into every character, a performer who commands the stage and the screen, a teacher who shares wisdom beyond the craft, and an inspiration to millions across generations. A recipient of some of India's highest honors, a global face of Indian cinema, and a journey that continues to motivate, evolve, and leave a lasting impact. Don't miss this powerful and inspiring conversation with the legend himself, Anupam Kher. Now, let's start with the headlines. Donald Trump confirms rescue of missing US pilot in Iran after F-15E downing, says we got him safe and sound. Reports say 2 transport planes meant to evacuate crew got stuck at a remote base. US blew them up and flew in new planes to avoid them falling into Iranian hands. IRGC claims intercepting and destroying US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan. Trump gives Iran 48 hours to open Strait of Hormuz. US all set to escalate strikes on Iran in next 48 hours. Iran rejects Donald Trump's 48-hour ultimatum as helpless and unbalanced. We are getting a big breaking news, a final twist in fact after the rescue mission was conducted. Now, as per the twist, the US commandos and pilots who were helping in the rescue mission, they decided to fly in 3 new planes because their planes, the 2 transport aircraft, got stuck at a remote base in Iran. This is a big breaking that we're getting. Now, the 2 planes got disabled, and after the planes got stuck in Iran, of course, in unidentified location, the commandos decided to fly in 3 new airplanes to extract all US military personnel. And in fact, another breaking that we have is that they blew up the 2 disabled planes rather than have them fall into Iranian hands. So a big claim by United States, who is in fact saying that they destroyed both of the transport planes so that it could not fall into Iranian hands. A big breaking right after Donald Trump, in fact, released a statement and talked about how the United States, in a 24-hour operation, rescued the 2nd crew member who got stuck in Iran. Now, of course, these 2 transport airplanes were there to help out with the rescue mission. But now the reports are suggesting that those aircraft transport planes got stuck in Iran in an unidentified location, and in fact were destroyed by US itself so that it could not fall into the hand of Iranian hand in fact. So this is a big news that we are getting at this point in time. So remember, this is very important because early in the morning we received the news that 2nd US crew member in fact was rescued, recovered. there were multiple reports suggesting that the rescue operation is still underway and they were trying to get out of the Iranian territory. But final message from Donald Trump, who says that the rescue mission was successful, in talking about the safety and security of the second crew member, but also said that the crew member sustained injuries but is in good shape as well. So a big breaking we covered this morning, and now this war of narratives, in fact, where United States is claiming that the two disabled planes were scraped, were in fact blew up in the Iranian territory so that it could not fall in the Iranian hands. A big news that we're tracking this morning. So remember, viewers, earlier F-15E and in fact another aircraft, A-10, they were downed by Iran. All right, joining me in the studio is Colonel Chairinder Singh, defense analyst, to get us his perspective on this big breaking that we're covering at this point in time. Colonel Singh, this is a big news that we're getting in. Now, of course, a war of narratives will erupt soon, but essentially United States transport planes absolutely in trouble by United States itself because it did not want to, in fact, let these airplanes get into the hands of the Iranian regime. Your thoughts?
Jai Hind, Namaskar. That's a very standard drill for the US. If you can please remember, even this happened in Pakistan when they were trying to take out Osama bin Laden. One of their helicopter got stuck and they had to blow it up. That is the standard drill also from the point of view that the technology does not fall in the hands of the enemy and the other vested interests come in. Also, there is always a concern that why should you allow your weapon system to be known or be a kind of display by the enemy. Just imagine that it's an undestroyed aircraft which Iran may, take it out as a propaganda information warfare that see here it is. And another is that it's a totally destroyed one. So there's a propaganda value, there is a moral value, there is always a technological disclosure should not take place. Your weapon system should not come to be known to the enemy country because Iran is not only Iran. Iran would amount to that the technology, if at all is discovered, analyzed, it would be analyzed by Russia, it will be analyzed by China also. So there is a much bigger picture to it behind this, and US has always been doing that, or at least had been attempting to do that. And I have given you a very live example of Pakistan when they had to destroy their own helicopter which developed some problems.
Absolutely. Colonel Singh, would like to understand from you what all transport planes we are talking about. Earlier we saw how there were multiple reports of C-130 Hercules and also Black Hawk helicopters being deployed to rescue these military personnel. What all transport airplanes are we actually talking about?
You see, when we talk of Hercules, it's a transport aircraft. The advantage, disadvantage is it's a slower aircraft. And when it is a slower aircraft, it is able to do better vision on ground. But at the same time, it does have a handicap on not being a stealth aircraft. It can be attacked. You are always vulnerable to that. So that's the advantage versus disadvantage. But the better part is it carries a lot of equipment which helps you to identify or communicate with the pilot on ground by into kind of, close communication range. As far as Seahawks are concerned, they are very much required because the moment you are able to pinpoint the location of a pilot, the Seahawks will come into action, which has got special teams in it. They have been training for it. The pilot is also been training for that how to survive behind enemy lines, how to communicate, what all are the drills. But as far as I am concerned, it's a absolute not 100% which Americans would have invested to get this pilot out. It is 1000% that they would have. They would have gone down to any length to save this pilot and bring him back, because that is the importance of it. Not that one pilot capture turns the table, but it does affect the morale. It does affect the ethos of that army, which had, it is with our army also, that we never leave our men behind. And for that, the special forces, which would be in the helicopters, they would have gone down to any extent, faced any kind of fire, may even lose lives, but to save that one life or attempt to save that one life. In this case, they have been successful. As an army man, I can only say I'm very proud of that. Not that I'm a big fan of the operation done by the US, but at the same time, we have to see what would have happened had this pilot come into the hands of the Iranians.
Absolutely.
It would have, created an absolutely new dimension.
Colonel Singh, I would also like to, discuss this further with you, but we are getting another big breaking news that we would like to tell our viewers. So, viewers, IRGC intercepted and destroyed US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan. So, now we have a location, Colonel Singh. Iran essentially claiming that these planes were destroyed, intercepted first and destroyed by Iranian regime, by IRGC in the south of Isfahan. Colonel Singh would like to understand from you what all really would have went down in this operation when we have United States saying that, in fact, reports suggesting that this transport planes, they were stuck. What exactly do you mean by stuck? Were they disabled? Was there any technical fault? Or what exactly could have happened as per your speculations?
You see, there cannot be any speculations on this. It is only known to the people concerned. There just cannot be any speculation. But I can say it with a lot of responsibility. The aircraft which had come for the rescue went down. It went down for the technical reason, will always be claimed by US. And the Iranians will always say that we have brought it down, we have shot it down. And shooting down doesn't mean that it is disintegrated in air. It would have got crashed on ground, it would have been lying, and that is where I find a logic reason that these special teams and the special forces people who would have been going to rescue the pilot would have found this so-called aircraft on ground, they would have put those charges and they would have destroyed it. Because this is always part of the special forces preparation. When you are going to operate behind the lines, there are contingencies which are worked out. Pilot, bringing back pilot is not the only one. There are many more. And when such an aircraft goes down, your eyes and ears are much more open that where is our downed aircraft. So I would not probably agree. This is a war situation. I don't think technical snags take place so early, so fast, so often, and every time to the one side. And that is the so-called superior side. We are talking about the state-of-art technology of these aircraft. It is exactly something like US saying that no, F-35, it did a emergency landing. But how did it do emergency landing? That means there was a strike. Kuwait, you found 3 aircraft down. They can keep claim that yes, it was a friendly fire. But friendly fire means that the aircraft is beatable. You can reach that aircraft with your air defense. If Kuwait could do that, it could be any other country. So such information warfare will continue because these are saving 2 points. One is the naak ki ladai, which I call it, कि इस समय US की नाक की लड़ाई अटकी हुई है. And second is the technological superiority of the F series and their other aircrafts in the world, that they are undestructible. They cannot be detected, they cannot be destroyed, they cannot be, the way US has been saying. So I'll put it like that. Such information clashes will take place, claims, counterclaims will happen. But bottom line is the aircrafts did go down and the US is acknowledging that they have gone down on ground to destroy it. That means there was a strike, there was an aircraft down and which was destroyed.
All right, Colonel Singh, so essentially what you are saying that there could not have been a technical snag with these transport planes, but then are you suggesting that there could have been heavy fire exchange between the two sides, and that is the reason it in fact led United States to disable these 2 transport planes?
No, they would have not used the transport plane only because of that reason. The reasons, as I told you, you cannot use a F-35 to track a pilot because the speed is so high. It is only the transport aircraft and such aircraft which are at that speed range of 600 to 800 kilometers, which even though is high, but compared to a F series, which would be Mach 2, Mach 3. So they are uncomparable. For any kind of rescue, you will use a slower aircraft, and using a transport aircraft is, I think, as much sensible. For evacuation of the pilot, you will always use a helicopter because your aircraft cannot land everywhere and anywhere. And when I am talking about the technical snag, I am only trying to bring out circumstantial evidence. Why? Only when you have gone for a rescue, enemy has fired at you, and suddenly a technical snag happens. Yes, it can happen. It would have hit a particular engine, and our engine goes off. So it's a technical snag. So the aircraft had to do a crash land. It may not have got destroyed. Otherwise, why do you require as US troops to go on ground and destroy it completely? You see, this is how we add up things. जोड़ कर कहानी बनती है. And I think this kahani appears to be more credible, that this cannot be only a coincidence that yes, the aircraft would have gone down only because of a technical snag. It is a claim. As an army man, I do understand what is a claim and what is the credibility of the claim. In such war-like situation, credibility of such information that it is just a technical snag, well, I'm not prepared to accept it.
Colonel Singh, would also like to understand from you, this is a war of narratives that we are seeing taking place, where Iran is now claiming it has essentially struck the airplane and has also released a video footage of it. Now, I would like to understand from you, these planes were flying very low over the Iranian skies. What is the probability that Iranian claims could have been, in fact, are credible?
You see, when you are into any kind of rescue, you cannot be in high altitude, the 10,000 and above. So you will have to come down. Why? Because of the communication problem. The pilot doesn't have a state-of-art that kind of communication system that it will be on the even there that beep of that signal that where he exactly is. All these gets coordinated, and it cannot get coordinated if you are at a Mach 3 speed or at a 2.5 Mach speed, and in top of it you are at a height which probably is a problem by itself. You cannot be some 12, 13, 1400 kilometers meters above the ground. So I do accept this, that yes, the planes have to fly low. The helicopters have to fly much lower than that also. It is not exactly only, because when you are tracking a man, you are actually not only tracking him electronically. It is only after electronic that you get a probable circle that where that signal is coming from. Thereafter, there has to be a stage when it has to be visual recognition. Because, in war, we do prepare for this. The pilot gets captured by somebody, that is Iranians, and now they start beeping it, and you bring your helicopter down, you will find two more going down. So this is how a visual thing is also done. The rescue is never ever done only from high altitude. High altitude is rather a wrong terminology to be used for such operation. It will always be at manageable height and speed, because even the speed of aircraft is important, and that is where a transport aircraft fits in more. Because you see, if you have a high speed and a high altitude aircraft like F-35, now it cannot carry all the gadgets which a transport aircraft can. And whereby there are 2-3 people sitting down on a computer or a electronic system watching it, that where he is. There's somebody looking at the beep. There's a third man looking at the signal. So there are too many things to be done, and then all things have to be corroborated and narrowed down that where exactly it is, and that is a place where you are going to direct those two Seahawks, that this is the exact place. Now thereafter is the visual recognition of the Seahawks. So operation is a very, very complex, but let me tell you with a lot of responsibility, such operations are planned every day in Air Force. Before a pilot goes, every day probably he is rehearsing within his mind, and he is being briefed that what goes wrong, where does he go, and how does he go.
Absolutely, Colonel Singh, and of course a big loss for United States as well, as these aircraft cost around $70 to $100 million per plane. But I would like to thank you for getting us your perspective on this very important news that we're covering this morning. Now, viewers, shifting our focus, despite widespread reports of its military infrastructure being dismantled, Iran now continues to demonstrate a surprising ability to counter aerial attacks. Take a look at this detailed report that breaks down the reality behind Iran's air defense strategy and analyze the shoot and scoot tactics that experts are now questioning the narrative of the ongoing conflict. Take a look at this report.
Just when Donald Trump thought the US Army had almost finished destroying the Iranian missile facilities,
We totally obliterated those nuclear sites.
Iranian forces launched a new surprise attack.
Now they have a Khordad, the 15, which is claimed that it can target stealth aircraft also, which I think possibly has been used to target the F-15 aircraft of the United States. More than a month has passed away, and Iran is still able to shoot down American aircraft, especially the fighter jets, F-15 in question.
The US and the world might think that Iran has a weak air defense system, but the truth is something else. Let's understand the video in two parts. First, Iran's firepower and how smartly Iran is using it to its advantage.
A kind of a misconception in the minds of people that Iran has got a very outdated air defense system and it doesn't have the capability to shoot down fighter jets. So for the ease of understanding, I would like to divide this capability into three parts: the long range system, the medium range, and the small range systems. In the long range systems, Russia has played a very important role as far as Iran is concerned, especially with the S-400 also available with Iran today and S-300. And we have seen the capability of S-400, how it was able to cause devastation to the Pakistani Avak and other fighter jets in Operation Sindoor. Then we have the medium range systems, Khordad 3, and it shot down a US RQ-4 in 2019 also. So it has a range of 75 kilometers to 105 kilometers, a very, very important system. And now they have a Khordad 15. A short range, we have the Russian Tor M1. Pansir 51 also, it is reported that limited numbers are available with Iran. And they have their own indigenous systems like the Zahra and the Hars 9.
So how is Iran using these missiles so smartly to its advantage?
So now we come to the question that in spite of the US claims that everything has been destroyed, as far as the air defense and command control system is concerned, Iran is still able to target these aircraft. So a reason is systems like Khordad, Bawar are road mobile systems. They can go underground, they can come overground. So once they go underground, none of the US missiles are able to reach their location because it's well below 50 meters under the surface of the earth. So we see this kind of shoot and scoot policy which has been employed by Iran, and therefore the US claim saying that they have decimated all the air defense system of Iran should be taken with a pinch of salt.
And now, viewers, we are getting more big breaking news coming in, where reports are now suggesting that hundreds of American service members were involved in the rescue operation to retrieve a downed US weapons systems officer in Iran. And the operation did not just involve a direct fight between US and Iranian forces, but did see US forces firing weapons to keep Iranian personnel away from the rescue site. So this is a big news that we're covering, where in fact now reports suggesting that hundreds of American service members were involved. So remember, it was a very complex and very dangerous rescue operations. If it would have gone wrong, it would have in fact led a huge blow to the US military personnel as well. Hundreds of American service members we're talking about who were part of in fact this rescue operation to retrieve the officer who went missing in Iran. Now remember, viewers, the operation did not involve any direct fight between US and Iranian forces. There was no direct face-to-face of the US and Iranian forces in this rescue operation. But now reports are confirming that US forces in fact fired weapons to keep the Iranian personnel away from the rescue site. This is a big news that we are tracking. Remember, earlier we also saw a statement coming in from IRGC, who in fact claimed that the transport planes helping in the rescue mission were in fact intercepted and destroyed by the Iranian army. And now we have reports suggesting that in this particular rescue operation, hundreds of American service members were involved. So you can very well imagine how dangerous this operation was for United States. And of course, there was no firefight between US and Iranian forces directly, but US forces did fire weapons to ensure that Iranian in fact, military is at bay when this rescue operation is going on. Donald Trump has already confirmed that the second crew member has been rescued. He's safe, has sustained some injuries, and you can see the visuals that we are playing out on your screens of the damaged aircraft earlier. So a big news that we are covering, where hundreds of American service members were involved in the rescue mission. All right, viewers, taking a short break, but coming up, IRGC claims intercepting and destroying US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Character, the taste of success.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े।
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition.
Well, it is a very warm welcome. You're watching Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta. Now, we bring you someone who is far more than just an actor. A storyteller who breathes life into every character. A performer who commands the stage and the screen. A teacher who shares wisdom beyond the craft. And an inspiration to millions across generations. A recipient of some of India's highest honors. A global face of Indian cinema. And a journey that continues to motivate, evolve, and leave a lasting impact. Don't miss this powerful and inspiring conversation with the legend Anupam Kher. Now, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Donald Trump confirms rescue of missing US pilot in Iran after F-15E. Downing says we got him safe and sound. Reports say 2 transport planes meant to evacuate crew got stuck at a remote base. US blew them up and flew in new planes to avoid them falling into Iranian hands. IRGC claims intercepting and destroying US aircrafts searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan. Trump gives Iran 48 hours to open Strait of Hormuz. US set to escalate strikes on Iran in next 48 hours. And Iran rejects Trump's 48-hour ultimatum, calls it helpless and unbalanced. All right, viewers, now let's continue our coverage of the West Asian conflict. Now, viewers, there has been a twist in the story now. US media is reporting that Washington launched a disinformation campaign inside Iran to deceive Tehran into believing that the missing pilot has been found. So this is another claim. US misleads Tehran on pilot's status. This is quite I don't know how to put this because there's a very big twist, viewers. There has been a new twist in the story now. US media is reporting that Washington launched a disinformation campaign inside Iran to deceive Tehran into believing the missing pilot had been found. This is the latest that we are getting. It's a very big development. Big development here that this is a disinformation campaign by the United States. Now, there were reports that the pilot has been rescued and that there were claims that the pilot has been rescued and also that they have been evacuated from Iran. There were 2 planes involved which were stuck, so they have been destroyed. And now there's another claim that the mission is not successful. Reports say, as per reports, we are quoting the reports, that US misleads Iran into believing that the pilots have been rescued and US launched disinformation campaign in Iran. This is the latest that we are getting. This is information warfare, definitely, and this might be definitely a claim by the Iranian regime also, and all others, because Iran won't be believing. This is coming from US media. These are US media reports. Deception campaign in Iran before daring US rescue mission, sources say. According to a senior administration official, prior to locating the officer and the US military's daring rescue, the CIA first launched a deception campaign, spreading word inside Iran that US forces had already found him and were moving him on the ground for exfiltration out of the country. While the Iranians were confused and uncertain of what was happening, the agency used its unique capabilities. supporters, and they're cheering. And let's listen into the nats also. Let's listen to the audio also. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds roadshow for BJP candidate from Bepur Assembly constituency, KP Prakash Babu. These are the visuals of the roadshow which is happening in Kerala as we speak. So this is the campaigning. That is the campaigning happening in Kerala on your television screens. Now, all right, we have our colleague Shankar on our phone line for more details on what's unfolding there, what's happening. Shankar, the visuals are clear. People have gathered in a very large number, and this is happening in Kerala as we speak. Union Home Minister Amit Shah in Kerala. More details, please, Shankar. All right, there seems to be an audio issue. Shankar, we'll get back to you. We'll fix the audio issue first and then get back to you. But let me describe the rally that is happening right now in Kerala. That's on your screens, ladies and gentlemen. It's a massive roadshow in Bepur with a heavy crowd turnout, as you can see. The vehicle is moving forward very slowly. The crowd cheering, raising slogans with the BJP flags in their hands. The BJP flags, banners and slogans shouting by some supporters. Amit Shah is greeting people from the open vehicle, from the top of the roof of the vehicle. As you can see, he's waving to the people. And the tight security deployment there along the route, and local leaders and cadre are accompanying the rally. Enthusiastic public response, completely enthusiastic public response. Massive gathering, as you can see, as the convoy passes, as the rally, the vehicle passes through the important key areas where this roadshow was planned. So this is Amit Shah holding mega roadshow in Bepur, and BJP stepping up their Kerala poll campaign, and this is high voltage campaign, and NDA pushes hard ahead of Kerala polls. We can listen to the crowd cheering, the crowd raising slogans in support of the Bharatiya Janata Party, in the support of NDA in Kerala. This is Home Minister Amit Shah in Kerala. So the Union Home Minister Amit Shah is holding a high voltage roadshow in Bepur, a key coastal constituency in Kerala, and campaigning for BJP candidate KP Prakash Babu as part of the party's aggressive push ahead of the Kerala Assembly elections. The roadshow covers major stretches of Bepur town, drawing large crowds lining both sides of the road and accompanying the vehicle also, as you can see. Supporters can be seen waving the BJP flags in their hands and chanting slogans, showering flowers on the vehicle in which Amit Shah is traveling, Home Minister Amit Shah is traveling. So he's on the top of the vehicle waving to the citizens, waving to the people, along with the candidate of Bharatiya Janata Party of the NDA in Bepur. Visuals coming in from Kerala on your screen. Heavy deployment of Kerala police and central security forces to ensure smooth movement. The traditional cultural elements, local enthusiasm adds to the campaign atmosphere. Very crucial seat, currently a stronghold of the left, marking BJP's push here strategically important. So this is the BJP's push, especially in Kerala. So BJP is campaigning, doing hard campaigning, not just in Kerala, but also in other states, in Tamil Nadu, in West Bengal. One rally after the other, one campaign after the other, one roadshow after the other. This is Amit Shah's roadshow in Kerala. On your screens, ladies and gentlemen, Bepur, from the Bepur seat for the Bepur candidate, which is a very crucial seat. Currently a stronghold of the left, making BJP's push here strategically important. Roadshow signals BJP's intent to expand beyond its limited presence in Kerala. Ladies and gentlemen, and the focus will be on consolidating votes. The vote bank which supports Bharatiya Janata Party, the vote bank which supports NDA, and reaching out to coastal and minority-influenced regions. So it will be definitely an added boost, an advantage for the BJP. We'll have to wait and watch that these rallies, whether they convert into votes or not. But these are the visuals that are coming in. So even when PM was also there, and he was targeting LDF, UDF, and he slammed Congress, and now Amit Shah will be targeting LDF and UDF. They have already accused them of corruption and lack of development, and highlighted the central government schemes and welfare that is delivered under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, the BJP appeals to voters to give BJP a chance to bring development politics to Kerala. It's now Kerala, officially Kerala. It has been approved to Kerala. Now, this is deployment of top leadership. This is the BJP's broader strategy. No election is small. BJP is fighting hard and putting in all the efforts that are required so that there might be a dramatic shift in the voter sentiment, attempting to convert growing vote share into actual seats. Now, there has been a steady increase also of the BJP strongholds. The massive roadshow in Bepur. This is the targeted outreach across Kerala. It underscores BJP's aggressive bid to challenge the traditional LDF-UDF dominance in the state. Now, I remember the Jamaat-e-Islami was supporting the UDF, and there are many players here, where the two major players are the LDF and the UDF, who dominantly play a very active role. It will be a tough battle for the NDA, a tough election for the NDA, but this is Amit Shah campaigning in Bepur, in Kerala, on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see. And also, to add here, BJP will launch its election manifestos for other states also very soon. We'll get you the details of that also, but these are the visuals which are coming from Kerala. Bepur, Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds a roadshow for BJP candidate for Bepur Assembly constituency, that is KP Prakash Babu. Visuals show heavy gathering, large crowd that has gathered, and they're walking with the BJP flags in their hands, raising slogans, cheering. Visuals coming in shows massive support for the Bharatiya Janata Party in Kerala. Live visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is our continued campaign of elections, the assembly elections, which will cover 4 states and 1 union territory. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, the BJP has stepped up its attack on the ruling DMK, sharpening its campaign ahead of the upcoming elections. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal is also the party's election in charge for the state, along with BJP Chief Nayanar Nagendran, released a white paper targeting the DMK government. More in this report.
With a high-stakes battle around the corner in Tamil Nadu, the BJP has intensified its campaign, targeting the ruling DMK. Commerce Minister and the state's election in charge, along with BJP leaders, released white paper against DMK. The white paper, titled Tamil Nadu's Financial Crisis, highlights the state's rising debt crisis. Piyush Goyal questioned DMK chief and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin over the state's rising debt and financial mismanagement.
The debt has almost doubled in the last 5 years of DMK government. Revenue deficit, which means they are borrowing money even to pay day-to-day expenses. But where has all this money gone? What assets have you created? What facilities has the common man got? The DMK government has squandered away the people's money.
Taking direct aim at Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, Piyush Goyal asked where the state's funds and treasury had gone, despite the state being blessed with industry, farmers, the MSME sector, fishermen and youth. The union minister also said that the state is heading towards bankruptcy under DMK government.
Every member of the Stalin family, Thiru M.K. Stalin, Thiru Udayanidhi Stalin, Kanimozi, Thiru Satishan, they all have their hands muddied in this saga of loot and bad governance that the people of Tamil Nadu are suffering. Tamil Nadu is heading towards bankruptcy.
He further alleged that the Stalin family is responsible for the Tasmac scam and the spread of drugs in Tamil Nadu, leading to the loss of 5 lakh jobs due to corruption.
Which journalist here does not know about the massive Tasmac scam? Are you not worried about your children and the drug menace that is increasing in Tamil Nadu? Are you not aware that now you have to take care of 2 people before you can do any work in Tamil Nadu? It is now not only the family, now the in-laws have also come into picture. They have taken Tamil Nadu to the depth that we have never seen before in Tamil Nadu.
Earlier on Tuesday, Piyush Goyal, alongside State President Nayanar Nagendran, released a charge sheet targeting the DMK government ahead of upcoming Tamil Nadu polls.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top breaking news development from the world of politics, because the 4 states and 1 union territory are set to go to elections. Now, BJP to launch its election manifesto for West Bengal on 10th April after PM's 3 rallies on 9th April. This is a very big development coming in from the perspective of elections in West Bengal. BJP to launch its election manifesto for West Bengal on 10th April after PM's 3 rallies on 9th April. So BJP is campaigning pretty hard when it comes to West Bengal. And after the 3 rallies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, there will be the declaration, the announcement of the election manifesto by the BJP. The BJP set to launch its election manifesto for West Bengal on 10th April after PM's 3 rallies coming in. Latest big breaking development from the world of politics. 4 states and 1 union territory set to go to elections, and this is the latest development coming in. BJP to launch West Bengal poll manifesto on April 10th after PM Modi's 3 rallies, 3 mega rallies. And on 9th April, this will be declared. The manifesto will be declared on your screens, ladies and gentlemen, on your television screens. Big political update in West Bengal elections. The Bharatiya Janata Party is set to release its election manifesto, the Sankalp Patra, for West Bengal on April 10, in what is being seen as a crucial final phase push ahead of voting. This comes immediately after Prime Minister Narendra Modi's high-voltage campaign blitz on April 9th, where he is expected to address 3 major rallies across key regions of the state. The manifesto being strategically delayed to align with the peak of BJP's campaign momentum. So it will be declared at the peak of BJP's campaign momentum. That is after Prime Minister's rallies, 3 rallies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So April 9 is also politically significant, as it marks the end of nomination withdrawal for phase 2 seats and making it a turning point in the campaign narrative. BJP aims to set the narrative after PM Modi's rallies, using the manifesto to reinforce messaging on governance versus TMC, development infrastructure, law and order, and the charges of corruptions against the TMC, which have been leveled by the Bharatiya Janata Party all along. Now, this is the latest, which is coming from the elections, the 2026 verdict. We'll have to wait and watch what will be there in the manifesto. A few days left for the announcement of the BJP's manifesto in West Bengal. It is definitely going to be a very tough battle, especially for the Trinamool Congress also. Anti-incumbency in play, and also BJP also campaigning very hard, as you can see. Shubhendu Adhikari campaigning, the leader of opposition campaigning, Amit Shah is campaigning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is campaigning, and you can see all top senior leaders are going, like the leaders of West Bengal especially, are going door to door in their campaigning, holding road shows, meeting the common citizens and knowing their issues in person. Now, these are the visuals coming in from West Bengal. BJP set to launch their election manifesto on April 10th. After the 3 rallies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi on April 9th, this will be the manifesto of the Bharatiya Janata Party will be declared after a little bit delay. And it's also important to note that the April 9 is also politically significant as it marks the end of the nomination withdrawal for phase 2 seats, making it a turning point in the campaign narrative. 3 important mega rallies of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and then the BJP declares the manifesto in Bengal. What all will be there in the manifesto, that we will have to wait and watch, but definitely the issues of corruptions will be dealt with. The issue of jobs must definitely have a mention, and also the issue of women's security. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. The Uttar Pradesh anti-terrorist squad has busted a terror module allegedly operating under the directions of Pakistani handlers, arresting 4 individuals for planning arson attacks on railway infrastructures and conducting reconnaissance of key installations across multiple cities. Here's a report.
Uttar Pradesh anti-terrorist squad have foiled a major terror plot. The police arrested 4 terror suspects who were planning for major terror activities. The accused were linked to a Pakistan-based terror network were apprehended near Lucknow railway station. Intelligence revealed that the gang was in contact with handlers in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The accused conducted reconnaissance of sensitive locations, transmitted information to their handlers, and planned acts of arson and explosions. Investigation revealed that the gang had previously carried out arson incidents and received payments from Pakistan handlers for these acts. The accused were produced before a court yesterday. NIA court has granted a 5-day remand for the accused. This swift action by the ATS has thwarted potential large-scale damage within the state and exposing a criminal gang involved in anti-national activities.
All right, viewers, now it's time. We'll go to a short commercial break, but these are the visuals also. We are getting you the top national stories and international stories, and we showed you the visuals of also, and the news also of the US pilot who was rescued as per the claims of United States. Now, again, let's slip into a short commercial break. And after the break, short commercial break, we'll continue our coverage. Trump confirms rescue of missing US pilot in Iran after F-15E downing, says we got him safe and sound. IRGC claims intercepting and destroying US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
And once again, a very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Legends, presented by TVS Motor Company, co-powered by Radico Spirit of Excellence, Krupanidhi Group of Institutions, shaping leaders, fostering innovation, empowering the future. And this is Legends, that is a platform which pays tributes to the journeys that have left mark on our nation, have contributed to Bharat's story. Stories of passions, perseverance, and purpose. But most importantly, the patience that goes behind. And that is the conversation today, which is going to inspire all of us. Over the years, this stage of Legends has celebrated India's most remarkable personalities. From Ustad Amjad Ali Khan to Leander Pace, Uday Kotak to Harish Salve, Usha Uttup to Asha Bhosle, Narayan Murthy to Bhaichung Bhutia, and in the latest we had Dr. Devi Shetty. Each and every story here is different, it's unique. But there's one thing common, that it stands as a reminder across generations to do something with your will and make a difference. Today we add another extraordinary name to that list. Ladies and gentlemen, there are those who create their own path. Despite the odds, they defy it all, they redefine the limits, they continue to reinvent themselves. Let us now take a look at the inspiring journey of the man who turned challenges into stepping stones. Dreams became reality, and his story resonates amongst all. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anupam Kher in conversation with our editor-in-chief, Mr. Arnav Goswami.
Anupam ji, it's a full house on a Wednesday afternoon. बहुत धन्यवाद. A lot of people from Republic Network also in this audience today. Very excited to see you. And you've flown all the way from Mumbai for this today after recording a video with your mother this morning. You just said that. So you took a lot of effort.
First of all, it's always a pleasure to come and meet you and Charu and everybody else over here. We've known each other for many years. I think what is common between you and me is we are self-made people and we believe in a certain philosophy of kuch bhi ho sakta hai. I see a lot of students here. I think I have attended a lot of functions where somebody else was speaking and I was a student over here. Most of the things that I have done is already shown in the AV, so I have nothing much to talk about. But it's so strange, but when I see my life and I say, इतना कुछ किया मैंने, मेरे को असली में इस बात का एहसास ही नहीं होता कि मैंने इतना कुछ किया है. ऐसा लगता है किसी और की फिल्म देख रहा हूँ. वो इसलिए ऐसा होता है कि क्योंकि आई एम नॉट बॉक्ड डाउन बाय व्हाट आई हैव अचीव्ड. आई एम वेरी प्राउड ऑफ इट. मुझे बहुत फ़ख्र है कि मैंने इतना सब कुछ किया है, मगर वो मेरे कंधे पर मेरा बोझा नहीं बना है. बिकॉज़ हर पल, हर रोज़, हर सुबह एक नया चमत्कार देखने को मिलता है. आप सुबह उठते हैं, आपको लगता है कि नया दिन शुरू हुआ है, नई ज़िंदगी का नया पहलू शुरू हुआ है. मुझे यहाँ तक पहुँचने में, बिकॉज़ मेरा बचपन का दोस्त वो प्ले में भी था, अभी उसका एक फ़ोटो भी दिखाया, वो मुझे एयरपोर्ट पे मिलने आया. मैं T2 पे उतरा, वो T3 पे मेरा वेट कर रहा था, तो उसको ढूंढने के चक्कर में बहुत वक्त लग गया. और while we are looking for him, I suddenly thought of my journey with him. Vijay Sehgal, his name was. I was in 8th standard, and I was very bad at studies. तो मेरे को वो आगे वाले बेंच पे बैठने नहीं दे रहा था. मेरा ये दोस्त कहता, नहीं तू पीछे बैठ, तेरे मार्क्स कम आते हैं. तो मैंने उसको 8th स्टैंडर्ड में बोला था कि अगर तू हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता है अपनी ज़िंदगी की तो मुझे यहाँ बैठने दे, क्योंकि तू हिस्ट्री का पार्ट होगा. ऐसे ही बोल दिया था, और वो सच है कि अब मेरा वो बेस्ट फ्रेंड है. बट आई डोंट थिंक, आई थिंक मेरे को ये लेजेंड तो आपने उपाधि दे दी है, मगर मुझे लगता है कि मैं लेजेंड शायद 20 साल बाद बनूंगा. जब मैं यहाँ पर आप ही के शो में आऊँगा, आप मुझसे बहुत कम उम्र के होंगे, आप फिर भी खूबसूरत, हसीन, जवान लग रहे होंगे. शायद मुझे उठाने के लिए 2 लोग यहाँ से लेकर यहाँ तक लेके आएंगे. तब मैं कहूँगा कि यार अब मुझे लगता है कि अब मुझे आप लेजेंड का अवार्ड दे दो. अभी तो मैं इंटरवल तक पहुँचा हूँ अपनी ज़िंदगी के, एंड इट्स ए गुड इंटरवल.
मैंने अभी पूछा इनको कि क्या आपको कभी लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड मिला है, तो इन्होंने कहा कि मैंने अभी तक लिया नहीं है. तो आजकल तो लोग 40-50 साल की उम्र में लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड ले लेते हैं,
पर उनको लगता
आपने
है कि
क्यों नहीं लिया है?
नहीं, उनको
ऑफर
लगता
किया गया आपको?
उनको लगता है कि उनकी लाइफ वहीं तक है. शायद उन्होंने सपने देखने बंद कर दिए हैं. नहीं, अपना अपना नज़रिया है. मैंने जैसा कि कहा कि मैं अनुपम खेर का बोझा अपने कंधे पर लेकर चलता नहीं हूँ, और चूंकि मैं बोझा लेकर नहीं चलता हूँ इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि मैं तो बहुत उड़ सकता हूँ, क्योंकि आपके कंधे पर बोझ ही नहीं है, आप हल्के हैं. इसमें एक कोट भी था मेरा. देखिए, आज जो भी आप सुनेंगे ऐसा नहीं कि मैं कुछ नया बोलने वाला हूँ. एक ही जीवन है, उसको मैं जी चुका हूँ, और उसी जीवन से बातें निकलेंगी. मुझे लगता है कि किसी भी इंडस्ट्री में, और ख़ासकर फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में, लोग तय कर लेते हैं कि अब इसने बहुत काम कर लिया. मेरी 550 फिल्में हो चुकी हैं, मैंने अभी सब कुछ कर लिया उनके हिसाब से. अब इसको एक लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड दो, इसको लेजेंड बुलाओ, वेटरन बुलाओ, थेस्पियन बुलाओ, और फिर ये सनसेट की तरफ जाएंगे. तो मैं ये डायलॉग के हिसाब से नहीं बोलता. मुझे लगता है मेरा तो सूरज हमेशा उगा ही हुआ रहेगा, बिकॉज मैं मेहनत में बिलीव करता हूँ. मैं किस्मत में भी बिलीव करता हूँ, मगर मेहनत में ज़्यादा बिलीव करता हूँ. तो आई डोंट अलाउ अदर पीपल टू सॉर्ट ऑफ डिसाइड व्हाट शुड बी माई कोर्स ऑफ लाइफ. Because I really when I come here, I do not come with the vibe of a person. So मुझे नहीं लगता कि मैं यहाँ पर आता हूँ. मैं जब आपके साथ आज खाना खा रहा था, आप दाल की बात कर रहे थे, मेरी खिचड़ी की बात कर रहे थे, मुझे लगता है लाइफ इज़ ब्यूटिफुल, और इसको अगर आप सीरियसली ले लें फिर थकता आदमी. अगर आप लाइफ को सीरियसली नहीं लेते हैं तो फिर थकता ही नहीं आदमी. हाँ, कभी मैं कंप्लेंट करता हूँ, मेरे नस में दर्द हो रहा है, मेरे इधर हो रहा है. अभी मैं नया प्ले शुरू कर रहा हूँ, उसकी लाइनें याद नहीं हो रही हैं, बिकॉज मोबाइल का ध्यान जाता है, सोशल मीडिया का इतना ज़्यादा ध्यान जाता है. तो आई एम द सेम गाय हु केम टू द सिटी ऑफ मुंबई ऑन 3rd June 1981, ऑफ कोर्स विद ऑल द लॉरेल्स एंड ऑल द अचीवमेंट्स, but the man from small town is still there.
So was there a moment of epiphany when you realized that you are meant for many much bigger things? Was there a crazy ambition? Was there a lot of hunger? When you were in Shimla, you had already achieved a lot on the stage, at least in Shimla. It was also spoken about how you were rejected in All India Radio. But एक बात हर young person wants to know that behind every great person, आप अपने आप को legend कहें ना कहें, behind every great person, there is a moment when you realize that you're meant to be great, that you're destined for something bigger. अब इसको play down करना नहीं चाहिए. Was there a moment like that for you when you realized that you had an opportunity to break through, which is why you went to Bombay?
So I'll tell you, I can today reflect on my life when I was a small child. But when you are born in a poor family, the only luxury you have is to be able to dream. पर आपको ऐसा नहीं लगता कि इसके बाद क्या होगा मेरा? मैंने बताया कि मैं पढ़ाई में बिल्कुल अच्छा नहीं था, मैं खेल कूद में भी नहीं अच्छा था. मेरे को अकेला दौड़कर देखकर एक बार मेरा पीटी टीचर बोला, रुक जा, तू अकेला दौड़ेगा तब भी सेकंड आएगा. अब मुझे समझ नहीं आया ऐसा क्यों है. सो आई यूज्ड टू फील, मेरी जो फिल्म मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी को एक फिल्म के हिसाब से देखता था, इवन एज ए चाइल्ड. तो मुझे लगता था कि ये जो बुरे दिन हैं, ये जो गरीबी के दिन हैं, ये जो गुर्बत के दिन हैं, ये मेरा अर्ली स्टेज ऑफ सुपर हिट फिल्म का अर्ली स्टेज है.
आपने तब भी वैसे ही विजुअलाइज किया था इसको?
नहीं, मुझे लगता था कि ये अभी ठीक हो जाएगा, क्योंकि यही तो कमाल है गरीब होने का, कि आप इससे ज़्यादा नीचे कहाँ जा सकते हैं. आप इससे ज़्यादा सीधा ऊपर ही जाएगा इंसान. मेरे दादाजी ने बड़ी अच्छी बात कही थी. हम बहुत गरीब थे, छोटे थे, 10 बाय 12 फीट के उसमें घर में रहते थे, 14 लोग थे और खुश रहते थे. हमारे दादाजी ने एक रूल बनाया था कि क्योंकि जगह छोटी थी, लोग ज़्यादा थे, तो बोलते थे कि जब टकराओ गले लग जाओ. तो मेरा पूरा बचपन लोगों को गले लगाते गुजरा है. फिर एक दिन मैंने उनसे पूछा कि मैंने कहा, दादाजी हम इतने गरीब हैं, इतने खुश क्यों हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा कि जब इंसान बहुत गरीब होता है तो सबसे सस्ती चीज़ खुशी होती है. सो आई थिंक आई वॉज ब्लेस्ड टू हैव ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स, माई फादर्स ओन फिलोसफी. बट मुझे लगता था कि नेक्स्ट, जैसे मुझे अगर स्कूल के बेस्ट एक्टर का अवार्ड मिल जाता था तो मैं खुश होता था, फिर कॉलेज के बेस्ट एक्टर का मिल गया तो मुझे लगता था मैं खुश हो जाता था. बट तकलीफ़ का एहसास नहीं होता था. आई डिड नॉट इंडल्ज इन सेल्फ पिटी, बिकॉज पता नहीं था कि सेल्फ पिटी क्या होती है. यू सी, ये आई थिंक हिंदी मीडियम स्कूल जाने में, ये इंटेलेक्चुअल होने ना, आई वॉज नेवर इन इंटेलेक्चुअल, मतलब जो हैं वो अच्छी बात है, पढ़े लिखे लोग हैं, मगर मुझे ये आसानी दी ही नहीं गई थी कि ज़िंदगी मुश्किल है. मुझे ऐसा महसूस करा गया था कि ज़िंदगी ये है. तो जब ज़िंदगी ये है तो उसको जीने के अलावा और कोई तरीका ही नहीं था. बट सपने देखता था मैं, फिल्में वगैरह दिखाते थे तो मुझे लगता था एक दिन मैं एक्टर बनूंगा. तब भी मैं सोचता था कि एक्टर बनूंगा तो पैसे आशो आराम के लिए नहीं. यस, टुडे आई डू हैव अ कंफर्टेबल लग्जरी or comfortable way of life, but I live in a rented apartment because 10 years back I decided that I don't want to have a house of my own. मैं एक गार्डन में घूमने जाता हूँ, वहाँ 2 बुजुर्ग लोग बैठे थे. It's so strange for me to call somebody 2 बुजुर्ग लोग when I'm 71 myself. पर मुझे 71 लगता ही नहीं है. मुझे लगता है मैं तो इन्हीं कॉलेज के लड़कों के जैसा अब यहाँ पर बैठा हूँ. And I mean it. I'm not pretending to be this cool dude. I am a cool dude. But वो 2 लोग बातें कर रहे थे and मैं उनके पीछे खड़ा था, कुछ किसी को फ़ोन पे बात करने की कोशिश कर रहा था. वो लोग कह रहे थे, यार मेरा मुंडा चांदा है, हिंदी पंजाबी में बोल रहे थे, कि मैं कब मरूं और ये मेरा फ्लैट उसका हो जाए. Now I don't have a scenario like that because Sikandar, Kiran are doing very well. But I felt, what will I keep the house for? So the day I decided that, I felt liberated. So I live life as a simple man, but I'm not simple. I'm complicated. I'm ambitious. I'm very ambitious. I want to be the best actor in the world. I want to make the best films. I have sense of competition with people, but I live each and every moment of the day.
So I found one thing very interesting. एंड जब मैंने आपका प्ले देखने गया था 3-4 महीने पहले, फुल हाउस था वहाँ पे और कुछ भी हो सकता है. आई वॉज फॉर्चुनेट इनफ टू सी यू प्ले. आई सॉ हिम प्ले हिज ओन लाइफ और मुझे लगा था कि हाउ डज वन पर्सन ये तस्वीरें वहाँ की, it was beautiful. I think I was there on that day. I thought, how does a person hold the audience for 2 hours almost, 2 hours, 2 hours 10 minutes, only you, and there was no prop, there was only one change of clothes which was on the stage, and then some ornaments which you would wear for 1 or 2 particular scenes. तो मुझे लगा था कि how does a person do that? मैंने कभी actually before that I had never seen this. One act, you call it a one act play?
It's a one man
play.
show, yeah.
तो मैंने सोचा, how does this happen? Then what I found interesting is that every 10 minutes the audience would laugh. And I felt that you were not showing that usual Bollywood story. Lot of struggle, lot of pain, lot of rona dhona, then magical success, you know. There were no great highs and lows in the whole performance. And even now you have said that you did not have, in your view, the luxury of self-pity. You did not have the luxury, which is very important for all youngsters to listen to. You didn't have the luxury of self-pity or the fear of anxiety. You dealt with the situation. And he's today one of the most sought after motivational speakers in the country. So I want you to talk about that because इसका impact तो आपके career पे होगा ही. आप अपने career के initial years, जिसको struggle के years आप कहें, उसमें आपको did you have time to feel sorry for yourself? I'm sure you must have cried it out. Tell me your experiences through your films, your heartbreaks, your frustrations, and whether my assessment is correct about how you dealt with that time, sir.
So पुरानी फिल्मों में, इवन जब मेरे से पहले की भी फिल्मों में, कभी कभी कैरेक्टर्स के सपने आते थे, तो उसका अपना एक प्रतिबिंब, अपना एक परफॉर्मेंस पॉइंट. एक काली साड़ी में औरत आती थी, एक वाइट साड़ी में आती थी. वाइट साड़ी जो है वो आपको तर्क देती थी, काली साड़ी आपको भड़काती थी. बहुत फिल्मों में ऐसा हुआ है कि तुम क्या कर रही हो शकुंतला, तुम अपने आप को पागल समझ रही हो, जाओ छोड़ दो ये घर, चली जाओ. तो दूसरी सफ़ेद साड़ी वाली बोलती थी, मगर घर छोड़ दूंगी तो ना पति रहेगा ना कुछ और, नहीं जाना, नहीं तुम चले जाना चाहिए तुम्हें यहाँ से. मेरी लाइफ में कोई काली साड़ी या काले कपड़ों वाला है ही नहीं. सो सिमिलरली जब मैं छोटा था, बहुत छोटा था, तो मैंने कभी इंटेलेक्चुअलाइज किया ही नहीं लाइफ को. लाइफ जीने के लिए होती है. आप यहाँ आए हैं, अब में से बहुत सारे लोग बहुत देर से बैठे हैं कि अनुपम खेर कब आएगा, अब कब हम इसका लेक्चर सुनेंगे, क्या ज्ञान की बातें करेगा, और यार बोर करेगा, हमें सुनना पड़ रहा है, हम एक्टिंग के स्टूडेंट हैं. एक तो ये रवैया है क्योंकि आप भीड़ का हिस्सा हैं. आप में से अगर कोई ऐसा बैठा है या बैठी हैं कि यार इन बातों से मेरे को एक सीख मिलेगी और मैं उस सीख को अपनी ज़िंदगी में अप्लाई करूँगा, तो वो आगे जाकर अनुपम खेर बन सकता है. वरना आप केवल भीड़ का हिस्सा बने रहेंगे. आई वॉज ए वेरी इनक्यूजिटिव, आई वॉज ए मीडियोकर बॉय, वेरी बैड एट द स्टडीज़. बट मेरे को हर चीज़ में कुछ मुझे लगता था कि जैसे धुंध पड़ती थी शिमला में, मैं सोचता था कि देखो, मैं सोचता था कि जब मुझसे कोई पूछता था ना कहाँ के रहने वाले हो, तो मैं शिमला का ऐसा बोलता था जैसे शिमला ना हुआ स्विट्ज़रलैंड हो गया, बिकॉज मुझे स्पेशल लगता था. सो आई थिंक फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल यू हैव टू फील दैट यू हैव स्पेशल. मैं स्कूल के बेंच पे अपना नाम गढ़ता था. प्रकार बोलते हैं ना, क्या कहते हैं उसको अंग्रेजी में, कंपस, प्रकार, उससे मैं अपना नाम लिखता था. मतलब कब 9th 10th में अनुपम खेर सैट हेयर. मैं ज़िंदगी में नहीं कभी सोचा था. वो चीरियोज बुक ऑफ फेमस पीपल होती थी एस्ट्रोलॉजी की, उसमें 15 नाम होते थे. पीपल बॉर्न ऑन 7th मार्च. बाय द वे 7th मार्च इनका बर्थडे है, 7th मार्च मेरा बर्थडे है. तो इनको तो तभी पता लग गया था कि अनुपम खेर 7 मार्च को पैदा हुआ, तो मेरा भी कुछ होने वाला है. तो मैं 15वें के बाद 16वां नंबर अपना लिखता था. 7th, जैसे माइकल केन हमारे उस मार्च में पैदा हुए और बहुत सारे मतलब साइंटिस्ट पैदा हुए, तो मैं लिखता था अनुपम खेर. तो आपको अपने जीवन को अलग से देखना है. मुझे लगता है कि हर इंसान में एक खूबी है, हर इंसान ओरिजिनल है, हर इंसान. I think everybody has a possibility of becoming somebody, but our own mediocre thinking makes us mediocre. इसका सिंपल सा एक लॉजिक है, भगवान ने आपको स्पेशल बनाया, जिसने भी बनाया, ऊपर वाले ने जो भी है स्पेशल बनाया है, क्योंकि आपका फिंगरप्रिंट्स दुनिया में किसी से नहीं मिलता। ये लॉजिकल आंसर है इसका, किसी से नहीं मिलता। 7 बिलियन लोग रहते हैं यहाँ पर हमारे इस ब्रह्मांड में, 7 बिलियन में से आपका किसी से मिलता नहीं। इसका मतलब जिसने भी आपको बनाया है, तराशा है, संवारा है, एक नया दृष्टिकोण दिया है, उसने ये सोच के दिया है कि आप स्पेशल हो और आप कुछ बन सकते हो। पर हम क्या करते हैं, 90% लोग जो हैं वो हालात की वजह से, मुश्किलात की वजह से, नो पॉसिबिलिटी ऑफ वांटिंग टू ड्रीम, वी बिकम फ्रॉम एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी टू ऑर्डिनरी। ऑल ऑफ अस आर एक्स्ट्रा, बट द डिफरेंस बिटवीन ऑर्डिनरी एंड एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी इज दैट लिटिल एक्स्ट्रा. So when I used to watch films of Dilip Kumar साहब, देवानंद साहब, हमारे घर के बाहर फिल्में दिखाते थे, मुझे लगता था कि one day I'll be there and I'll be famous, I'll be very famous. ड्रीम था, पर मैं उसके लिए करता क्या? फिर मुझे पता लगा कि नेशनल स्कूल ऑफ ड्रामा में ड्रामा स्कूल होता है, चंडीगढ़ में एक्टिंग की क्लास होती है, तो मैं घर से भाग कर गया इंटरव्यू देने, वो मेरे प्ले में है। माँ के मंदिर से मैंने 100 रुपया चुराया और मैं बिना माँ को बताए पहुँच गया डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ इंडियन थिएटर ड्रामा स्कूल में। वहाँ गार्गी साहब हमारे जो टीचर थे, उन्होंने कहा कि ऑडिशन के लिए क्या पीस करोगे? ना मुझे पता था कि इतने सारे लोग आए हुए हैं चंडीगढ़ से, दिल्ली से, दे आर मच बेटर देन मी। एक तो अंग्रेज़ी भी फर्राटेदार बोलते थे। वॉट आई चोज टू डू कि सब लोग लड़कों का ऑडिशन कर रहे थे, मैंने कहा मैं लड़की का ऑडिशन करता हूँ, एटलीस्ट आई विल बी नोटिस्ड। तो मैंने उनको कहा जी मैं ये सब लोग लड़कों का कर रहे हैं, मैं लड़कियों को करना चाहता हूँ। तो मैंने ऐसी वो इयर रिंग्स पहने, ऐसे हार पहना। तो मैंने वसंत सेना का मृच कटिकम करके एक प्ले है। सो आई वॉज, मेरे गार्गी साहब ने मुझे कहा वेरी बैड बट वेरी डेयरिंग। सो आई वॉज नोटिस्ड। इवन टू डू अ फिल्म एज माई फर्स्ट फिल्म विच इज़ सारांश, लॉट ऑफ पीपल से अरे तुम 28, 27 के हो, तुम तो बर्बाद हो जाओगे, पहली फिल्म में बूढ़े का रोल कर रहे हो, इसके बाद डेथ सीन, कैरियर फिनिश। पर मैंने, चूंकि मैं अपनी ज़िंदगी को फिल्म के हिसाब से देखता था, मैं कहता था कि ये एक ऐसी फिल्म है, पहले तो इसमें ये तोड़ है कि 28 साल का लड़का 65 साल के बुजुर्ग का रोल कर रहा है, इसमें अपने आप में न्यूज़ है। और फिर मुझे इस बात का एहसास था कि 41 ईयर की उम्र में ये पोस्टर लगा होगा रिपब्लिक के मेरे लेजेंड के प्रोग्राम में, ये है वो पोस्टर, 28 साल की उम्र में ये बोलते हैं। सो आई सॉ माई लाइफ प्लेइंग, ये होगा। मुझे अंग्रेजी नहीं आती थी, अभी भी नहीं आती है।
इसको मैनिफेस्टेशन कहते हैं, मैनिफेस्टेशन।
अब पता लगा कि मैनिफेस्टेशन नहीं, अब पता लगा मैनिफेस्टेशन होता है, अब पता लगा सीक्रेट किताब लिखी जाती है, अब पता लिखा जाता है कि मैंने कहीं एक जगह पढ़ी थी एक बात बड़ी अच्छी, उसमें लिखा था कि कहानी के अंत में सब कुछ ठीक हो जाता है, और अगर ठीक ना हो तो समझो कहानी खत्म नहीं हुई। बहुत साल बाद मैंने जब ओशो की किताब पढ़ी थी, आचार्य रजनीश की किताब, उन्होंने बड़ा अच्छा लिखा था यार। उन्होंने कहा था कि इफ़ यू ट्राई यू रिस्क फेलियर, इफ़ यू डोंट यू एंश्योर इट। तो मेरे को अंग्रेज़ी नहीं आती थी, मेरी अंग्रेज़ी बहुत ख़राब थी। हमारे पूरे ख़ानदान में कोई बहुत 1-2 लोग ही ग्रेजुएट थे। तो जब मैं बॉम्बे गया, आई वॉज ए गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट फ्रॉम अ ड्रामा स्कूल, गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट, सारे लिटरेचर, रशियन प्लेज, अमेरिकन प्लेज, बर्टोल्ड ब्रेख्ट, स्टैनिस्लावस्की, आर्थर मिलर, टेनेसी विलियम्स, सब जानता था, सब रशियन की पढ़ लेता था, लिख लेता था, बोल नहीं पाता था। और जब मैं मुंबई पहुंचा तो मुझे लगा कि यार मेरे से ज़्यादा डफर लोग हैं, ये अंग्रेज़ी में बात करते हैं तो कुछ बोलते हैं, और मेरे को ज़्यादा पता है इनसे, मगर मैं बोलता नहीं हूँ तो मुझको समझ में नहीं आता। तो मैंने अपने एक चाचा जी को ख़त लिखा, जो ओनली ग्रेजुएट थे हमारे फैमिली में। मैंने कहा चाचा जी मुझे अंग्रेज़ी नहीं आती, क्या करूं? तो उन्होंने कहा बेटा किसी भी लैंग्वेज को सीखने का तरीका बोलना शुरू करो। तो मैंने डिसाइड किया कि मैं 4 बजे से लेकर 6 बजे तक सिर्फ अंग्रेज़ी में बात करूंगा, चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए। तो मेरे सारे दोस्त 4 से 6 तक भाग जाते थे, आ गया अंग्रेज़ी में बर्बाद करने आ गया। बट आई मैनेज टू लर्न। द अदर थिंग वाज दैट आई हैड नो फियर ऑफ फेलियर। I genuinely had no fear of failure. So I think these are the factors which make you different from other people. आज के जो पीढ़ी है जिसमें मैं भी शामिल हूँ, Imagine, fear of fear is bigger than the fear itself. अगर ऐसा हुआ तो, अगर ऐसा हुआ तो, वहाँ पर नहीं हुआ तो, मेरा काम नहीं बना तो, मैं ये सोचता ही नहीं हूँ. बिकॉज गीता में दादाजी ने सिखाया था कि कर्म किए जा, फल की इच्छा मत कर. आज और एक्टिंग भी सोचने से नहीं आती है, करने से आती है. मैं सोच रहा हूँ, हमारी क्लास में एक लड़का था रमन, वो एक ही एक्टिंग करता था. रमन, आपके इमेजिन करो सीन है, आपकी मदर की डेथ हो गई, डायलॉग बोलो, माँ माँ तुम कहाँ चली गई माँ. रमन, अब तुम्हारी 10 लाख रुपए की लॉटरी लगी है, बोलो डायलॉग बोलो, मेरी 10 लाख रुपए की लॉटरी लगी है. तो हमारे टीचर उनको कहते थे, क्या कर रहे हो रमन? कहता जी यहाँ तो बहुत कुछ हो रहा है, यहाँ नहीं आ रहा है. सो आई थिंक you need to first decide that I want to be completely different from the rest of the people. If I have survived in this 41 years, it's because I have decided to be different. Different but no less. ये tagline है तन्वी द ग्रेट की. I am different but no less.
But in the backstory of सारांश, वो सारांश वाली story हमारे audience को आप बताइए, क्योंकि fear of failure आप कह रहे हैं आपका नहीं था, मगर आपने शायद उस प्ले में या फिर कहीं व्यक्तिगत तौर से मुझे बताया होगा that when you were preparing and you were told that you are getting the role for Saransh, you were 28-year-old, must have been 1984-85 at that time, you were getting the role of the 65-year-old man who has lost his son. And last minute में आपको बताया गया कि संजीव कुमार will get the role, you will not get the role. And 1983-84 Sanjeev Kumar must have been a superstar.
He was.
He was a superstar.
Yeah.
I still think he's one of the best ever actors of
Correct.
our time. You know, I forgot the name of the movie where he played the role of an editor. एक movie था where he played the role of a journalist also. Great film.
Right.
But when you heard that Sanjeev Kumar has got the role, और उसने उस बार आपने अपने play में इसको, you played it out how you reacted to Mahesh Bhatt.
So I was.
You tell them the story, but does it challenge your own theory that you didn't have a fear of failure? कहीं ना कहीं आपको लगा होगा ना कि बहुत बड़ा रोल मिलने वाला है, हाथ से निकल रही है, fear of failure है, मौका है हाथ से निकल जाए, तो जो गुस्सा आपने दिखाया था पूरी उसका पूरा.
So it's not that.
Explain what happened at that time.
It's not that if you are optimistic, if you are a positive person, you don't have the fear of failure. You will be not depressed, you will be not sad, you will not be lonely, you will not take a decision finally. तो जब मेरी सारांश की पहले दिन की शूटिंग 1 जनवरी 1984 को होने वाली थी और मैं 6 महीने से वो बुज़ुर्ग के रोल की तैयारी कर रहा था. मैं रोज़ धोती कुर्ता पहनकर शिवाजी पार्क जाता था. शिवाजी पार्क की कहानी थी. उन पार्क में खेलते हुए बच्चों को हंसता खेलता उछलता कूदता देखता था और फिर अपने जेब के कुर्ते की जेब से अपने बेटे की तस्वीर निकालता था. तस्वीर को कुर्ते के कॉर्नर से साफ़ करता था, आँखों से लगाता था और अपनी जेब में डालता था. 6 महीने तक ये चल रहा था. तो सारांश के बीवी प्रधान का रोल मैं पूरी तरह से घोल कर पी चुका था. तो 20 दिसंबर को 1983 को 10 दिन शूटिंग से पहले मेरा एक क्लासमेट सुहास खांड के आता है और मुझसे कहता है कि यार मैंने कल राजश्री में एक अफवाह सुनी है और मैंने ये अफवाह सुनी है कि सारांश के बीवी प्रधान का रोल से तेरे को निकाल दिया गया है और संजीव कुमार को ले लिया गया है. मेरे को अपने कानों पर यकीन ही नहीं आया. मैंने कहा ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? कल तो मैं भट्ट साहब के हाथ बैठा था, हमारे कॉस्ट्यूम बन गए हैं, सारे सीन की तैयारी है. तो मैंने ऐसी राशन की दुकान से और मैं रह रहा था किसी छोटे से चौल के कमरे में. मैंने फ़ोन किया भट्ट साहब को और उन्होंने बड़ा कैजुअली बोला, हाँ अनुपम, प्रोड्यूसर्स हैव डिसाइडेड टू टेक established actor like Sanjeev Kumar, you are a newcomer, you do the other old man's role, that's not very good, but at least do it, you will be working, okay, bye.
On the phone.
फ़ोन रख दिया. उन्होंने डिसीजन ले लिया था इतनी आसानी से. तब मुझे लगा कि ये सिटी मुझे डिज़र्व नहीं करती है, मैं इस सिटी में रहूँगा ही नहीं. क्योंकि भट्ट साहब मुझे लगता था कि एक कमिटेड किस्म के फिल्म मेकर थे और 6 महीने से उन्होंने मुझे देखा था. मैं रोज़ ये रिहर्सल करता था, एक एक डायलॉग बोल के सुनाता था और फिर मैंने कहा मैं इस शहर को छोड़ देता हूँ। ये तब ये काश 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 फिल्म की कहानी है उस ज़माने। तो मैं पूरा सामान अपना पैक करके एक टैक्सी में लेकर मैंने छोड़ दिया, डिसाइड कर लिया कि मैं शहर छोड़ रहा हूँ। और मैं फिर मुझे लगा कि नहीं, अब मैं भट्ट साहब को बता सकता हूँ कि उनके बारे में क्या सोचता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे दादा कहा करते थे, इफ़ यू वांट टू बी इक्वल विद एनीबडी डोंट एक्सपेक्ट एनीथिंग फ्रॉम दैट पर्सन, इट इज़ योर एक्सपेक्टेशन फ्रॉम द अदर पर्सन विच गेट्स यू मैनिपुलेटेड। अब मुझे इनसे भट्ट साहब से कुछ चाहिए नहीं, क्योंकि मैं तो ये शहर छोड़ के जा रहा हूँ। अब मैं भट्ट साहब को बोल देता हूँ कि मैं उनको क्या सा इंसान समझता हूँ। तो मैं उनके घर पहुँच गया, मैंने दरवाज़ा खटखटाया, उन्होंने कहा कि कम ऑन, वेरी गुड अनुपम, यू आर टेकिंग इट सो स्पोर्टिंगली, यू मस्ट अंडरस्टैंड दैट संजीव कुमार इज सच ए ह्यूज स्टार, नाउ ही विल वर्क विद यू एंड यू विल वर्क विद हिम, यू विल बी ऑल्सो नोटिस्ड। एंड और ये उस आदमी को बोल रहे हैं जिसने 6 महीने से वो रोल की तैयारी की है। You'll be also noticed, and you must understand the producers do not want to spend so much money on a newcomer, so that's why. Okay, मैंने कहा भट्ट साहब एक मिनट, मैं उनको घर की खिड़की के पास ले गया। मैंने कहा वो देख रहे हैं नीचे टैक्सी मेरा सामान है, मैं यहाँ से जा रहा हूँ। अरे कहीं पे चला जाऊँ, दिल्ली, लखनऊ, शिमला, लेकिन जाने से पहले मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहता हूँ, आप 1 नंबर के फ्रॉड हैं, 1 नंबर के चीट हैं। आप पिछले 6 साल से मुझे कह रहे हैं कि सारांश के बीवी प्रधान का रोल मैं कर रहा हूं, अब आप कहते हैं कि वो रोल संजीव कुमार करेगा। आप सत्य पे फिल्म बना रहे हैं, लेकिन आपके अंदर सत्य नहीं है। आप में इतनी हिम्मत नहीं कि आप राजश्री प्रोडक्शन को फोन करके बोल दो कि ये रोल अनुपम खेर ही करेगा। और मैं आपको एक बात और बताना चाहता हूं भट्ट साहब, कि संजीव कुमार मुझसे बेटर रोल नहीं कर सकते हैं। और फिर मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा था मैं अपनी डायलॉग को एंड कैसे करूँ, क्योंकि डायलॉग एंड पे खड़ा होता ना। जब मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आया तो फिर मैंने कहा, और मैं ब्राह्मण हूं, मैं आपको श्राप देता हूं। और मेरे को लगा कि हे भगवान, हाथ से कुछ चिंगारियां मिंगारियां निकल जाएं और ये भस्म हो जाए यहीं पे, इसकी याददाश्त चले जाए भट्ट साहब की। पर मैं रो रहा था। अभी तो मैंने थोड़ा कॉमिक टच है इसमें, बट आई वॉज क्राइंग, आई वॉज डेस्परेट, एंड इट वॉज द एंड ऑफ माई ड्रीम्स, complete end of my dreams. I was shattered and I was going back. और मैं कहता हुआ श्राप दे रहा हूँ, ऐसा श्राप दे रहा हूँ। और लिफ्ट भी नहीं काम कर रही थी। सीढ़ियों से उतरता हुआ मैं ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे टैक्सी में बैठने लगा। तो मैंने कहा, भट्ट साहब कहते हैं अरे ऊपर आ जा। मैंने कहा नहीं, मैं जा रहा हूँ, रो रहा हूँ। अरे आजा, वो रोल तुम ही कर रहे हो। उस दिन वहाँ तक का टैक्सी वाले का भाड़ा भट्ट साहब ने दिया। तो उन्होंने फिर मेरे को बुलाया ऊपर, मैं गया तो उन्होंने राजश्री प्रोडक्शन में राजबाबू को फ़ोन किया, राजकुमार बरजातिया जी को। उन्होंने कहा जी अनुपम खेर ने इस समय एक ऐसा सीन किया है कि ये फिल्म तो अनुपम खेर के साथ ही बनेगी। आप फाइनेंस करते हो नहीं करते हो, मैं NFDC के हाथ बना लूँगा, पर बनेगी इसी के साथ। फिर एज दे नो दैट, उसके बाद दैट वाज हिस्ट्री। उसके बाद फिल्म की कहानी, अगर वो मैं चला जाता चुपचाप आपके बॉम्बे, अपना दिल्ली, शिमला, तो मैं यहाँ थोड़ा बैठा होता। इसीलिए कभी कभी जब आप सही हो, जब आप सत्य के रास्ते पे चल रहे हो, तो सामने वाले से पंगा ले लेना चाहिए। ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा, नहीं होगी आपकी बात, लेकिन आपको इस बात की तो भड़ास निकल जाएगी। बट उसके लिए मेहनत और सच्चाई बहुत ज़रूरी है साथ में होना। आई कुड हैव नॉट सेड ऑल दैट इफ़ आई वॉज नॉट प्रिपेयर्ड फॉर दैट रोल। और फिर उसका सबसे बड़ा भुगतान कब मिला, जब संजीव कुमार साहब ने कहा मुझे ये फिल्म देखनी है। तो संजीव कुमार साहब के लिए स्पेशल ट्रायल रखा गया अपना राजश्री प्रोडक्शन के स्टूडियो में, और अभी फिल्म रिलीज़ नहीं हुई थी। और उन्होंने कहा मैं अकेला देखूंगा फिल्म। तो मैंने सोचा था कि मेरे साथ बैठ के देखेंगे, एट वॉट एवर इट इज़, ही वॉज संजीव कुमार, माई आइडल। मतलब 9 दिन 9 रातें, मतलब परिचय, कितने नहीं, परिचय में दूसरे थे, जितेंद्र जी थे, मतलब खामोश, सब फिल्में। उन्होंने कहा अकेला देखूंगा। तो मैं, वो जो ऑपरेटर होता है उसकी जहाँ से पिक्चर दिखाते हैं, मैं उसके अंदर घुस गया और उधर से देख रहा हूँ उनके रिएक्शन। एंड बाय द एंड ऑफ द फिल्म ही वॉज लाइंग ऑन द फ्लोर क्राइंग। on the floor. Nobody has the guts to go inside and sort of tell him because he was howling, जोर-जोर से रो रहे थे. तो मैंने कहा कि बाहर आए और फिर बोले हमारे घर चलो. अच्छा, उस समय तक मेरे को कोई काम नहीं मिला था बिकॉज मेरी फिल्म रिलीज़ नहीं हुई थी. तो मैंने सोचा ये संजीव कुमार मुझे घर ले जाने को बोल रहे हैं और ये वहाँ जाके तो नहीं बोलेंगे कि अच्छा नहीं किया. तो मैं गया. ही ओपन ए बॉटल ऑफ विस्की. आई डोंट ड्रिंक, सो उन्होंने डाला. तो मैंने कहा पहले पी जाओ, थोड़ा सा देखते हैं क्या है. एंड देन ही टोल्ड मिस्टर भट्ट साहब, he said, Mahesh, I could have not done this role as well as Anupam Kher has done. But that's also greatness. सच को भट्ट साहब की फिल्म डैडी में एक बड़ा अच्छा डायलॉग था कि सच को सच बनाने के लिए दो लोगों की ज़रूरत होती है. एक जो सच बोल सके, दूसरा जो सच सुन सके. सो इट नीडेड ए पर्सन लाइक संजीव कुमार टू बी एबल. फिर उन्होंने राजश्री वालों को फ़ोन किया कि सारांश का ट्रेलर मैं प्रेजेंट करूँगा. तो फर्स्ट टाइम इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ सिनेमा देयर वाज अ स्टार हु सेड आई हैव सीन अ फिल्म, आई मस्ट टेल यू, प्लीज़ गो एंड वॉच दिस फिल्म, here is the trailer of the film. So I think it's
Is he the actor who's been your greatest role model? Do you have one? कोई एक?
I thought Dilip Saab was a very fine actor. I think to be able to be a realistic actor, to do film realistically, in 1940s and 1950s, Dilip Saab, Balraj Sahni, Motilal ji, I think hats off to them. बिकॉज बाकी तो सिनेमा होता ही रहता था ना. बाकी बहुत अच्छे थे. मैं देवानंद की तरह डायलॉग होता है, दिल्ली से कलकत्ता, कलकत्ता मद्रास, मद्रास से बॉम्बे, बॉम्बे से न्यूयॉर्क, न्यूयॉर्क से लंदन, जो भी पूछता है राजू वाइट कहाँ है, मैं बहुत करता था. तो दिलीप साहब को जब मैं अपना देवानंद साहब को जब मैं मिलने गया, हाँ, तो मतलब आप बोल रहे थे ना कि हर मौके पर आपका सामना डिसअपॉइंटमेंट से होगा. द आइडिया इज नॉट टू गिव अप. हर मौके पर तो मैं जब बॉम्बे गया तो मैं वहाँ पर एक एक्टिंग स्कूल खोला था. किसी ने ऐसा बोला था और मैंने वहाँ अप्लाई किया था एज ए टीचर. और उन्होंने कहा था हम आपको 5,000 रुपये देंगे और रहने के लिए घर देंगे, आप यहाँ आकर टीचिंग करो. आई डिड नॉट नो दैट वॉज ए फ्रॉड. आई डिड नॉट नो दैट एड दैट हैड कम इन इंडियन एक्सप्रेस एंड इन स्क्रीन न्यूज़पेपर एक्चुअली वॉज ए स्कैम. क्योंकि 100 रुपया में आपको फॉर्म भरना था और उसमें नसीरुद्दीन शाह, शबाना आज़मी, ओमपुरी, इन सब के नाम लिखे थे एज दे आर आर पेट्रन्स एंड दे आर आर पीपल हु विल हेल्प अस, एडवाइज़र्स. तो मैंने कहा ये तो कमाल के लोग हैं. मैंने अप्लाई कर दिया. तो जब मैं 3 जून 1981 को वीटी स्टेशन पहुंचा, मुझे लगा वो लेने आएगा. कोई लेने नहीं आया था एंड कोई था ही नहीं. एंड विद इन 2 hours I got to know that this was a scam, this was a fraud. एंड अब मैं क्या करूं. फिर मैं अपने दोस्त के घर रहा, सुहास के घर, उसी सुहास के घर. तो उसके घर में जब 7 दिन रहा तो उसने कहा यार 7 दिन बहुत होते हैं मुंबई में किसी के घर रहने के लिए, अब तू अपनी जगह ढूंढ ले. तो फाइनली मुझे एक जगह मिल गई विच वॉज एक धोबन जो थी, मेरी मकान मालकिन थी, उसके 3 बच्चे थे. तो उसके एक कमरे में मैं और 3 और स्ट्रगलिंग एक्टर्स सोते थे. बीच में एक पर्दा था, पर्दे के इस तरफ किचन था और किचन में उसकी फैमिलीज होती थी, 3 बच्चे और माँ. तो बड़ा बुरा हाल था. पंखा था नहीं, जून का महीना था, हालत ख़राब थी. मैं वही गोल्ड मेडलिस्ट, ड्रामा स्कूल, मैं सोच रहा मैं कहाँ फंस गया, कहाँ आ गया मैं. तो नेक्स्ट डे मैंने उसके बेटे से, धोबन के बेटे से अपना एड्रेस मांगा. मैंने कहा इधर का एड्रेस तो दो, क्या है. तो उसके बेटे ने कुछ स्क्रिबल करके लिखा. तो जब मैंने वो पेपर पढ़ा तो मैं हंस पड़ा ज़ोर से. तो मैंने कहा अब दुनिया की कोई ताकत मुझे नहीं रोक सकती. आप जानते मेरा पहला एड्रेस मुंबई में क्या था? अनुपम खेर, 2/15, खेरवाड़ी, खेर नगर, खेर रोड, बांद्रा ईस्ट. मैं जब देवानंद साहब को मिलने गया ना तो मैं उन दोनों बायोडाटा बनाते थे हम, बायोडाटा. तो उन्होंने एड्रेस पढ़ा, कहता अनुपम कोई नहीं रोक सकता, तुम्हारा पहला एड्रेस ही है अनुपम खेर और खेरवाड़ी. सो आई थिंक दिलीप साहब वॉज वेरी गुड. दिलीप साहब कि मैंने स्कूल से भाग के गोपी फिल्म देखी थी, राम और श्याम देखी थी. और फिर देन आई गेट क्रैश्ड इनटू ए पार्टी बाय स्क्रीन न्यूज़पेपर विद द हेल्प ऑफ माय वन जर्नलिस्ट फ्रेंड. मेरे जर्नलिस्ट बहुत अच्छे फ्रेंड थे, अली पीटर जॉन. अली पीटर जॉन वॉज अ वेरी फेमस कॉलमनिस्ट जो लिखते थे, तो मैंने उसको कहा, उसने कहा चलो तुम पीछे के दरवाजे से आ जाना और तुम इस पार्टी में आ जाना। तो हम 2-3 दोस्त चले गए। हमने, मेरे को याद है, मेरे पास एक प्ले का सूट था, एक प्ले मैंने किया था 3 पेनी ओपेरा, उसमें एक वाइट और ब्लैक स्ट्राइप का सूट था जो मैंने प्रोडक्शन से ले लिया था, उसके मैंने बड़े फ़ायदे उठाए थे। तो वो सूट पहनकर आई वॉज एन ऑड मैन आउट, आई वॉज वेयरिंग ए अमेरिकन गैंगस्टर सूट इन ए पार्टी, और मैं देख रहा था कि राजेश खन्ना साहब हैं, शबाना आज़मी जी हैं, विनोद खन्ना हैं, ये सब लोग हैं। सडनली मैंने देखा कि सामने से दिलीप साहब आ रहे हैं, तो मैं उनको गया, मैंने उनको नमस्ते किया। उनको लगा मैं कोई उनकी पुरानी जान पहचान का आदमी हूँ। उन्होंने मेरा हाथ अपने बगल में रखा और बोले भाई कहाँ रहते हो, बहुत दिनों बाद दिखाई दिए। मैंने कहा यहीं रहता हूँ जी। तो मैंने भी उनकी गलतफहमी दूर करने की कोशिश नहीं की। एंड द नेक्स्ट मीटिंग दैट आई हैड विद हिम वाज कर्मा, और थप्पड़ की गूंज। सो माई फर्स्ट एनकाउंटर वॉज ऑन द डे विद हिम, एंड दिस इज द टाइम। 7 बजे मैं दाढ़ी वाड़ी लगा के बैठा हूँ, डॉक्टर डैंग बना हुआ। दिलीप साहब 11 बजे आए, बिल्कुल जैसे शॉर्ट में नहीं दिखाते हैं, वाइट शॉर्ट से वाइट ट्राउज़र और वाइट चप्पल निकलते हैं, बड़े रिलैक्स आदमी उतरे और बोले लाले चाय पिला यार, बोले चाय पीने का दिल है। तो आई एक चांदी की तश्तरी में, और चांदी की उसमें सेट में उनकी चाय आई, उन्होंने चाय पी, और मैं दूर से खड़ा देख रहा हूँ कि यार ये दिलीप साहब के साथ में आज काम करने। उससे पहले मैं काफ़ी फिल्में कर चुका था, बट टू बी एबल टू वर्क विद दिलीप साहब वॉज अ लग्जरी, एंड दैट ऑल्सो आई एम द ओनली फोर्स अगेंस्ट हिम। उनकी तरफ दिलीप साहब, जैकी श्रॉफ, अनिल कपूर, नसीरुद्दीन शाह, और इस तरफ डॉक्टर डैंग, नया लड़का अभी फिल्मों में आए, सिर्फ 1 साल हुआ है। तो मैं उनको देख रहा था कि इनके बाल ऐसे हैं, इनकी आंखें ऐसे हैं, और मैं तो सुभाष जी ने मुझे देखा उनको देखते हुए, तो उन्होंने कॉर्नर में ले गए। उन्होंने कहा अनुपम तू मुझे मरवाएगा, तू तो इनको ऐसे देख रहा है जैसे मतलब इनका बहुत बड़ा फ़ैन है, ऐसा मत देख भाई, तू मेरी फिल्म का विलन है, मरवाएगा तू मुझे। तो मैंने कहा सर अनुपम खेर जो है वो दिलीप कुमार का फ़ैन है, डॉक्टर डैंग राणा विश्व प्रताप का फ़ैन नहीं है। और जब मैंने वो डायलॉग बोला था, आई मस्ट शेयर दैट बिकॉज एक ही डायलॉग है, तो दिलीप साहब थप्पड़ मारे, राणा विश्व प्रताप सिंह, डॉक्टर डैंग क्रिएट्स वॉर। डॉक्टर डैंग को आज पहली बार किसी ने थप्पड़ मारा है। इस थप्पड़ की गूंज सुनी तुमने? अब जब तक तुम जिंदा रहोगे इस गूंज की गूंज तुम्हें सुनाई देगी राणा, मुझे तुम्हारा यह थप्पड़ कभी भूलेगा नहीं। ये बोला मैंने, तो ताली मारो ना। आपका जो भी आपके इस पे रोल पे लगा हुआ है, इज़ वेरी वेरी ब्रिलियंट, ही इज़ ब्रिलियंट। हर मौके पे मतलब उनके लिए ताली मारो जो भी ये कर रहे हैं। ये सीन देखने के बाद दिलीप साहब ने मेरे सामने सुभाष घई साहब से कहा कि लाले बड़ा डेंजरस एक्टर आया है, ही विल गो फार। तो मुझे लगा अब तो ऊपर वाले ने मतलब दिलीप साहब ने मुझे एंडोर्स कर दिया, मुझे दुनिया की कोई ताकत। व्हाट आई एम अगेन एंड अगेन ट्राइंग टू टेल माय यंग फ्रेंड्स इज take chances, be yourself, because when you're yourself then you are the most powerful person on earth. If you're trying to be somebody else, तो you are the weakest person, because आप ना वो बन सकते हो और ना आप अपने आप खुद बन सकते हो। तो आपकी ताकत ही है। मेरे दादाजी एक बार खाना खा रहे थे और खाना खाते खाते आवाज़ कर रहे थे, ऐसे आवाज़ कर रहे थे। मेरी माँ ने कहा बाबूजी क्या कर रहे हो आप, बाबूजी क्या कर रहे हो आप, खाना खाते समय आवाज़ कर रहे हो ऐसे ऐसे करके। तो उन्होंने कहा बेटा मुझे तो मज़ा आ रहा है, प्रॉब्लम तेरी है। सो आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि आप खाना खाना ऐसे बाकी घर वालों को बोलो, बट इफ़ यू आर योर सेल्फ यू विल नेवर बी वीक। जो भी आपकी वीकनेस है वो आप उसको एनलार्ज कर रहे हो। मेरे में बहुत वीकनेस थी, ये तो बड़ा ब्यूटीफुल डिग्निफाइड हेयर स्टाइल है, पर जब मैं बॉम्बे गया था तो आधे बाल यहाँ से निकल रहे थे, आधे बाल यहाँ से निकल रहे थे, आधे बाल यहाँ से निकल रहे थे। मैं जिसको भी बोलता था मैं एक्टर बनने हैं, वो बोलते थे नहीं आप एक काम करो, आप राइटर बन जाओ, असिस्टेंट बन जाओ, एक्टर तो नहीं बन सकते क्योंकि आपके पास बाल नहीं है। बालों का मैंने कहा एक्टिंग से क्या लेना देना। बट इट टुक मी, आई रिमेंबर रामानंद सागर जी के एक असिस्टेंट थे, आई शुड हैव नॉट टेकन द नेम, बट एनीवे एक असिस्टेंट थे, बड़े सीनियर असिस्टेंट थे, और मैं बहुत अपनी फाइल्स वगैरह लेकर जाता था। अपने फ़ोटो वगैरह लेके जाता था, तो उसने मेरे फ़ोटो देखी और मुझे देखा, कहता तू एक काम कर भैया, वो बन जा, राइटर बन जा या असिस्टेंट बन जा, तेरा हीरो एज ए डायरेक्ट एक्टर कुछ नहीं होने वाला। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि मैं कसम खाता हूँ मैं इस स्टूडियो में अब एक्टर बन के ही आऊँगा। एंड दैट्स वाज द ट्रूथ, आई डिड दैट बिकॉज दीज आर द डिसीजन व्हेन यू टेक विद योरसेल्फ ना, इट गिव्स यू लॉट ऑफ स्ट्रेंथ। इट रियली, मेरे सोहनलाल कंवर करके एक फनी इंसिडेंट है। सोहनलाल कंवर करके बड़े फेमस राइटर प्रोड्यूसर डायरेक्टर थे, वो मनोज कुमार साहब के साथ बहुत फिल्में बनाते थे। तो उन्होंने मेरे को बहुत टाइम दिया, मतलब ये देने के लिए, अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। फाइनली उनके ऑफिस से फ़ोन आया राशन की दुकान में कि आज सोहनलाल जी ने आपको 2:30 बजे बुला रहा है। बारिश पड़ रही थी, मैं बारिश से, उनका ऑफिस वर्ली में था, पहुंचा, भीगे। इधर फोटोग्राफ मैंने शर्ट के अंदर रखे थे और अंदर वो राम कदम जी एक राइटर थे, उस तरफ राम कदम जी बैठे थे और सोहनलाल कंवर जी इस तरफ मैं बैठा था, और वो फोटोग्राफ देख रहे थे। बेटा फ़ोटो है तेरे पास? मैंने कहा हाँ जी ये देखिए। और फोटो देख के वैसे कह रहे थे, ओह माई गॉड दिस इज हैं, सी जी हैं, दिस इज़ वेरी गुड, ओह माई गॉड डिफरेंट एक्सप्रेशन, ओह माई गॉड, ऐसे देखते रहे। तो मैंने कहा यहाँ तो मेरा काम हो ही गया। थोड़ी देर बाद बोलते हैं, तू तो ठीक है, जो तेरे पीछे एक्टर है ये कौन है? मैंने कहा जी मर गया लास्ट मंथ। सीरियसली। सो I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm just basically saying that to me what worked in my favor, that's why I have relationships, because I do not pretend to be somebody else. So I have a relationship with him, I have a relationship with her, I have a relationship with so many people, so many journalists, so many friends have been there because I have been trying to be myself. That's the biggest achievement. और आज तो आपको दुनिया बताती है कि आप में कोई कमी है। आपको बताया जाएगा बार बार कि आपके 400 फॉलोअर्स हैं, मेरे 500 फॉलोअर्स हैं। वी आर इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ सोशल मीडिया, कॉन्स्टेंटली यू आर मेड टू फील inferior, constantly made to feel somebody is doing better than you. So where do you draw your strength from? From your own self. मेरे फादर को एजुकेशन बोर्ड में कोई जानता था, तो एक दिन वो 2:30-3 बजे स्कूल आए, DAV स्कूल, और उन्होंने मेरे टीचर से कहा कि मैं अपने बेटे को ले जा सकता हूँ स्कूल से। तो मैंने कहा अरे वाह, पिताजी छुट्टी करवाने आए हैं। तो जब हम मेन रिज मैदान पे पहुँचे तो पिताजी ने कहा कहाँ चलेगा? तो मैंने मन में सोचा कि 2 महीने पहले अल्फ़ा गए थे, वहाँ तो नहीं बोल सकता, वहाँ तो 4 महीने बाद जाना है। तो मैंने कहा नथु स्वीट्स चलते हैं। तो बोले नहीं अल्फ़ा चलेगा। मैंने कहा अल्फ़ा तो अभी गए थे ना पापा। कहते नहीं चलते हैं। तो हम वहाँ गए तो मुझे लगा अब ये 3 चीज़ों में से एक ही चीज़ मंगाएंगे, बिकॉज पॉसिबल नहीं, इतना पैसा नहीं है। मगर उन्होंने अपने लिए भी और मेरे लिए भी मटन समोसा, पाइनएप्पल पेस्ट्री और एस्प्रेसो कॉफ़ी मंगाई।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है, स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Character, the taste of success.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it is a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues, and what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation, and also in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go.
ऑथेंटिसिटी की बात आपने कही है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है अपने लाइफ के एक्सपीरियंस के थ्रू, क्योंकि मैंने वो प्ले देखा, उससे मैं बहुत इफेक्टेड हुआ हूँ, प्रभावित हुआ हूँ. बिकॉज यू डोंट टॉक मच अबाउट योर स्ट्रगल्स, उसका आप मजाक उड़ाते हैं. you don't cry about your problems you faced, your struggles, you laugh about them. जो story आप अपने क्लास 10 के फेलियर और अपने पिताजी ने आपको जो कोई एक शिमला के एक कॉफ़ी शॉप में ले गए और उसमें आपको कोई स्पेशल ट्रीट दी टू सेलिब्रेट योर फेलियर, आप हमेशा उस स्टोरी को रिपीट करते हैं सो दैट यू आर मोटिवेटिंग अदर पीपल टू सेलिब्रेट फेलियर. ये बहुत बड़ी सीख है. इसके बारे में भी आप ज़रूर वो स्टोरी भी शेयर कीजिएगा. मगर एक दूसरा सवाल था मेरा सवाल था कि आज इन टुडेज डे एंड एज nobody wants to be themselves. ये शायद मेरी जनरलाइजेशन है, मेरी जनरेशन की हो सकता है. टू समवन 20 years younger I will feel, oh, you're not trying to be yourself. But maybe when I was 25 years old, maybe I was also not trying to be myself. But what I liked about your play is that आपने अपना सबसे ज़्यादा मजाक तब उड़ाया जब you are not sure of yourself, because you say you got early success. And एक phase आया when you wanted to be someone else which was not the original Anupam Kher. You wanted to play a lead role. इन्होंने in that play he shows a clip of a movie in which you played a lead role. उसमें आपके बाल भी थे, आपका टोपी भी था.
स्वार्थी. हाँ? स्वार्थी. Yeah.
सो आई डिड नॉट नो, मुझे तो पता ही नहीं था स्वार्थी करके फिल्म है. हाँ, किसी को पता नहीं था. आप उसको छुपा सकते थे.
मुझे स्वार्थी का VSH
Has anybody seen स्वार्थी?
VCD लाके
स्वार्थी
आपको 500 रुपया भी देता हूँ.
अच्छा, तो बात यह है कि आप उसको छुपा भी सकते थे. हर आदमी अपने विकिपीडिया प्रोफाइल के बारे में सोचता है कुछ गलत ना आ जाए, मेरे लेगेसी में कुछ नेगेटिव ना आ जाए, मेरे सिर्फ पॉजिटिव्स बने, मेरी पॉजिटिव प्रेजेंटेशन हो, मैं सिर्फ अचीवर बनूं, मेरी लाइफ स्टोरी एक ट्रैजेक्टरी में चले. मगर आपने अपने प्ले में जिसमें आपने अपने लाइफ की पूरी मतलब एक्टिंग की, उसमें आपने वो स्वार्थी फिल्म का शॉट दिखा दिया. एंड यू मेड फन ऑफ वॉट यू वर लुकिंग लाइक ऑन टीवी. आपने बोला मैं एक्टर बनना चाहता था. And you had this actress with you. You were doing some song and dance performance also. आप वो शशि कपूर टाइप एक्टिंग कर रहे थे. आपने मजाक उड़ाया. You said I was very bad in it. You also spoke about your failures as a businessman. ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि along the time, and these are two great people, you know, you and Amitabh Bachchan, around the same time, आपने कहा कि अमिताभ बच्चन ने ABCL शुरू की और आपको लगा आप भी अपना स्टूडियो बनाएंगे. आपने भी इन्वेस्टर्स ले, आपने भी करोड़ों की इन्वेस्टमेंट की, आपका भी फेलियर हुआ. अमिताभ बच्चन के फेलियर के बारे में दुनिया जानती है. सबको अनुपम खेर के फेलियर के बारे में नहीं पता है. सबको पता है कि अमिताभ बच्चन बिटवीन द एज ऑफ 50 and 55 wanted to start a ABCL and he was a colossal failure. But Amitabh Bachchan does not talk about it much. I'll be very frank. But Anupam Kher talks about it. Anupam Kher shows the shot of his failures. You spent 25% of your life story that day on stage on your failures when you were not the Anupam Kher you are today, or which you were originally. Tell the audience about that in the context of the need to be authentic. आप जैसे हैं, you should be happy with yourself as you are.
So I think, Arnab, the world tries to frighten you with what you think are your shortcomings. आपकी जो shortcomings हैं, दुनिया आपको उससे डराने की कोशिश करती है. पर अगर आप दुनिया को वो शॉर्टकमिंग्स बता दो कि मुझ में ये कमज़ोरी है, मुझ में ये कमज़ोरी है, मुझे अंग्रेज़ी नहीं आती, मेरे बाल निकल गए, मेरा एक कंधा बड़ा है, मेरा एक कंधा छोटा है, मैं 2004 में ऑलमोस्ट बैंकरप्ट हो गया था, तो दुनिया आपको किस चीज़ से डराएगी? किसी भी चीज़ से नहीं डरा सकती, क्योंकि आपने तो खुद ही बोल दिया. दूसरी बात, when you do that, it liberates you. When I make fun of myself, that is the biggest formula for strength. Because pretentious, I will find it very difficult to pretend. I'll find it very difficult to lie. I cannot lie. I can lie to the world, but how can I lie to myself? I made a film called Tanvi the Great. I worked for it for 4 years. 4 years. I really, really worked very hard. I put my life into it. Those were the 4 best years of my life. Best years. Somehow the film released on the same day as Sayara. And Sayara came as a tsunami. It's a parent production, Yash Raj production is like my family. It completely wiped out Tanvi the Great. उससे पहले we had opened the film in Cannes Film Festival. We did the world premiere there. We went to London. We went to Mr. De Niro's. We went to New York where De Niro sir came to see the play. We showed the film to President of India. We showed the film to Army Chief. We went to show the film to NDA. The film was loved by everybody, every single person. And we were tracking ahead on the Ormax thing. But it was a love story and very well made love story. It did not. Now everybody felt very, especially Shubhangi. For her it was her debut role like mine in Saransh. So everybody, I was also felt very bad. I said, yaar, ye to bada bura hua, because we had taken the money from my friends because the investor walked out of the project one month advance. So it was made. तो अब दो तरीके थे, या तो छुप जाओ. तो मेरे को सबने कहा कि अब क्या करें, अब क्या करें. मैंने कहा स्कूलों में दिखाओ. तो वी showed it to 40,000 children in the various schools because the film in itself was very good. Then सबने कहा कि इसको जहाँ पैसे मिल रहे हैं जिस OTT प्लेटफॉर्म से उधर बेच दो, थोड़े से पैसे तो मिलेंगे. I said no, it must go to a very respected OTT platform because it should reach the audiences. So we did a deal with Amazon Prime, and now it's been there for the last 13 days, and it's trending and on every single day, and I'm getting the maximum amount of love. So failure होता है, but हम उसको हवा बना देते हैं. क्या होगा, आज माइक काम नहीं करेगा, अर्नब, अगर माइक काम नहीं करेगा, लाइट ऑफ हो जाएगी, तो इवेंट हैज फेल्ड. हम और आप थोड़ा फेल हुए हैं. मैं खड़ा होकर सबसे बात करना शुरू कर दूंगा. तो दुनिया की कोई ताकत मुझको रोक नहीं सकती है एज लॉन्ग एज आई गिव अप. तो उस संदर्भ में मेरे पिताजी ने मुझे 10th स्टैंडर्ड में क्या ज्ञान दिया था. मेरे पिताजी कोई बहुत ही पढ़े लिखे किस्म के इंसान नहीं थे. वॉज जस्ट ए क्लर्क इन द फॉरेस्ट डिपार्टमेंट. तो दो इस कहानी के दो पहलू हैं. एक तो हम 14 लोग साथ में रहते थे, तो 6 महीने में एक बार हम शिमला में एक थोड़ा हाई सोसाइटी का एक रेस्टोरेंट था, उसका नाम था अल्फ़ा रेस्टोरेंट. तो उस अल्फ़ा रेस्टोरेंट में 6 महीने में एक बार मैं, मेरे पिताजी, मेरा छोटा भाई राजू, मेरी माँ, हम चारों अकेले जाते थे. और वहाँ पर फिक्स्ड मेन्यू होता था, मटन समोसा, पाइनएप्पल पेस्ट्री और एस्प्रेसो कॉफ़ी. और ये खाते थे, चारों चुपचाप रहते थे, 1-1.5 घंटा बैठते थे, कोई बात नहीं करता था. बट हमारे लिए वो दिन दिवाली से बड़ा था, होली से बड़ा था, न्यू ईयर से बड़ा था, क्योंकि हम फैमिली के इमीडिएट 4 लोग साथ में बैठे. पिताजी साथ में बैठे, माता जी बैठे, एक दूसरे को देख रहे हैं, इधर उधर देख रहे हैं, कोई इंटेलेक्चुअल नॉर्मल कॉन्वर्सेशन नहीं हो रहा, बट खा रहे हैं. और जब बिल आता था तो पिताजी उसमें 50 पैसे डालते थे, सबको दिखाते हुए, देखो 50 पैसे मैंने डाले हैं. तो अभी 2 महीने पहले हम अल्फ़ा जा चुके थे. अब मेरे मन में था कि अब 4 महीने बाद हमको अल्फ़ा जाना है. इसका दूसरा पहलू इस कहानी का यह है कि शिमला में जब आप बोर्ड एग्ज़ाम देते हो 10th का, तो आपको 2 महीने बाद रिजल्ट आते हैं, तो 2 महीने के लिए आपको 11th में पास बिठा देते हैं. तो आप 11th में बैठते हैं, फिर अगर रिजल्ट आए और आप फेल हो गए तो आपको वापस 10th में लाया जाता है. तो ये बड़ा ह्यूमिलिएटिंग एक्सपीरियंस होता है आमतौर पे. तो भगवान प्रार्थना करते हैं कि आप फेल ना हो. मेरे फादर को एजुकेशन बोर्ड में कोई जानता था, तो एक दिन वो 2:30-3 बजे स्कूल आए, DAV स्कूल, और उन्होंने मेरे टीचर से कहा कि मैं अपने बेटे को ले जा सकता हूँ स्कूल से. तो मैंने कहा अरे वाह, पिताजी छुट्टी करवाने आए हैं. तो जब हम मेन रिज मैदान पे पहुँचे तो पिताजी ने कहा कहाँ चलेगा. तो मैंने मन में सोचा कि 2 महीने पहले अल्फ़ा गए थे, वहाँ तो नहीं बोल सकता, वहाँ तो 4 महीने बाद जाना है. तो मैंने कहा नथु स्वीट्स चलते हैं. तो बोले नहीं, अल्फ़ा चलेगा. मैंने कहा अल्फ़ा तो अभी गए थे ना पापा. कहते नहीं, चलते हैं. तो हम वहाँ गए तो मुझे लगा अब ये 3 चीज़ों में से एक ही चीज़ मंगाएंगे, बिकॉज पॉसिबल नहीं, इतना पैसा नहीं है. मगर उन्होंने अपने लिए भी और मेरे लिए भी मटन समोसा, पाइनएप्पल पेस्ट्री और एस्प्रेसो कॉफ़ी मंगाई. तो मैंने कहा क्या हो गया, आपकी प्रमोशन हो गई है, आपको कुछ लॉटरी लगी है. आप कहते नहीं, खाओ. तो जब खाया और जब बिल आया तो 50 पैसे की जगह 1 रुपया रखा. अब मैं थोड़ा झटका खा गया. मैंने कहा मेरी माँ से लड़ रहे थे कल रात को, आज छोड़ने वाले तो नहीं है उसको, मुझे बता रहे हैं लिटरली. मैंने कहा पापा ये आप क्या कर रहे हो, ये क्यों ऐसा कर रहे हो. तो उन्होंने कहा मैं एजुकेशन बोर्ड गया था तेरा रिजल्ट पता करने, तू फेल हो गया है। मैं फेल हो गया हूँ? तो आप ये क्या कर रहे हो, आप मुझे ये खिला रहे हो सब कुछ? कहते हाँ, जिंदगी में कभी फेल होगा तो तू हमेशा पाइनएप्पल पेस्ट्री, मटन समोसा और एस्प्रेसो कॉफी मंगा लेना। फेलियर इज एन इवेंट, नेवर ए पर्सन। एंजॉय। पुष्कना जी, ही वॉज माई बिगेस्ट फैन। वो मेरे हर फोटो में आ जाते थे। फैन के साथ भी फोटो खिंचाता था ना, तो उसमें साथ में ऐसे खड़े हो जाते थे। पापा क्यों खड़े हो इनके साथ? नहीं नहीं, मेरा फोटो आ रहा है ना उनके साथ। तो जब मोबाइल आया ना, नया नया मोबाइल आया, तो वो ही नेवर लाइक्ड फ्लाइंग, ही ऑलवेज वांटेड टू गो बाय ट्रेन। तो ट्रेन में वो रात को 2:30-3 बजे तो कोई मिलते थे जो ट्रेन में, कहते थे आप कौन है? कहते मैं अनुपम खेर का पिता हूँ। अरे आप अनुपम खेर के पिता, तो ट्रेन में क्यों जा रहे हो? तो मेरे को 2:30 बजे, 2 बजे, 3 बजे फ़ोन आता था। अरे यार बिट्टू, ये मेरा घर का नाम इस बिट्टू, अरे ये जैन साहब बैठे हैं, ये यकीन नहीं कर रहे कि मैं तेरा बहादुर हूँ। तो मैंने कोई बात नहीं पापा, सुबह कर लेंगे यकीन, अब छोड़ दीजिए इसको। नहीं नहीं, बात कर। हाँ जी, हाँ जी, कौन बोल रहा है? मैं अनुपम खेर बोल रहा हूँ। हमें कैसे पता? डायलॉग सुनाइए। तो रात को 2:30 बजे किरण साथ में सोई हुई है, राणा विश्व प्रताप सिंह, डॉक्टर करता था। बिकॉज एक दिन मैंने फ़ोन नहीं उठाया था फादर का, एक दिन फ़ोन नहीं उठाया था, तो उन्होंने मुझे फ़ोन करके बोला था कि यार तू फ़ोन नहीं उठाता तो मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता। तो मैंने उनसे कहा कि डैड हम डिसाइड कर लेते हैं एक टाइम, आप चाहे मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ हुआ, चाहे मैं किसी के साथ हूँ, मैं उठा लूँगा, टाइम डिसाइड करो। कहते बोले सुबह 8 बजे। तो सुबह 8 बजे उनका फ़ोन आता था, मेरी माँ का आता है। पर मैं भूल गया कि मैं किसी दिन अमेरिका में होऊंगा, किसी दिन यूरोप में होऊंगा, पर यहाँ तो जब 8 बज जाते थे तो मेरा फ़ोन वहाँ पर आ जाता था। और जब फिर वो क्या करते थे कि पैसे मांगते थे मुझसे, हर फ़ोन के एंड में मुझसे पैसे मांगते थे। और तो मैंने कहा पापा आपकी पेंशन है, मैं आपको हर महीने भेजता हूँ, आप भी मुझे पैसे मत मांगा करो, मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगता। अच्छा ठीक है ठीक है। मैंने कहा इनफैक्ट आपने अगर मुझसे पैसे मांगे ना तो मैं पहले वाले भी नहीं भेजूँगा। सो उन्होंने एक नया तरीका सोचा। उन्होंने क्या करते, पूरी कॉन्वर्सेशन हो जाए, फिर एंड में कहें और सुन, वो जो मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूँ वो सुनाई दे रहा है ना? बट आफ्टर ही पास्ड अवे वी डिड his prayer ceremony as a celebration of his life rather than mourning of his death. तो एक तो हमने बॉम्बे में की थी, हमने सबको बोला था कि रंग बिरंगे कपड़े पहन कर आओ, फिर मैंने एक रॉक बैंड मंगाया था वगैरह वगैरह, क्योंकि मेरी माँ और मेरे पिताजी 59 साल तक मैरिड थे और मैं नहीं चाहता था कि 59 साल के शादी हो तो आप सिर्फ हस्बैंड नहीं खोते हो या वाइफ नहीं खोते हो, आप दोस्त खोते हो, पार्टनर खोते हो, एक हैबिट खोते हो। तो आई वॉन्टेड माई मदर टू फील she was married to somebody, even though he was a clerk, but somebody good. So I called all my friends and I told them my funniest stories of my father. Everybody was rolling down on the ground, and on that night my mother told me, thank you तूने इनकी prayer meeting ऐसे celebrate की. I think I was married to a great man. So that was fantastic. तो जब उनकी prayer meeting हमने शिमला में की तो prayer meeting ख़त्म हो गई, जिसको चौथा या 13वीं बोलते हैं। अब सब लोग चले गए तो 20 परिवार के लोग बैठे हुए हैं। तो मैं उनके पास जाके कहा, मैंने कहा प्रेयर सेरेमनी ख़त्म हो गई, आप लोग चलिए। कहते नहीं, हम आपको बताना चाहते हैं कि पिछले 15 साल से आपके पिताजी हमारा घर चला रहे हैं। तो वो जो पैसा मांगते थे ना, दैट वाज फॉर दोज फैमिलीज। सो व्हेन यू आर सराउंडेड बाय सच पीपल, ऑल्सो आई फाइंड, सॉरी आई एम मेकिंग दिस आंसर लॉन्गर, ऑल्सो आई फाइंड inspiration in common people, in normal people. I find the source of inspiration. Everybody can inspire you. The gentleman who came to pick me up from Republic, he was insistent कि नहीं आप इसी, मैं बीच में बोला था कि चल मेट्रो से चलते हैं, बहुत टाइम लग रहा है। I was coming by metro. हम वो नेवी नगर से मेट्रो लेने वाले थे, मेट्रो फिर उन्होंने कहा नहीं 2 बार चेंज करनी पड़ेगी, फिर वहाँ से आपको गाड़ी पे। His sincerity was something inspirational. The person who takes, there is so many sources of inspiration in life that you suddenly feel there is so much to do in life. और ये Life is very beautiful, to be very honest. It's very beautiful. And we are lucky we are born in this country. And I mean it. मैं दुनिया के ऑलमोस्ट हर शहर में गया हूँ और न्यूयॉर्क में तो मैं 3 साल रहा भी हूँ. जो स्वाद, जो अपनापन, कितना ही कुछ कह लें लोग, भारतवर्ष में है ना, वो कहीं भी नहीं आपको मिल सकता है. जो आज़ादी, जो सुख, जो भाईचारा, जो सुकून, जो अपनापन, जो कुछ करने की गुजारिश, जो कुछ बनने की जो आपकी आकांक्षा है, वो इस देश में सबसे ज़्यादा है और आपकी मेहनत को सराहा जाएगा. So I'm happy to be born in India. It's such a beautiful country.
Question everybody wants to know. Tell us about your relationship with your mother. ये जो वीडियोस आप बना रहे हैं, कितने साल हो गए इसके? ये इसकी शुरुआत कैसे हुई? इससे दिस इज़ ब्रिंगिंग अ लॉट ऑफ जॉय टू पीपल्स लाइव्स. बहुत लोग ये भी कहते हैं अनुपम खेर का कि कैसी रिलेशनशिप है, एक तरह से सब लोग आइडेंटिफाई भी करते हैं.
नहीं, उसके बड़ा फर्क पड़ा है.
मेरी मदर भी देखती हैं वही वीडियोस.
करेक्ट.
हाँ, तो आप बताइए ये कैसे बना. और ये
वही था कि जब मेरे फादर चल बसे तो मैं नहीं चाहता था कि हमारी मदर इस बात का उनको अभाव नजर. ऑफ कोर्स जो चला जाता है वो चला जाता है, उससे तो कुछ नहीं कर सकते आप, मगर शी शुड फील लाइक ए क्वीन बिकॉज शी इज़. सो जब मैंने डिसाइड किया कि मैं किराए के मकान में रहूँगा तो, और मदर को नहीं बताया, मदर को आज तक नहीं बताया. 2 चीज़ें आज तक नहीं बताई है कि सतीश कौशिक जा चुका है, मदर को आज तक नहीं बताया, और मैंने मकान किराए का लिया, आज तक नहीं बताया. आई टेल हर समथिंग विच इज़ नॉट राइट, विच विल गिव हर ग्रीफ. सो एक दिन मैंने उनसे कहा, आज से 7-8 साल पहले, मैंने कहा माता जी आपकी तो ऐश हो गई, अभी आपके बेटे अच्छे कर रहे हैं, आपको आप पटरानी की तरह, महारानी की तरह बैठते हो, अभी कुछ चाहिए लाइफ में? तो मुझे लगा आप नहीं बोलेगी, कुछ नहीं चाहिए. बोलती हैं कि मैं सारी ज़िंदगी शिमला में किराए के मकान में रही हूँ, मुझे वहाँ मेरा मकान चाहिए. मैंने कहा वी डोंट लिव देयर. कहते नहीं, एक सिम्बॉलिकली मुझे वहाँ घर चाहिए ताकि मैं कहूँ वहाँ जाके 2 महीने रहूँगी और मैं दुनिया से कहूँगी कि मैं इस घर की मालकिन हूँ. मुझे मालकिन की फीलिंग आनी चाहिए. मैंने कहा ये भी घर आपका, ये राजू का घर, मेरा घर नहीं, यहाँ ये तुम्हारा है, मालकिन की फीलिंग नहीं आती. सो मैंने एक ब्रोकर को बोला कि भाई एक घर ढूंढ, कहती 1 बेडरूम हॉल चाहिए और कुछ नहीं चाहिए. मैंने कहा ढूंढ भाई, और उसको मत बताना कि अनुपम खेर ढूंढ रहा है, अननेसेसरी भाव बढ़ जाएगा जो भी है. तो उसने फाइनली एक घर देखा जो मुझे दिखाता था फेस टाइम पे ब्रोकर, मुझे पसंद. तो एक घर उसने देखा विच वॉज एक्चुअली एन 8 बेडरूम हॉल, बट 1 बेडरूम हॉल की एंट्रेंस पीछे से थी. मैंने कहा ये अच्छा, ये पहाड़ नज़र आ रहे हैं सामने से, शी विल फील वेरी हैप्पी अबाउट इट. तो फिर वो फिक्स हो गया. और मेरी जो उसने मेरे मकान मालिक, अच्छा जिस मकान में वो रहता था उसमें वो बंदा जो रह रहा था, जिसने बेच रहा था, वो अपनी माँ के लिए वहाँ रह रहा था. सो हिज मदर हैड डाइड, सो ही वांटेड टू शिफ्ट टू ऑस्ट्रेलिया. सो ही वेटेड टिल हिज मदर वाज अलाइव. अब उसको पता लगा कि ये अपनी माँ के लिए कोई घर ले रहा है, तो उसने कहा मेरी बात कराओ, ऐसा कौन सा इंसान है जो अपनी माँ के लिए घर ले रहा है. तो मैंने फ़ोन उठा लिया जब उसने कहा जी बात करना चाहते हैं. तो मैंने बात करी, मैंने कहा आप अपनी माँ के लिए ले रहे हो तो मैं आपको 20% डिस्काउंट देना चाहता हूँ. 1 मिनट, आपकी आवाज़ जानी पहचानी है, आप कौन है? मेरे को बोलता है. मैंने कहा मैं दीनदयाल बोल रहा हूँ. नहीं. फिर मैंने उसको कहा, कहता ये बाकी के कमरे, मैंने कहा कहता आप किसको देंगे? कहता देखेंगे किसी. मैंने कहा एक बार दिखाओ मुझे. तो ही showed me, then I told the broker take all the 8 rooms because it's not right. Then उन्होंने कहा नहीं आपकी आवाज़. फिर मैंने उसको फाइनली कहा कि I'm अनुपम खेर, 20% और रिबेट because I'm a great admirer. But when I told my mother कि उस घर में 8 बेडरूम हैं तो पागल हो गई और मेरे गुस्से हो गई. 8 बेडरूमों की मैं लाइट कैसे ऑफ करूँगी, नलका कैसे बंद करूँगी, तू पागल हो गया है. So I decided one day, she was talking to me and she was making sense, something like that. नेटिव विजडम जो माँ बाप की होती है. तो मैं ऐसे बैठे बैठे वीडियो बनाया और मैंने वो सोशल मीडिया पे अपने डाला. शी हैज़ नो कैमरा कॉन्शियसनेस. इट वेंट वायरल. तो मेरी भूख, आई थॉट मेरी वजह से तो वायरल हुआ नहीं, मेरी माँ की वजह से वायरल होता हूँ, बनाता हूँ एक और. बट यू नो व्हाट हैज़ हैपेंड इन द लास्ट 7, 8 years now that I'm making videos with her. It has changed a certain section of people who have started looking at their parents differently. It does make a difference. You are, jitne bhi yahan baithe hain, you are only happening if you are careful and if you are loving towards your parents. Otherwise, this whole nonsense about I'm cool, etc. No, if you are very good to your parents, you are cool. If you are honest, you are cool. If you are punctual, you are cool. If you are yourself, you are cool. And start with your parents. I do a comic item. कभी-कभी मेरे कुछ 15-20 लोग बैठे होते हैं, तो I do a small comic item. कि माँ बाप का फ़ोन आता है आपके वर्क प्लेस में. May I take this? हाँ मामा, हाँ पापा, बाद में फ़ोन करता हूँ, अरे बाद में फ़ोन करता हूँ ना, हाँ ठीक है, ओके बाय मॉम, बाय. हाँ ऐसे, अब मोहब्बत का फ़ोन आ गया. या हुआ? Okay. No, that's not true. Don't be ridiculous. No, everybody is around. Okay. Yeah. Okay. आ रहा हूँ. Yeah, what? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. अरे idiot, this person has come in your life maybe 1 month back, 6 months back. You are ruining, नहीं, रिश्ते important है, मोहब्बत important है, but जिन्होंने आपको पैदा करके यहाँ तक लाया है, उनको करें, हाँ बोलो ना, क्या है? The only thing parents need, Arnab, is just half an hour of your attention. And I'm blessed to have my mother. क्या उन्होंने गुजरा है, क्या किया है. So I think it's the biggest blessing that can happen in your life. So my mother's videos plays today I put the video. She has seen Tanvi the Great 6 times. वो मेरे भतीजे पे चिल्ला रही थी कि तू अभी उस पर आ गई है OTT प्लेटफॉर्म पे प्राइम वीडियो, तो चला क्यों नहीं रहा? मैंने चला दी फिर. तो वो ऐसे देख रही है जैसे पहली बार देख रही है. ये मासूमियत, ये इनोसेंस आपको कहाँ से मिलती है? It will be a greatest source of strength if we sort of pay attention to our parents. And I mean it. I genuinely mean it. My mother is a rock star. I always call her Dulari Rocks. She's amazing. I met that day when I hugged your mother in the play. I thought it was such a beautiful feeling. We all have such special people in our lives.
Camera also. I remember my father was 74 years old. One day he called me, where are you? So I said, I am at Asian Heart Hospital. He said, what are you doing at Asian Heart Hospital? I said, my father had a bypass. It is the 3rd day. And he was recovering slowly. So he said, Acha, main aata hu. I thought he won't come. And within 20 minutes, he entered the room. And he spent 1.5 hours making my father laugh. So after that, I was finding it difficult to motivate my dad, to tell him that, oh, it's okay, they've said 2 weeks of recovery. He was not cooperating with the nursing staff to do the physiotherapy. But you had a great impact on him. You had a you had a strange impact on him. I don't think actors or people who are in the lives of ordinary people realize the positive impact they can have on them. And I still have that picture. I think it was just a beautiful moment. You could lift a person, and I think he's having the same impact on all of us. We go away with a good feeling. Because here's a man who has lived his life, and let me tell you, he has had more than his share of trouble in life. But he shares only positive energy, and that's what we absolutely love about you. I think you got it from your mother also.
My father was a very loving man. My mother was walking like this. मेरा भाई पीछे से भाई को नहीं पता था मैं घर पे आया. सीधा चलो. My mother also, when you are old, you put your lips both together. Mubarak ho. So I think it's not only me. I think it's my brother, my bhabi. One of the best people that can happen. Means when you stay with your in-laws and something like that, I think Rima is phenomenal. I think it's, my father used to say the easiest thing in the world is to be good to somebody or to be happy, to make somebody happy. It's the easiest thing. कल किसी का बर्थडे था जो उसने मेरे साथ 20-22 साल पहले एक फिल्म की थी, 20-22 साल पहले. उसका मुझे 5-6 दिन पहले फ़ोन आया कि मेरा बर्थडे है, मुझे सरप्राइज़ दे दो प्लीज़ प्लीज़ प्लीज़. तो मुश्किल था मेरे लिए, प्रॉब्लम थी, मैं कहीं और था, मेरी रिहर्सल चल रही थी, मैं वापस घर जा रहा था. उसने कहा था 5 से 7 के बीच में. तो मैंने एड्रेस धीरे से पढ़ा, उसमें लिखा था मैरियट. तो मुझे लगा मैरियट, उसमें ये नहीं लिखा था कि मैरियट के सामने वाली बिल्डिंग में. सो मैं मैरियट चला गया. तो मैंने कहा यहाँ पर C37 में कोई पार्टी चल रही है. इधर कहता यहाँ तो कोई C37 नहीं है. फिर मैंने उसको फ़ोन किया एंड देन आई रीच्ड हियर. तो उसके घर में हवन चल रहा था. बट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से ही वॉज सो हैप्पी. his mother, his father was a old-time actor. But he was so happy that he sent me a 2-minute message today that how amazing it was to be. So what I did for your father was nothing. I did it for myself. Because because it's a sense of, you need to give courage to people sometimes when they are going through tough times. And your own son can be it may be a little difficult for him to give that courage to him. It needs an outsider. So I felt, मुझे क्या लगता, आधा घंटा लगेगा मुझे पहुंचने तक आपके यहाँ तक, तो इसमें कोई परेशानी की बात नहीं. I'm not trying to say that I'm the best person in the world or something like that, but I try. And as Osho says, if you try, you risk failure. If you don't, you ensure it. It's a beautiful possibility.
I have a message for you from someone special in your family. If I can play that, please. A surprise message for you.
What are you saying? Abhi, मेरे को रुलाना मत.
नहीं, रुलाना नहीं है बस.
मेरे को रोना आता है जब
we thought, you people get to know about you from people around you.
मेरे प्यारे भाई बिट्टू, नमस्कार. आप थोड़ा सा तो सरप्राइज हुए होंगे इस तरह रिपब्लिक टीवी पे मुझे देखकर, मेरा वीडियो देखकर. मुझसे रिपब्लिक टीवी वालों ने कहा कि मैं एक वीडियो बना के दूं जो वो वहाँ पे चलाएंगे अपने रिपब्लिक टीवी पे. आप वहाँ होंगे और वो आप थोड़ा सा सरप्राइज हुए. तो मैं बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ रिपब्लिक टीवी का, जिन्होंने मुझसे ऐसा कहा. मैं आपसे कुछ बातें शेयर करना चाहता हूँ मेरे भाई. सबसे पहले तो मैं आपसे बहुत प्यार करता हूँ. जिंदगी में मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा है आपसे. आप मेरे राम हैं और मैं आपका लक्ष्मण. मैं हर जगह वहां पीछे पीछे आपके चलूंगा जहां आपके कदम चलेंगे. आपसे जिंदगी में बहुत कुछ सीखा. मेहनत कैसे करते हैं, लगन किसे कहते हैं और प्यार कैसे करते हैं, ये सब चीजें मैंने आप ही से सीखी है. माँ बाप की सेवा, भाई बहन से प्यार, दोस्तों से प्यार मोहब्बत, और कभी भी कभी किसी बात का घमंड ना करना. I just want to say thank you, brother, that you have taught me so many things. मैं ज़्यादा बात नहीं कर पाऊँगा because I think I am getting emotional. So I love you and thank you, Republic TV. God bless you all. Namaskar.
This is not aimed at making you emotional. I just feel that what you are as a person is known by people closest to you. Absolutely.
I think the whole credit goes to my brother for being the way he is, or our relationship. I think for him to accept a more successful brother is a very difficult and a very giving thing. And we are thick, touchwood, as two brothers, because both of us have decided that position, money is not important. As children, brothers and sisters are so close to each other. And then something happens when they grow, they become each other's enemies, which is so ridiculous. Means I remember playing with him, so I told Herman, my CEO, and I told Kiran, never ask me how much money, how much help I am giving to my brother. And I must say that Kiran has never, ever asked me what it is like that. I think my parents stay with them because उनके यहाँ बच्चे वगैरह हैं. That's amazing. And he's very giving. He's very much more magnanimous than I am. And that's why I get a little emotional when because we don't express directly, ना. यहाँ उसको बोलने लगा थोड़ी देर के लिए तो उसको वो हो जाएगा. तो I think रिलेशनशिप, हम दोनों शिमला में बैठ के गाने गाते थे, सजन रे झूठ मत बोलो, खुदा के पास जाना है. हम दोनों घूमते थे, हम दोनों इतने थिक थे. और फिर मैंने देखा 4-4, 3-3 भाइयों को, बहनों को एक दूसरे का ऑलमोस्ट खून करते हुए. ऐसा नहीं. आई एम लकी टू हैव अ ब्रदर लाइक हिम. इन फैक्ट when he was diagnosed with cancer, it was so strange. I got both important news of my life on the same day. I was shooting in London, England, outside London, and 8 o'clock I got a news that I have got the Padma Shri. So somebody from the Home Ministry called up. So I was very thrilled because I was not expecting at all anything like that. 2004. And और उसी दिन 12 बजे मेरा भाई उसके ब्लैडर के अंदर उसकी कोई सिस्ट थी और वो देखने गया था, चेक करने गया था. तो 12 बजे उसका फ़ोन आया कि हाँ, सिस्ट इज़ मैलिग्नेंट. तो I could not for 3 hours also I could not enjoy the fact that I got it. And then I came to Bombay and he was being taken in for the operation. And I still remember that he was getting into the elevator and he was going to be operated. He saw me and he did this to me. Everything will be all right. So if you see life in visuals, if you go back to see your life with your brothers and sisters as children, you will see so many images which are so beautiful, which are so amazing. And then how does that thing change? Anyway, और बताइए.
How come you are transparent? You know, I have interviewed many actors and सबका एक mask होता है. In the sense that they, especially the superstars, you know, that's why I've stopped interviewing actors. For the last 8-9 years, I don't interview any actors. Besides people, I look at you as a person. Because there's a mask. You expect to be treated in a certain way. Then if you are asked normal questions like when will you retire, I once remember, मैं मुंबई आया था, मैं जानता नहीं था, एक बहुत बड़े एक्टर थे जो उस समय 45 साल के थे और आज भी वो कभी 20 साल हो गए, अभी भी 55 साल के ही हैं. तो उनको मैंने पूछा कि when will you retire? And the person got very angry. मुझे पता ही नहीं था. And then they wrote a blog on Rediff that today's reporters don't show respect. What kind of a question is this? And I've interviewed many actors, including some I really admire, including Amitabh Bachchan 2-3 times. But I've always found like a line. और आप बहुत transparent हैं. Are you different? Because I've not found another actor who opens up on their life as much as you do.
Not wanting to sort of pass a judgment on actors.
No, generally.
No, I'm just saying that. I'm just trying to reframe my this thing.
Yeah.
I think they do it to remain powerful, and my being completely transparent is my power.
Oh, that's wonderfully said. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah,
that's true.
I am. My power is that I'm who I am, and I'm proud to be the fact. मुझे कुछ छुपाने को नहीं है, और छुपा के मैं क्या कर लूँगा? Unfortunately, इस profession में कभी-कभी लगता है, but I think it really liberates you if you are yourself if you're vulnerable.
Yeah.
Because it is your vulnerability which makes me. It's my vulnerability which makes me still wanting to give my best to my performances.
Yes, superb.
If I become a certain kind of a person, it will show in my performance. I am doing, every decade, 4 decades, I have done 4 different plays. When I got into movies, I did a play called Salgira with Kiran. Then I did a play called Kuch Bhi Ho Sakta Hai. For 20 years, I'm still doing it. Then I did a play called मेरा वो मतलब नहीं था. This decade I decided to do a play because the play makes me frightened. Because उसमें 1.5-2 घंटे की लाइनें याद करनी है. It's called जाने पहचाने अनजाने. तो I think मैं वो ना होता as an actor if I was not transparent. I am still lucid, I am still learning, and I am still have a possibility of doing better. अगर मैं एक जामा पहन लूँ, मैं एक मास्क पहन लूँ, जिसको मास्क जो कहते हैं, जो मास्क नहीं होता मगर मास्क होता है, तो वही एक्सप्रेशन नज़र आएंगे जो उस चेहरे, जो उस मास्क पर बने हुए हैं. और रोना आना, वल्नरेबल होना, ये तो सबसे बड़ी आपका गहना है एज एन एक्टर. दैट मीन्स आप स्टिल, आपके अंदर एक दिल जो है वो धड़क रहा है, जो रियल है. और मेरे फादर, वी विल, आई विल टेल दिस स्टोरी एंड देन
यस प्लीज.
So my father, unfortunately, got a disease. We are talking about fathers today. कि उनको ऐसी एक बीमारी हो गई, unfortunately, कुछ पता नहीं क्या खाने से, एंटीबायोटिक्स वगैरह खाने से, कि उनके लिए खाना जो था वो रेत हो गया और पानी जो था वो तेज़ाब हो गया. तो खाना खाते थे, उनको लगता था रेत उनके मुँह, तो वो बड़े वायलेंटली मना करते थे. और पानी पीते तो ऐसा लगता था तेज़ाब वो पी रहे हैं, एसिड पी रहे हैं, तो फेंकते. तो ये ऑलमोस्ट स्टार्व टू डेथ. तो फिर डॉक्टर्स के पास उन्होंने, पहले उनको डॉक्टर्स के नली से खाना देते थे. देन दे सेड टेक हिम होम. एंड ही वाज विद माय ब्रदर एंड आई हैड टोल्ड माय ब्रदर, इफ माय फादर वांट्स टू से समथिंग ever or wants to communicate with me, just call me wherever I am. So I remember I was at some place at Goa, we were traveling, and my brother के 5-6 missed calls थे. तो मैंने उसको कहा, उसने कहा he wants to say something. So I ran back, I sort of took a flight, went there. So he was lying down, very skeleton, very thin, and there was a paper on his chest and a pen. And he looked at me and he had a very naughty glint in his eyes, and he hit the thing and he started writing something on that paper. And he wrote for almost 10 मिनट 15 मिनट, ऐसा लगा आधा घंटा लिखते जा रहे हैं और मुझे भी देखते जा रहे हैं. और फाइनली उन्होंने ऐसे पेपर फेंक दिया, बिकॉज उनकी शक्ति नहीं थी. और अब उन्होंने मुझे कहा कि ये पेपर उठाओ और पढ़ो मैंने क्या लिखा, मतलब इशारों से. तो मैंने पेपर उठाया. नाउ ही इज़ लुकिंग एट मी कि जो मैंने लिखा है इसका जवाब दे. तो मैंने पेपर में सिर्फ लाइन्स थी. There were no words because he did not have the energy to write the sentence or write the words. So I looked at it, I gave a very casual, मतलब generalized answer. I said, हाँ पापा बिल्कुल, of course, क्या बातें कर रहे हो, हाँ बिल्कुल, ऐसे कुछ. तो he got a little disappointed. Then he called me to his mouth and I took my ear very close to his mouth. And for a person who was going to die in the next 20 minutes, his last 2 words were, live life. So how can you not listen to your dying father and not live life? So that's what I think makes it I don't know, means I get angry, as I told you, I get upset, I get demoralized. But I think अगर आप किसी चीज़ को काम से, दिल से करो, ऑनेस्टी से करो, उसका परिणाम आपको ज़रूर मिलता है और बहुत मज़ा आता है. मैं 37 रुपये लेके गया था अर्नब. मैं अपनी अमीरी को उस 37 रुपये से गिनता हूँ. मेरे जब बहुत बुरे दिन आते हैं तो मैं सोचता हूँ, अरे आज के मुकाम में मैं तो करोड़पति हूँ. मैं आपके ऑफिस में बैठा अपनी ज़िंदगी की कहानी सुना रहा हूँ. आई एम द लकीएस्ट मैन ऑन अर्थ. आई एम द लकीएस्ट मैन बिकॉज गॉड हैज़ गिवन मी सो मच. कितना दिया है 550 फिल्में करने की ताकत अभी भी लगाऊं. अभी भी बोलता हूँ लेजेंड मत बुलाओ, लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड नहीं चाहिए, पद्मश्री, पद्म भूषण, इतने सारे अवार्ड्स मिलते चले जा रहे हैं. आई एम हम्बल्ड, बट आई एम वांटिंग टू डू मोर एंड मोर. बट द लाइफ दैट यू हैव डेल्ट विद और यू स्पेंट शुड टीच यू, एंड इट हैज टॉट मी that being humble is beautiful, that being transparent is beautiful, being a good man is very wonderful, it's very important. तो आई थिंक कभी कभी इंटरव्यू देते वक्त आपको अपने क्या आपने सीखा है वो एक इंटरव्यू देते वक्त आता है. एंड बिकॉज यू आर अ ग्रेट लिसनर, सो आपसे दिल खोल के बात की जा सकती है.
I always wait for his message every 7th of March.
Yeah.
और problem होता है कि most often 90% of the time he wishes me before I wish him.
Yes.
This time I broke the record.
Yes.
And every 7th of March on my birthday he sends me a motivational audio. This year was special, he sent me a video. You have had a great impact on this network and the building of Republic. I remember when I left Times Now, the channel which we founded, and one day I went to meet him in his studio in Actor Prepares, and I spoke to him. And then while coming down the stairs, he said, "Arnab, एक challenge करते हैं, दोनों still रहते हैं, कि देखते हैं कितने समय के लिए still रहे."
Right.
We both stayed statue. I don't know why we did this. It was a crazy thing we did, and you recorded the whole thing.
Yeah.
Then he asked me, "Can I do anything for you?" Nobody asks anybody that. I just went to tell you that I want to do something on my own, and you said, "Can I do anything for you?" So I came back, I asked Charu, what can we do, what can he do? And then he came up with an idea, and he did 13 episodes of a program without charging 1 rupee from me. Anupam Kher doing a program. What was it called? It was called Manzile Aur Bhi Hai. And we used to go inside. You went to, with your name, you would enter Kangana Ranaut's house. You would enter some celebrity's house. It was a great show that you did. I wanted to thank you for that. You've touched our life in many ways, many, many ways. There's one more message. One more message for you. Can we play one more message from a friend of yours? Yeah.
Hi अनुपम, आज तुमसे ऐसे बातें करते हुए कई बातें मुझे याद आ जाती हैं. Very fond memories of our friendship. मुझे याद आता है हमारा
This was the person I said died.
When we joined the National School of Drama. 3 साल का कोर्स हमने साथ में किया. साथ में कई कोर्स के नाटकों में, कई कोर्स के प्रोजेक्ट्स में साथ में काम किया. और सबसे बड़ी बात कि हम हॉस्टल में एक साथ एक कमरे में रहे 3 सालों तक. We were roommates for all these 3 years. कितनी सारी fond memories. मुझे याद आता है हमारा बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट करना, केक की जगह वो बेसन के लड्डू पर मोमबत्ती लगाकर बर्थडे सेलिब्रेट करना अपने दोस्तों के साथ. बंगाली मार्केट, उसका चाट, साथ में चाय पीना, सप्रो हाउस में नाश्ता करना, ऐसी कई यादें हैं. गांधी साहब के यहाँ घंटों तक बैठकर बातें करना, ये भी याद आता है. और सबसे बड़ी बात ये कि यू यूज्ड टू डायरेक्ट माय एक्टिंग पीसेस फॉर आवर एक्टिंग एग्जाम. तब से तुम्हारा ये डायरेक्शन का जो नेक है ना, वो उजागर हो गया था, which has blossomed now. Besides admiring your brilliant talent and brilliant various performances, एक और चीज जो मुझे बहुत अच्छी लगती है is your never say die attitude. तुम हार नहीं मानते हो, तुमने हारना नहीं सीखा है. And you are not afraid of failures. You take your failures in your stride and move on. And आगे बढ़ के वो अचीव करते हो जो तुम करना चाहते हो. And behind all this, behind this aura is a very sensitive and a very simple man, a friend who is just a phone call away. I am very happy that अपनी फ्रेंडशिप मुंबई में भी उसी तरह से बरकरार रही है. बहुत अच्छा लगता है. I am very happy to be your friend. It's a privilege and a pleasure to have you as a friend, Anupam. Wish you the very best always.
So मैं ये थे वो एक्टर, ये मेरे रूममेट थे जिनके बारे में मैंने सोहनलाल कंवर को कहा था कि ये मर गए पिछले महीने. ये मेरे दोस्त थे वो. आनंद हैज़ बीन अ ग्रेट. आनंद हमारे स्कूल क्लास में सबसे रिच आदमी था. इसकी वजह से हमने बड़ी बड़ी गाड़ियाँ देखी थी. हम इसको, मैं और सतीश कौशिक इसको एयरपोर्ट पे छोड़ने जाते थे, क्योंकि क्लास के बाकी स्टूडेंट जो थे या तो बस से जाते थे या ट्रेन से जाते थे. आनंद वॉज द ओनली पर्सन हु यूज्ड टू गो बाय एयर फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू अहमदाबाद. एंड देन व्हेन आई वेंट टू हिज हाउस इन अहमदाबाद फर्स्ट टाइम, जब ये आया था हमारे शिमला में, तो पूरा हमारा मोहल्ला लेने गया था इसको. जब मैं गया तो इसकी वो प्लेमाउथ करके गाड़ी होती है, तो प्लेमाउथ या क्या बोलते हैं, और लंबी सी जो गाड़ी होती है, हाँ, वो गाड़ी लेने आई थी, ये खुद भी नहीं आया था लेने मेरे को। इसके एलिस ब्रिज पे इसका घर था, वाइट हाउस। तो मुझे नौकर ने कहा कि आपका कमरा, मैंने कहा मेरा कमरा क्यों, मैं तो आनंद के कमरे में। कहते नहीं आप अपने कमरे में। तो आई फेल्ट, तो उसका जो एक इंटरेस्टिंग किस्सा ये कि उनका ड्राइंग रूम वहाँ से लेकर उधर तक था। तो मेरे को अंग्रेज़ी आती नहीं थी, उसके फादर वॉज ए वेरी वेल नोन कार्डियोलॉजिस्ट डॉक्टर नरेंद्र देसाई, एंड वो सूट पहन के आते थे। तो वो सूट पहन के उनकी एक पर्टिकुलर जगह थी, वो वहाँ बैठ गए और मैं वहाँ बैठ गया। नॉट आई शुड हैव गॉन नेक्स्ट टू हिम, और वो डॉक्टर थे तो आहिस्ता आहिस्ता बोलते थे। तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा, एंड आनंद इज़ नर्वस दैट माई फादर इज़ मीटिंग माई फ्रेंड हु इज़ अ देहाती। तो उन्होंने कहा, सो हाउ वाज योर जर्नी। तो अभी मैं सीख गया हूँ, बोलते हैं पार्डन, एक्सक्यूज़ मी, सॉरी। उन दिनों मेरे को पता नहीं था, हाउ वाज योर जर्नी। हाँ जी हाउ वाज योर जर्नी, परसों सुबह। अच्छा, आर यू कंफर्टेबल हियर। हाँ जी, आर यू कंफर्टेबल हियर, परसों सुबह। But we have been very good friends, and yeah, it's so amazing. It's so amazing. It's a horrible thing to do, to make your friends talk to you about your life, because suddenly the whole life comes a full circle. We were 3 rooms, 3 years we were in the same room. Yeah.
Last question. इसको सोच समझ के देखिए,
मैंने आज तक कोई सवाल में आपको ऐसा लगा?
नहीं, मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि many people will say, it's a great life, it's lot of learning, but अभी time different है. This is a general observation. So suppose अनुपम खेर, you were born in 1997 और आप आज 28 साल के होते हैं। जैसे आप सारांश जब आपको मिली 1984 या 83 में, तो आप 28 इयर्स के थे। अगर आप 1955 में नहीं, 1997 में आपकी बर्थ होती और आप आज 28 साल के होते, इन दिस OTT वर्ल्ड, इन द वर्ल्ड ऑफ धुरंधर एंड पंचायत, और आप 28 साल के होते तो, और आप शिमला से आते, चलिए 37 रुपये नहीं, 3,000 रुपये, 7,000, 10,000 रुपये लेकर आप मुंबई पहुंचते, तो कैसा होता? हाउ वुड थिंग्स पैन आउट? हाउ वुड थिंग्स बी? दैट्स माई ओनली लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू यू सर। थैंक्स।
अगर मैं 1997 में पैदा होता और थोड़े ज़्यादा पैसे लेके आता, तो 41 साल बाद फिल्मों में रहने के 41 साल बाद मैं रिपब्लिक के स्टेज पर नहीं बैठा होता। वो टाइम अलग था, वो भूख अलग थी, बहुत भूखा था में अंदर, वो भूख अभी भी है। अगर ये जो, विद ऑल माई लव एंड देयर आर फैंटास्टिक एक्टर्स इन टुडेज टाइम, बट द आइडिया इज, विल दे सर्वाइव फॉर 41 ईयर्स? दैट इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग। इट्स टफ फॉर देम, बिकॉज आज कंपटीशन बहुत है। आप अपने लास्ट परफॉर्मेंस से जाने जाते हैं। आज की जो जनरेशन है वो बेचारे एंजॉय करते नहीं हैं। वी हैव एंजॉयड, वी हैव हैड 2 eras, बिफोर मोबाइल एंड आफ्टर मोबाइल। हमने रिश्ते बनाए हैं। मेकअप वैन्स नहीं होती थी, तो हम पेड़ के नीचे, मैं, मिथुन, जैकी, अनिल, सब लोग मेकअप करते थे, बातचीत, तो रिश्ते बनाते थे, बातचीत होती थी। आजकल लोगों के मैनेजर्स हैं, लोगों के मीडिया मैनेजर्स हैं, ये मैनेजर हैं, बॉडीगार्ड्स हैं, फलाना दिमका है, उनको दूसरे रिश्ते, दूसरे किसी को एक्टर से रिश्ता बनाना नहीं आता। और ऑडियंस के पास यंत्र है ये मोबाइल, वो पहले 10 मिनट में देख के बोलते थे बकवास, मैसेज भेजना शुरू कर देते हैं। बट एवरीबडी हैज़ दिस ओन लाइफ, and why am I thinking that I am not born in 97? I will be a relevant actor all my life, because I am a relevant person. I do not carry the burden of Anupam Kher on my shoulders. I am a newcomer. I will start my life from today. I learn so much from people, from this thing. As long as you learn from people, as long as you are alive in terms of as a person, as long as you can listen to your father saying, live life, as long as your grandfather can tell you when you are very poor, the cheapest luxury is available is happiness. As long as you remember what father told you, that failure is an event, never a person, there is no difference that is going to be happening for Anupam Kher who came in 1981 or 1997.
That's the best learning कि आप में अभी भी वही भूख है. You have hunger, you have enthusiasm, you have positivity. But more importantly, Anupam Kher ji, I want to thank you for sharing so much from your heart with us. By going, जो आजकल के language में कहते हैं, no filter with Anupam Kher. I think we've enjoyed it. Have you enjoyed this session, everyone? What do we give him? A round of applause? A bigger round of applause? Sir, every time meeting you, I learn something. And every time I meet you, I feel there's a long way to go in our friendship as well. Thank you very much.
There is a certain amount of sincerity, love that you have for me. And that really plays a very important role. You genuinely like me very much. And we don't talk to each other but we are like a pause button on a tape recorder. The relationship starts where you left that. So that also depends a lot. I was totally myself, beautifully candid, no filter, because of you and because of my love and respect for everybody who works for you over here or works with you.
Works with me. This whole network loves you and the country loves you as well. Very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you special to the front row people. They were so...
She went for...
Yes, they were so wonderful. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Because आप लोग मेरी वो पीछे वाले तो फिर भी एक दो बार बीच में उबासी लेने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, मगर जितनी शिद्दत से आपने मेरी बातें सुनी, मैं उसके लिए आपका तहे दिल से शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir, for being yourself and inspiring us as always. On behalf of Republic Media Network, we thank all of you here for joining us for this very special edition of Legends.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट, ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े,
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े.
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ.
8 मिनट में तैयार.
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला.
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up. Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion, and I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out, and of course there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, RS-20.
Hello and welcome viewers. We are cutting into a very big breaking news that we are getting at this point in time, where Iran has revealed the name of the plane, that it was in fact intercepted and downed by the Iranian regime. The IRGC has claimed that it was in fact US's C-130 support plane that was downed in Isfahan. Now viewers, a while ago we told you that Iran had claimed that it intercepted and downed a rescue aircraft in south of Isfahan, and now Iran is saying that the plane downed was in fact C-130 support plane. So this is a big news that we are getting. Earlier there was a confusion regarding the type of plane which was downed and intercepted as per the Iranian claims, but now it is coming out, in fact Iran coming out and claiming that it was C-130 Hercules US plane which was intercepted and downed by Iran. So of course this current flashpoint started on 3rd of April where F-15E Strike Eagle was shot down over western Iran, and in fact A-10 Warthog was also damaged. And now viewers, another big breaking news that we are tracking at this point in time, in fact, which happened earlier, that a strike took place near the Bushehr nuclear facility in Iran, raising fresh concerns about nuclear risks in this war in West Asia. Now remember, Iran has come out with a very strict and stringent statement saying that it is only going to escalate and it will not harm Tehran, but it will impact greatly the GCC capitals. We have a full report. Take a look. Tensions in West Asia are now once again spiraling, with fresh fears now emerging over nuclear safety after a reported strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Iran informed the watchdog International Atomic Energy Agency that a projectile struck close to the nuclear facility, marking the 4th such incident in recent weeks. One member of the site's physical protection staff killed by projectile fragments, while a building on the premises suffered damage from debris. IAEA said that there has been no increase in radiation levels so far. IAEA Chief Grossi has expressed deep alarm, reiterating that nuclear facilities and surrounding areas must never be targeted, warning that even auxiliary buildings may house critical safety systems. This latest incident follows a series of earlier strikes near the Bushehr plant. Tehran has reacted sharply, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi directly blaming the US and Israel for the repeated attacks. In a strong statement, Araghchi questioned what he called Western double standards, recalling the global outrage over military activity near Ukraine's Zaporizhia nuclear plant. He claimed that Bushehr has now been targeted 4 times, warning that any radioactive fallout would not impact Iran, but it could threaten lives across the Gulf capitals. Neither the US nor Israel has officially confirmed involvement in the Bushehr incident. Focus now remains on whether global powers can step in to de-escalate tensions before the region edges closer to a potentially catastrophic scenario. We are getting another big breaking news where we are getting to know that Iran has shot down an MQ-9 Reaper drone in Isfahan in the Iranian skies. Now remember, this is a claim right after a claim that a transport plane C-130 Hercules was struck by Iran, and it was intercepted and destroyed by IRGC. And this is another breaking news that we are covering where Iran has claimed that one MQ-9 Reaper drone in fact was downed by Iran. Now, Iran has also said that the MQ-9 Reaper drone was downed with the help of modern air defense system. So this is a big update by IRGC. Now, also remember, a huge dent to the US military arsenal, back-to-back damage and destruction to the US military. And our viewers, a big win for India here as 345 Indian seafarers have transited and has landed, in fact, in Chennai in India. A big win as all the other ships and seafarers remain stuck in the Strait of Hormuz amid the escalating crisis in West Asia. But 345 Indian seafarers have returned to India and have, in fact, come to Chennai. Take a look at this detailed report.
Relief and emotional reunions at Chennai International Airport as 345 Indian fishermen stranded in Iran return home safely. The fishermen, mostly from Tamil Nadu and other coastal states, were brought back through a special repatriation route via Armenia. They had been working in Iranian waters for months before logistical and diplomatic hurdles left them unable to return through regular travel routes. Following coordinated efforts by the Indian government, along with authorities in Iran and Armenia, the fishermen were transported overland to Armenia before boarding a special flight to Chennai. Union Minister Piyush Goyal said that whenever Indians are in distress anywhere in the world, the government, led by Prime Minister Modi, assures their safe return home.
Our brothers and sisters who are suffering in Iran are coming back home to their families, to their motherland. We warmly welcome all our fishermen, brothers and sisters. It is a matter of great joy that we were able to take them out from Iran. It was a very difficult journey. They had to go 20 hours to Armenia, another country. The Foreign Office, Ministry of External Affairs, led by Dr. Jaishankar, was directed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji that they have to bring all these poor fishermen back home.
Many of the fishermen expressed relief and gratitude after finally reuniting with their families following months of uncertainty. The successful return of the fishermen highlights India's diplomatic outreach and continued efforts to protect the welfare of its citizens working abroad.
And our viewers, shifting our focus to some national news, Uttar Pradesh anti-terrorist squad, in fact, arrested 4 individuals who were planning arson attacks across infrastructure in India, on railway stations especially. Now, this is a big win by the anti-terrorist squad. These individuals were working on the instructions of the Pakistani handlers. Take a look at this detailed report.
Uttar Pradesh anti-terrorist squad have foiled a major terror plot. The police arrested 4 terror suspects who were planning for major terror activities. The accused were linked to a Pakistan-based terror network were apprehended near Lucknow railway station. Intelligence revealed that the gang was in contact with handlers in Pakistan and Afghanistan. The accused conducted reconnaissance of sensitive locations, transmitted information to the handlers, and planned acts of arson and explosions. Investigation revealed that the gang had previously carried out arson incidents and received payments from Pakistan handlers for these acts. The accused were produced before a court yesterday. NIA court has granted a 5-day remand for the accused. This swift action by the ATS has thwarted potential large-scale damage within the state and exposing a criminal gang involved in anti-national activities.
And so, viewers, a big tragedy averted here in Uttar Pradesh on the action of the anti-terrorist squad. But taking a short break, don't go anywhere. Coming up, Donald Trump confirms the rescue of 2nd crew member after F-15E downed. Says we got him safe and sound. IRGC claims intercepting and destroying US aircraft searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया?
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody.
प्यास बुझाई ठंडक लाई सबको भाई जीरा से MTH का जल जीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the execution system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for execution. And I don't think this is a major issue. But
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we continue our coverage of the West Asian conflict, bringing you minute-to-minute updates of what's exactly unfolding in the West Asian region, the war that is ongoing between Iran and the United States of America. Now, in the latest series of events, the pilot that was missing, the second pilot that was missing of the downed US aircraft, the F-15E, has been recovered, has been rescued by the Special Forces of United States military. We'll get you all the updates on what exactly happened, what unfolded. Was there a massive gunfight as we are being told or not? We'll get you all the exclusive updates on this and a lot more. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. Donald Trump confirms rescue of missing US pilot in Iran after F-15E downing, says we got him safe and sound. Reports say 2 transport planes meant to evacuate crew got stuck at a remote base. US blew them up and flew in 3 new planes to avoid them falling into Iranian hands. IRGC claims intercepting and destroying US aircraft, searching for the pilot of the downed F-15 fighter jet in south of Isfahan. Trump gives Iran 48 hours to open Strait of Hormuz. US set to escalate strikes on Iran in next 48 hours. Iran rejects Trump's 48-hour ultimatum as helpless and unbalanced. All right, viewers, now in what was called as a daring and complex operation, the US military pulled off a stunning rescue of 2 F-15E Strike Eagle pilots who were downed in the Iranian territory. Now, the mission, hailed by Donald Trump as unprecedented and history-making, involved hundreds of American service members and a sophisticated web of military strategies, deception, and international cooperation. The F-15E was shot down over southern Iran, triggering a high-stakes combat search and rescue operation, the CSAR operation. Now, the US launched a disinformation campaign also, spreading fake news of the pilot's rescue to deceive Tehran. And that was the winning move. Meanwhile, US forces set up a remote base inside Iran with Israeli intelligence providing crucial support. Now, as Iranian forces closed in, US aircraft swooped in to extract the pilots. US forces fired warning shots to keep Iranian personnel at bay, but there was no major firefight according to some reports. Now, the rescued pilots were then flown to safety, but not before 2 stranded US planes were destroyed by US soldiers themselves to prevent them from falling into Iranian hands. Now, on the other hand, the IRGC claimed to have shot down a US Black Hawk helicopter and intercepted a search aircraft, but US officials denied any major confrontation. Now, the operation's twists and turns, including the destruction of the stranded aircraft and alleged Iranian police firing at US planes, underscores the mission's complexity. With Iran offering a reward for the pilot's capture, the US pulled off a remarkable job. Now, one which Trump called one of the most daring search and rescue operations in US history. So this was definitely one of the most daring rescue operations that was done. All right, we have an esteemed guest with us who, other than a veteran, who other than somebody who understands the Air Force, the aircrafts, the fighter jets. I warmly welcome Mr. Group Captain Augustine Vinod, Group Captain retired fighter pilot, who served during the Kargil War. Sir, thanks a lot for your service. It's because of people like you that the country is safe, and we will definitely be needing your analysis on what unfolded in US, the military action that was done inside Iranian territory. Warm welcome, sir.
Thanks for having me on your show.
Yes, sir. To begin with, sir, were you tracking what unfolded in that location? Now, it was a very massive operation, a very dangerous one indeed, and it is a very big sigh of relief for the US military. They have successfully rescued their fighter pilot in the CSAR mission. Your first take on what must have unfolded there?
So let's do one thing. Let's look at it chronologically.
Okay.
So that viewers who understand, who are seeing the program, understand what happened right from the start.
Okay.
So the first part is F-15s going down in a province which is a landlocked province. So, for not to give too much of mumbo jumbo, it is a province which borders no country. It's like Madhya Pradesh or Uttar Pradesh, or Madhya Pradesh for that matter. So it has states around it, and F-15s were doing low-altitude mission, low-altitude search and strike of the fielded military forces, radars, tanks, the leapfrogging tactical support systems. So that is why they came low. Now, they were given to understand air defense systems are completely out. So they thought they were enjoying air supremacy. But what they enjoyed was not air supremacy, a slightly lesser degree of air control, what we call in our parlance as maybe air superiority. Now, what is the difference?
Okay.
Difference is you may have certain air defense elements, especially guns-free air defense elements like an attack gun or a shoulder-fired missile. Let me take viewers in our context. The aeroplane that went down during Kargil, where one of my dear friends, Nachiketa, was shot down, was by a shoulder-fired missile in a zone which didn't have any air defense radar or any other air defense weapon. So a shoulder-fired missile can be, backpacked and carried to anywhere. And the backpacker need not be an educated guy. He should be told that whatever you see, shoot. That is exactly as happened. That is how these F-15s, the F-15 has come down.
All right.
With two pilots in it. One, the pilot. The second is a weapon system operator. Why were they doing the ground operations? Because, it is my analysis, and I've rarely gone wrong in my analysis, is probably United States was looking at a ground invasion or a ground operation. With F-15 going down and all this fiasco, I don't think this ground operation is going through anytime soon or going through at all. That brings us to the most important point.
Yeah.
So at the moment when F-15 went down and even till now, it is Iran one up. So Iran has scored first goal. Now, when the F-15 has gone down, F-15 has gone down and two pilots have gone down is when their SAND protocol has been put into place. Now, what is the SAND protocol? Even in the Indian Air Force, we train in a place, in a school called Jungle and Snow Survival School. We call it the JNSS. I have done that course. In fact, I was best in unarmed combat in that course.
Okay.
We do that course. It's a very rigorous course, especially the Indian version, as told by US pilots, is much more rigorous than the US version. This course is mandatory for all pilots for that matter. And different kind of pilots go through different packages. The fighter pilots go through a package in which the fighter pilot has to survive alone. He will not have any support till the time the support systems catch up. Now, US pilots, they go through this course, I believe, every 6 months. Not only you go through the training, you have to pass it. for you before you sit down in the cockpit again. So this Lieutenant Colonel today, who was rescued, may have gone through this course umpteen number of times in his entire, service lifespan. Now, having said that, what is a Sandy Protocol? Now, Sandy Protocol has multiple verticals. One, and for the first time in the history of aviation, we have seen CSAR, the Combat Search and Rescue, helicopters refueling two C-130 Combat King fixed-wing aeroplane, refueling Pave Hawk helicopters at low level.
Yes.
And these helicopters, mind you, travels at about 110, 120 knots. That's like 200 to 220 kilometers an hour. At this low altitude, at this low speed, exposing themselves to manpads, but no manpads has been seen flying towards them, which means in that area, America has established a large amount of air control, which brings to the point of Trump's claim that they have completely dominating the airspace. At least that airspace, America was completely dominating. No doubts about it.
Yes.
Now comes these special forces, who are the ones who they slither down from the helicopter, or they have a winch. Some of them even combat free fall. I am a paratrooper myself and jumped with the Indian Special Forces. So paratrooping down and rescuing the pilot. Now, who gives the outer perimeter security? Who provides security where the closing in enemy forces, in this case the Iranian Republican Guards, do not come closer to the pilot, is A-10 Warthog. Now, Warthog is the aeroplane in which the Sandy Protocol commander, the rescue commander, sits. Now, in this, the problem was threefold. Not only the IRGC was looking for the pilot, IRGC had put a bounty on the head of the pilot. So the tribesmen were looking, the local villagers were looking, and the nomads were also looking for the pilot because everyone wants money. So all of them were looking for this pilot. Now,
and that was a very, very big reward, Group Captain Vinod. So that was a very big reward, and the kind of economic situation that are prevailing in Iran, that would have been a very big bounty for anybody. And there were also reports that we got that US used the way of called the deception. They spread the fake news that the pilot has already been rescued. So that was a boosted added advantage. So stay with us. I have my colleague Hina joining me from the studio. And she will be explaining with the help of graphics of what actually unfolded. Hina, over to you.
Absolutely, Shivam. So I'll just ask the people to play the graphics here, and we'll show exactly what Donald Trump has claimed. So this is what Donald Trump has claimed about the success, quote-unquote, success of the entire rescue operation. Remember, this is CSAR. We are talking about Combat Search and Rescue Operation. Now, the first claim that Donald Trump has made is that the second F-15 pilot was rescued from Iran. This is the first claim, the breaking news that we covered this morning. And after that, Trump claimed that F-15 pilot was safe and sound. But in addition to that, he also claimed that he was in fact injured also during this entire incident. Now, another claim that Donald Trump has made is that dozens of lethal US aircraft rescued pilots. So we are not talking about a single aircraft. In fact, multiple aircraft were deployed to carry out this very dangerous and complex combat search and rescue mission. And Donald Trump also claimed about this rescue operation that it was without any single US casualty. So a big statement there. Remember, the pilot, the second crew member, in fact, was rescued. He was safe, but he was also injured during the incident. And this claim that no US military personnel, in fact, were killed in this incident. And the last claim that Donald Trump made is that the rescue operation is a proof of US air dominance. So in fact, boasting about the quote-unquote success of the US rescue mission. And now, viewers, will tell you more about the rescue operation and what the twist is there in this rescue operation. So the two planes got stuck during rescue operation. This is the claim that was made by US media. Media reports saying that 2 planes. We're talking about transport planes. They got stuck during the rescue operation is what the US media is claiming. And on the other side, we have IRGC claims, who is in fact claiming that US rescue aircraft was intercepted and downed. So these are 2 claims, in fact, claims and counterclaims. At one side, we have US media saying that jets were destroyed rather than have them fall in Iranian hands. So in fact, they said that they blew up the transport planes because they did not want these transport planes to go into the hands of the Iranian regime. And on the other side, we have IRGC claiming that US search aircraft was destroyed in the south of Isfahan. Remember, a very important place in Iran that carries the nuclear facility. And now we have, in fact, more news. All right, we have F-15 rescue plot. So let's understand what the media reports, in fact, talked about this rescue operation. In fact, the media reports claim that CIA used deception campaign in Iran. That essentially means that CIA wanted to give out this information to the public that the US military personnel, the crew member was rescued, but in fact, he was not rescued. So it was a deception plot, in fact, being conspired by the CIA. And we also have US media reports claiming that hundreds of US service members were involved in the operation. So hundreds of US military service members. You can very well understand from this that how dangerous this could have panned out if it would have gone absolutely wrong. And now we have more US media reports saying that rescue operation did not involve air fight with Iran. So no direct face-off, no direct fight between US and Iran, but the rescue operation did not involve air fight with Iran. So essentially, just the firing done by the United States to ensure that the Iranian regime, the IRGC, is kept at bay. And now I would like to hand this over to Shivam for more information.
All right, Hina, thanks a lot for the detailed explanation on what exactly happened. So Hina explained the sequence of events and the claims and counterclaims of both the IRGC and also the claims of the US media. But the IRGC claims that they have been successful. They have shot down another jet, another aircraft. Their claims of shooting down of another drone that they have shot down again, and various claims. Now, this is Donald Trump claiming that the second F-15 pilot has been rescued from Iran. Now, there is an angle here of deception which was used. Now this, I would like to clarify, this was used before the start of the operation so that they can deceive the enemy that they have successfully rescued their pilot in this case. So dozens of lethal US aircraft were used, lethal aircraft were used in the mission, a rescue op without a single US casualty. Now this is the biggest success of the mission and rescue operation, proof of US air dominance. This is what Donald Trump claims. And Donald Trump very well required this sigh of relief. Very, very important for Donald Trump to receive that this victory news that they have successfully rescued their fighter pilot. Now, 2 of them have been rescued. Now, he also added that they did not reveal the information of the previous pilot being rescued. That is why he did not make a post of the previous pilot being rescued, because he did not want to leak the information and make the enemy aware of what are the future plans. Now, because there was also a very big reward that was announced by the IRGC that anybody who captures the pilot alive or dead will get a big amount of money. So there was also an angle of reward there. So both, there was a deception involved here, there was information warfare involved, and there was definitely military action which was seen. Now they are saying that there was no military action, there was no gunfight between them, there was no firefight, but there are 2 claims to that. One claim says that there was no firefight, but they say that there was definitely firing that happened by the US forces at Iranian forces to successfully rescue the stuck pilot who was rescued by them. Now, these are the graphics to explain you what exactly happened. The 2 planes got stuck during the rescue operations, and this is the IRGC claim. US rescue aircraft intercepted and down. IRGC is making one claim after the other, but they're also showing visuals also of that. Now, the US media claims that jets destroyed rather than have them fall in Iranian hands. Now, IRGC claims that US aircraft was destroyed in the south of Iran. Now, this is the twist after the rescue. The second pilot has finally been rescued. All right, we have a Group Captain Augustine back with us. Sir, the question arises how difficult such a rescue operation is. Now, there are reports, there are claims that there might not have been a massive gunfight, but there are reports that the US forces did fire upon the Iranian armed forces to successfully rescue their fellow pilots. What do you have to say on this?
Yeah, so the rescue operation itself needs to be understood in its context. Imagine sitting yourself, and I'm saying not yourself as in yourself.
Okay.
I'm asking our viewers to, imagine you're sitting in a small cocooned place, and a missile comes and hits you, and you're going down. You might explode any time. The only way to escape is pulling a handle which throws your seat away. And in doing so, that jolt might, on your backbone could be so large that you may be crippled for life. So that is what a pilot goes through in 2 to 3 seconds or during that ejection process. Many of pilots, friends of mine whom I know, who post-ejection could not come back to flying, and some of them were bedridden for life, paralyzed neck downwards. So that is the kind of violence one goes through when one leaves the aircraft. Now, when you come out of the aircraft, more often than not, your canopy, the parachute is colored orange.
Okay.
Why? Because when you eject, you may not be in a position to walk. So the rescue helicopters should come and pick you up. The rescue medevac people need to come and pick you up. But in this case, in enemy territory, that orange parachute could be a problem for you.
Yeah.
So this colonel, immediately after touching down or touching the terra firma, hit the parachute, and that is what we attained. I mean, we make a hole in the ground, and
but that is definitely a very good. But that definitely is a very good move. You should, because you are in an enemy territory. If your parachute is quite vibrant, quite visible, the enemy will find you first, because there was a very big reward. Now, coming back to your point, the kind of air defense that Iran is using in this case. Now, this also proves that US has also proved this very the statement, their argument that they are very much ready for any ground operation. Now, was this not a trial, a rehearsal of the future possible ground invasion or ground operation, boots on grounds in deep inside Iran, sir?
Which is why these F-15s went there, to soften up the ground for a ground invasion, which I do not think is completely executed, because before that the F-15s went down and no other fighters went there to finish what the F-15s started. So ground operation is not going to happen anytime soon.
Not even a surgical strike, sort of a surgical operation, limited operation to achieve the military objectives of US?
Possible, because this rescue operation has shown the world, and as we can see it on the screen, these people were operating unhindered in enemy territory at low altitude, at low speed, with no missiles flying at them, not even a shoulder-fired missile coming at them. So it is possible that some kind of a surgical kind of an operation can happen, but a full-blown ground invasion, I think they have to do some more softening, which these F-15s were doing, and that got sort of truncated. But the moment
so you are hinting towards a possible invasion. The strategy was already there. You think that supposedly there are plans of boots on ground if such an operation is being taken place with the help of F-15s and other aircrafts? Possible ground invasion can't be ruled out, sir?
No, forget me ruling out or my opinion. Trump said so in so many words.
But he makes U-turn every now and then. You never know when Donald Trump is going to make a U-turn. This was he's suffering very big losses, sir, as we speak. Iranian regime has proved that their drones are much more better compared to their F-35s or F-22 Raptors. And the US military is fighting a very expensive war compared to what the Iranian regime is fighting. As a military analyst also, sir, as a fighter pilot, where do you think there should be a comparison between the Iranian regime's air force or their air power and the air power of US military, US Air Force?
See, this rescue operation has amply demonstrated the absence of air defense and air power of Iran. If there was any air power left, they would have come to intercept these, as you can see it on the screen, these slow-moving C-130s, refueling the slow-moving helicopters. Not even one fighter jet of Iran came to intercept these aeroplanes. So these aeroplanes in the tactical battle area were having a field day. At least the local air superiority was established by United States Air Force and United States Marine Air Force. I'm sure what we are seeing is just the tip of the iceberg. At the higher level, many aeroplanes would have been deployed to keep any intercepting aeroplane come anywhere close to the region where the colonel was being, extricated. So, so it is, like I said, first goal was scored by Iran, but after that, multiple goals were scored by America, no doubt about it. I mean, going deep inside enemy territory immediately after ejection of a pilot and rescuing in the recent history, at least in my memory and my understanding and reading, has never happened. So if Trump says it is historical and for the first time, he is right in saying that. I totally concur with you. The taco is true as well. The Trump always chickens out. That also is a fact. But ground operations...
Yes, sir. But it's like that
because
it's like that. So everything Donald Trump does is historical, is a very historical for the nation to follow, because every achievement is a big achievement when it comes to POTUS, the President of the United States. Thanks a lot, sir, for your valuable time and your detailed, in-depth analysis on what might have happened in that CSAR operation. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. There's a lot more lined up after the short commercial break. Coming up, PM Modi to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Kuch Bihar today, set to address his rally there.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening to the
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े
चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available, and there is no way that.
Hello and welcome. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now viewers, we are looking at election fever running high in all election-bound states of India, and today Prime Minister Modi is going to kick off its poll campaign in the state of West Bengal with a address in Cooch Behar. We'll get you all the details on that, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. NDA's major Kerala push. Union Home Minister Shah holds a mega roadshow in Kozhikode ahead of assembly polls. Prime Minister Modi to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Cooch Behar today is set to address his first rally. BJP to release manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th. Manifesto after Prime Minister's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. TMC leader Hafizul Molla Pradhan has now been arrested after a video showed him threatening opponents. The BJP has welcomed the move, saying it sends a strong message. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the party's election in charge for the state, along with BJP Chief Nayan Nagendran, releases a white paper targeting the DMK government. Cash seized from DMK functionaries housed in alleged links to Sri Rangam constituency vote distribution in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. All right, viewers, now starting with the latest developments we're getting from the election-bound state of West Bengal. Now, BJP is preparing for the launch of its election manifesto on April 10th. We're looking at back-to-back rallies being addressed by the Prime Minister on April 9th as well. And even today, in Cooch Behar, he's all set to address a mega road show. So the election manifesto will be launched on April 10th, comes after back-to-back rallies that Prime Minister will be holding, in fact, 3 rallies on April 9th And the day for the release of manifesto is now being released by the BJP, and it's April 10th. We are inching to about two-phase election in the state of West Bengal with the D-Day on May 4th. This is when the results will come in. And now the release of election manifesto, the date for it is already out. BJP will be releasing its election manifesto on April 10th. All right, my colleague Harsha now joins with more details on this. Harsha, we're looking at Prime Minister's mega address in Cooch Behar today, and also BJP is preparing to launch its manifesto on April 10th. Give us more details about BJP's preparation in the poll-bound state.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. And when the elections is very near, the elections are in two phases on 23rd and 29th of April, and not very far right now. Therefore, the pitch, the peak, the intensity, all have been, started at 100% speed by Bharatiya Janata Party. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in Cooch Behar in North Bengal region, and his 3 rallies in Asansol Uttar, Haldia and Siuri has already been planned by the BJP strategy department. And not only Prime Minister Narendra Modi, let me tell you, all the firebrand leaders, all the star campaigners of BJP have already started arriving in West Bengal. They have already started focusing in the given areas to them. Like North Bengal is a major place where the attention and the focus of Bharatiya Janata Party is. To not forget, today Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in North Bengal only, and his next 3 rallies are also focusing on the region around North Bengal, which is Siuri, Haldia and Asansol Uttar region. All the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders have already stated that not only TMC this time, but BJP is focusing on North Bengal region, because that's a place where BJP is also significantly hoping that the voting percentage will go up to at least 20 to 25%, and also give them immense seats in that area. And therefore, BJP do not want to lose this opportunity, and therefore, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's rally are majorly planned in the North Bengal region. To tell you, after Prime Minister Modi's rally in these 3 areas only, after that the manifesto will be released by Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal. TMC's manifesto is already out, but Bharatiya Janata Party is planning its manifesto release on 10th of April, which is just next day after Prime Minister's rally. So we can say that all attention from other election states are slowly, gradually diverting towards West Bengal, because it's a very important state, and also we are witnessing everyday violence and everyday controversy to erupting from the state of West Bengal. Back to you.
All right, so ground now being laid for the release of manifesto on April 10th. Thanks, Harsha, for joining us, giving us all the latest on this. Now we are shifting focus. The Union Minister J.P. Nadda, while speaking in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, said that political parties are now talking about manifestos, but previously nobody used to talk about them. He also goes on to say that people would forget whatever promises were made by the political parties 2 to 3 years, and the same manifesto would reappear at the next election, though the issues remained the same. Take a listen.
First, all political parties are talking about manifestos. Previously, nobody used to talk about manifestos, or even if it was just a ceremonial function, and people used to forget whatever was said and done. After 2 years, 3 years, people used to forget, and the same manifesto used to come for the next election in a new branded shape, but the issues were the same. But now he developed a culture which we say a responsive government, a responsible government, a proactive government, and an accountable government. So it is for the first time now that the political scenario has changed, that every political party has now to give its report card. And at least the NDA, the BJP, has been doing so. And we have been saying what we said, we did it. And what we did not say, even that we have done it. So that is the difference which we have to understand as far as the political culture is concerned.
All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news we're getting at this hour now. Election Commission has seized more than 650 crore worth of illegal assets ahead of crucial polls. The Election Commission on this regard says in order to ensure inducement of free election, ECI has now seized more than 650 crore worth of illegal cash, liquor, drugs, precious metals and freebies so far. We are looking at major major raid being conducted by the Election Commission ahead of crucial elections in 4 states and 1 union territory. And this time, assets worth rupees 650 crore have been seized, including cash, liquor, drugs, precious metals, as well as illegal freebies. Now, in this effort to ensure that these elections are inducement-free, there are no freebies given to people to influence the voting pattern. Election Commission working hard to ensure that and also conducting multiple raids in that direction. Now we're looking at rupees 650 crore assets being seized all across the nation. We're looking at illegal cash, freebies, liquor, drugs, precious metals now all being seized by the Election Commission as it ramps up its efforts to ensure that these elections are free and fair and conducted in democratic spirit. All right, viewers, we're looking at major illegal cash, precious metals, drugs, liquor, all being seized by the Election Commission of India ahead of the crucial elections which are set to take place in 4 states and 1 union territory. Now, Election Commission working hard to ensure that these elections are free and fair of all inducement, all freebies, and they're conducted in democratic spirit. All right, viewers, now shifting focus. Republic TV has spoken exclusively to the BJP candidate as well as the sitting MLA for Lakhimpur constituency in Assam. Now, this candidate, Manab Deka, take a listen to this exclusive conversation as he talks about what is the preparation going on in the ground ahead of the crucial assembly polls.
आज आप लोग का मैनिफेस्टो भी रिलीज हो गया है। आप भी हमारे साथ जब कल आपसे बात हुआ था तब आपने भी बोला था कि डेमोग्राफी के इशू मुद्दे, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन के मुद्दा पर आपने बात किया था। आज मैनिफेस्टो में वो 2 संकल्प सबसे ऊपर देखने को
वही मैं आपको बोला कि हम लोगों का जो असम जो आगे बढ़ रहा है 3 एंगल पे हो रहा है काम। एक हो गया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, एक हो गया इंडस्ट्री एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन, तीसरा बात हो गया आसामीज आइडेंटिटी, इंडिजिनियस लोगों का आइडेंटिटी को प्रिजर्व करना है। उसके लिए इसी पे सबसे ज़्यादा काम करना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, मैंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना लिया, उसमें खेलेगा कौन? अगर स्टेडियम बना लिया, रास्ता बना लिया, उसमें जाएगा कौन? अगर असमीज लोगों का यहाँ दबदबा नहीं रहेगा तो मियाँ लोग तो सारा कब्जा कर लेगा। तो तीनों एंगल पे काम होगा, बहुत बढ़िया। आप ये देखो, ये पूरा गांव इंडिजिनियस लोगों का गांव, ये बूथ का मीटिंग है। दिस इज़ नॉट अ पंचायत लेवल मीटिंग, बूथ लेवल मीटिंग। यू कैन सी ऑफ पीपल, कितना लोग आया है। तो ये मामा के लिए प्यार है, मोदी जी के लिए प्यार है, बीजेपी के लिए प्यार है।
All right, viewers, now moving on to developments we're getting from the war zone in West Asia. Now, there are more breaking news coming in at this hour talking about more attacks that have now taken place all across West Asia. This time, Iran claims that plane downed in Isfahan, a US plane. It was, in fact, a C-130 support plane. Viewers, a while ago, we told you that Iran had claimed that it had intercepted and downed a rescue aircraft in the south of Isfahan, which happens to be a very crucial city for Iran, a city which houses nuclear facilities. And now Iran is further claiming that the plane which was downed a while ago was in fact a C-130 support plane. Now, viewers, there were reports that when 2 US pilots were in fact trapped in Iran, US was sending several planes for the rescue operations, and C-130 was one of them. And now Iran is claiming that it downed the same plane, the same support plane that had come to rescue the pilot C-130 south of Isfahan. It has also released a few images of showing the charred parts of the plane south of Isfahan. Now, we are staying on the war and more developments. Fears of a potential nuclear risk in the region have now emerged after a strike was reported near Iran's Bushehr nuclear facility. Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that, being informed by Tehran about this incident, stressing that nuclear sites must never be targeted and urging maximum restraint in this conflict. Now, meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has sharply blamed the US and Israel, warning of dangerous fallout and risks in this stark warning, saying that radioactive fallout will end life in GCC capitals and not just Tehran. Take a look.
Tensions in West Asia are now once again spiraling, with fresh fears now emerging over nuclear safety after a reported strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Iran informed the watchdog International Atomic Energy Agency that a projectile struck close to the nuclear facility, marking the fourth such incident in recent weeks. One member of the site's physical protection staff killed by projectile fragments, while a building on the premises suffered damage from debris. IAEA said that there has been no increase in radiation levels so far. IAEA Chief Grossi has expressed deep alarm, reiterating that nuclear facilities and surrounding areas must never be targeted, warning that even auxiliary buildings may house critical safety systems. This latest incident follows a series of earlier strikes near the Bushehr plant. Tehran has reacted sharply, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi directly blaming the US and Israel for the repeated attacks. In a strong statement, Araghchi questioned what he called Western double standards, recalling the global outrage over military activity near Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. He claimed that Bushehr has now been targeted 4 times, warning that any radioactive fallout would not impact Iran, but it could threaten lives across the Gulf capitals. Neither the US nor Israel has officially confirmed involvement in the Bushehr incident. Focus now remains on whether global powers can step in to de-escalate tensions before the region edges closer to a potentially catastrophic scenario.
And now here's more updates coming in about US assets being lost in Iran. Now this time Iran is claiming that IRGC has shot down an MQ-9 drone again south of Isfahan. This is where most losses are now taking place. IRGC in a big claim says it has shot down another MQ-9 drone, and not just that. In fact, a US C-130 support plane has also been downed by IRGC, and all of these losses are now taking place near south of Isfahan. In fact, this is where rescue ops were also underway for the 2 pilots who had ejected from the F-15 downed plane. Now we're looking at more and more losses being occurred on the sides of United States. Remember, one MQ-9 drone costs over $16 million to $30 million. And this is the drone that's now been shot by IRGC. It has also released the image of the downed MQ-9 drone, which is now on your screen, showing you another loss that has taken place for the United States. All right, we are now moving on to more breaking news. We're getting at this hour about more refineries coming under attack all across the Gulf nation. Now, in this report, Iran has reportedly attacked another refinery across the Gulf nation. This is a Abaik refinery, which has now been struck in Bahrain in the latest. In fact, a fire has broken out at the site. We're getting you the visuals. At the moment when strike was conducted, you can see on your screen a thick black smoke rising from the site of the attack. This is a refinery located in Bahrain, which has now been struck by Iran in the latest attacks. We are looking at energy infrastructure all across the Gulf nations coming under attack, and this time it's a refinery, Abaik refinery, that has been struck by Iranian strikes in Bahrain. And visuals on your screen also show you the aftermath from this attack. You can see thick black smoke rising from the site of the attack. All right, viewers, now let's talk about what's happening inside Israel. We are looking at Iran ramping attacks, but also not just attacks on residential areas, but all across the military infra as well. We're looking at attacks taking place in the cities of Haifa, Jerusalem, as well as Tel Aviv, all the residential areas being hit not just by ballistic missiles, but also cluster munitions. So in this report, we get you a ground report showing you what's exactly unfolding on the streets of Israel. Take a look.
The West Asia conflict continued to intensify with fresh Iranian missile strikes targeting central Israel. In the latest attack, a cluster munition fired by Iran hit the town of Ramat Gan near Tel Aviv, leaving a building heavily damaged. Rescue teams were seen clearing debris through the day, even as officials confirmed that no casualties were reported in this strike.
Here behind me you can see how extensive is the damage just from one part fragment of Iranian ballistic missile with illegal cluster munition. You can see how many holes there are in the windows, in the doors, in the walls of those stores and the apartments above, and it shows you how dangerous those rockets with the cluster munition. Here, fortunately, people ran to shelters on time, and that's why there are no casualties. Usually it is a very busy area. Many people are coming to these stores and to the restaurant. Also, some people live here. But because it was a night from Friday to Saturday, not so many people were here, and that's why there are no casualties.
However, in a separate incident, a man was injured in Bnei Brak after suffering glass shrapnel wounds. Authorities said it remains unclear whether the injury was caused by a direct impact or falling debris from an intercepted missiles. The use of cluster munitions, which spread submunitions across the wide areas, has raised concerns about civilian safety. These attacks are part of a broader escalation as Iran continues its barrages in the response to US and Israeli strikes. With both sides locked in a prolonged conflict, the risk of a wider regional war continues to grow.
All right, viewers, now on day 37 of the conflict in West Asia, Iran, despite all the attacks, is still emerging resilient. Now, despite widespread reports of military infrastructure being dismantled, Iran continues to demonstrate a surprising ability to counter aerial attacks. Now, take a look at this report that breaks down the reality behind Iran's air defense strategy and analyzes the shoot and scoot tactics, which experts are now questioning as the narrative of the ongoing conflict continues to show Iran with an upper hand. Take a look.
Just when Donald Trump thought the US Army had almost finished destroying the Iranian missile facilities,
we totally obliterated those nuclear sites.
Iranian forces launched a new surprise attack.
Now they have a Khordad 15, which is claimed that it can target stealth aircraft also, which I think possibly has been used to target the F-15 aircraft of the United States. More than a month has passed away and Iran is still able to shoot down American aircraft, especially the fighter jets, F-15 in question.
The US and the world might think that Iran has a weak air defense system, but the truth is something else. Let's understand the video in two parts. First, Iran's firepower and how smartly Iran is using it to its advantage.
A kind of a misconception in the minds of people that Iran has got a very outdated air defense system and it doesn't have the capability to shoot down fighter jets. So for the ease of understanding, I would like to divide this capability into three parts: the long range system, the medium range, and the small range systems. In the long range systems, Russia has played a very important role as far as Iran is concerned, especially with the S-400 also available with Iran today and S-300. And we have seen the capability of S-400, how it was able to cause devastation to the Pakistani Avak and other fighter jets in Operation Sindoor. Then we have the medium range systems, Khordad 3, and it shot down a US RQ-4 in 2019 also. So it has a range of 75 kilometers to 105 kilometers, a very, very important system. And now they have a Khordad, the 15. Short range, we have the Russian Tor M1. Pansir 51 also, it is reported that limited numbers are available with Iran. And they have their own indigenous systems like the Zahra and the Hars 9.
So how is Iran using these missiles so smartly to its advantage?
So now we come to the question that in spite of the US claims that everything has been destroyed, as far as the air defense and command control system is concerned, Iran is still able to target these aircraft. So a reason is systems like Khordad, Bawar are road mobile systems. They can go underground, they can come overground. So once they go underground, none of the US missiles are able to reach their location because it's well below 50 meters under the surface of the earth. So we see this kind of shoot and scoot policy which has been employed by Iran, and therefore the US claim saying that they have decimated all the air defense system of Iran should be taken with a pinch of salt.
All right, viewers, so that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching, and don't go anywhere. Our coverage on elections continue on the other side as Prime Minister Modi kicks off poll campaign for the election-bound state of West Bengal and set to address his first rally from Cooch Behar.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
Character, the taste of success.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Three, two, one. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 37 of the war in West Asia, Donald Trump claims that a second U.S. pilot has now returned safe and sound, and this as 48 hours deadline still looms over Iran. Now, the big question, what happens next in this conflict? We'll get you all the updates, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. And there is a major kettle and Porsche Union Home Minister holds a mega road show in Korea ahead of polls. Prime Minister to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Cooch, Bihar today is set to address his first rally. BJP to release manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th. Manifesto after Prime Minister's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. TMC leader Hafizul Molla Pradhan has now been arrested after a video shows him threatening opponents. Now the BJP welcomes the move, saying it does send a strong message. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the party election in charge for the state, along with BJP Chief Nayan Nagendran, releases a white paper targeting the DMK government. Cash seized from DMK functionaries housed in alleged links to Sri Rangam constituency vote distribution in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. All right, viewers, now beginning with the war developments coming to light on day 37 of the war in West Asia. Now, Israel claims that more than 90 terrorists were eliminated in the 146th Division's forces since the start of the operation. The 146th Division forces have now been operating in southern Lebanon over the past few weeks, and they continue to expand the focused ground activity to protect the residents of the north. Now, viewers, in the past day, 226th Brigades of Forces identified 2 terrorist squads from the Hezbollah terror organization in rapid closing of the circle, and the Air Force then eliminated the terrorists under the forces' guidance. Now, it's a big win for the Israeli forces as they claim that they have now killed over 90 terrorists in southern Lebanon. We're getting you visuals of the latest attacks carried out by IDF against Hezbollah targets all across the Lebanese territory. And in the latest, the attacks have now claimed the lives of over 90 Hezbollah terrorists in southern Lebanon. All right, viewers, and now shifting focus, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom, now says that I join the International Atomic Energy Agency in raising the alarm again over the safety of nuclear facilities in Iran. Now, the latest attacks involving the Bushehr nuclear power plant is a stark reminder a strike could trigger a nuclear accident with health impacts that would devastate generations. With each passing day of the escalating conflict, the stakes and threats are now rising higher and higher. We must de-escalate now at this. Peace is the best medicine. That's the statement we're getting from the World Health Organization as a nuclear disaster and the risk of a nuclear accident still looms large. We are looking at nuclear power plants coming under attacks. The latest one to come under attack is the Bushehr nuclear power plant in Iran. And on this, the WHO now releasing a statement that we must be wary of a nuclear disaster in this conflict. All right, viewers, now fears of a potential nuclear risk in the region have remained high. This after the strike was reported near Iran's Bushehr nuclear facility. Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed that after being informed about the latest strikes by Tehran, it has stressed that nuclear sites must never be targeted while urging a maximum restraint on both the sides. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has now sharply blamed the US and Israel, warning of dangerous fallout risk and also in a stark warning saying that radioactive fallout will end the life in GCC capitals as well and not just in Tehran. Take a look at this report.
Tensions in West Asia are now once again spiraling, with fresh fears now emerging over nuclear safety after a reported strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Iran informed the watchdog International Atomic Energy Agency that a projectile struck close to the nuclear facility, marking the 4th such incident in recent weeks. One member of the site's physical protection staff killed by projectile fragments, while a building on the premises suffered damage from debris. IAEA said that there has been no increase in radiation levels so far. IAEA Chief Grossi has expressed deep alarm, reiterating that nuclear facilities and surrounding areas must never be targeted, warning that even auxiliary buildings may house critical safety systems. This latest incident follows a series of earlier strikes near the Bushehr plant. Tehran has reacted sharply, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi directly blaming the US and Israel for the repeated attacks. In a strong statement, Araghchi questioned what he called Western double standards, recalling the global outrage over military activity near Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. He claimed that Bushehr has now been targeted 4 times, warning that any radioactive fallout would not impact Iran, but it could threaten lives across the Gulf capitals. Neither the US nor Israel has officially confirmed involvement in the Bushehr incident. Focus now remains on whether global powers can step in to de-escalate tensions before the region edges closer to a potentially catastrophic scenario.
All right, viewers, now Ibrahim Zulfikari, the spokesperson of Central Headquarters of Khatam Al Anbiya, has now commented on the downed airplane pilot. Now, the operation that the US Army calls a rescue operation, which was planned as a deception and quick withdrawal under the pretext of rescuing a pilot whose plane was in fact downed by the IRGC at an abandoned airport south of Isfahan, failed due to a rapid and timely intervention by the armed forces of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Now, that's the statement coming in by the IRGC regarding the rescue operation conducted by the US forces. The second pilot, in fact, has now been rescued by American forces. It was a very complex and challenging operation that took place in treacherous mountains of Iran. But now Donald Trump says the second pilot has been rescued. He's sound and safe and currently recovering. But on this, Iran says it was a failed operation. It was a deception tactic that they deployed to rescue their pilot, but in fact it failed as an operation. Now that's the statement coming in from Iran. All right, viewers, now US federal agents have detained the niece and grand-niece of late Iranian military commander Qasem Soleimani after Secretary of State Marco Rubio revoked their lawful permanent resident status. This is according to the State Department, who released this statement on Saturday. Take a look.
The niece of Qasem Soleimani, Hamideh Soleimani Afshar, and her daughter are now in the custody of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Marco Rubio has revoked their residency status, also known as a green card. The State Department did not say where the arrests had occurred. The pair was arrested on Friday, and Afshar had been enjoying a lavish lifestyle in Los Angeles that was documented on her recently deleted Instagram account. Qasem Soleimani was killed on 3rd January 2020 in the US airstrike in Baghdad during President Donald Trump's first term in the office. The State Department said Afshar supported Iran's government and its propaganda. It also said Afshar's husband was barred from entering the United States. Meanwhile, the Iranian news agencies reported on Saturday that Soleimani's daughter Narges Soleimani said that the late Iranian military commander's family and relatives have never lived in the US, and that he had 2 nephews and not nieces. The detention came as the US-Israeli war against Iran entered its 6th week.
Now here's another update coming in from West Asia. And now in a series of attacks launched by Iran, the latest one has taken place on Kuwait, the Petroleum Corporation building. Now an Iranian drone targeted this building of Kuwait Petroleum Corporation, which also houses the Ministry of Oil. We're looking at more and more attacks now taking place on energy infrastructure all across the Gulf nations. First it was Bahrain, and now Kuwait has also been struck by Iran. It's the building which houses not just the oil ministry, but also Kuwait's Petroleum Corporation. That's the building that Iran has now struck through its drones. We're getting you visuals of those attacks as well. Kuwait Petroleum Corporation's building now being struck by Iran in the latest attack. The building also houses oil ministry. You're looking at visuals of the attack taking place in Kuwait, the building of Petroleum Corporation coming under attack. And not just that, the building also houses oil ministry. And the attack on your screen, as you can see, has in fact set the building on fire, leading to extensive damage through Iranian drones. Now viewers, America, in one of its most difficult and challenging missions, successfully retrieved a US pilot from inside Iranian territory. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was the story of the downed F-15E, and Donald Trump claiming that history has never seen such a mission where 2 US pilots have been successfully rescued. Watch this detailed report.
What will always be remembered in the history of the US military US Special Forces achieved a seemingly impossible objective: the rescue of the 2 pilots from hostile territory. The Iranian regime had announced a reward for anyone who captured the US pilot. Now, as per the latest reports, the US Army had earlier deceived the enemy by spreading fake news of the pilot's rescue. The rescue op was a test of military strategies, with time running out and the pilot's life at risk. The F-15E was shot down over southern Iran. The IRGC had earlier claimed to have shot down a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter involved in the rescue mission. In a bizarre incident, Iranian police were also seen firing at US aircraft involved in the rescue operation. Hundreds of American service members were involved in the rescue of a downed US weapons systems officer in Iran. Reports also hint at a massive engagement between US Special Forces and Iranian forces. This was a CSAR mission, a combat search and rescue operation. Such missions involve highly trained and specialized military units. The US had set up a remote base inside Iran during the operation to rescue the F-15 pilot. US forces destroyed 2 American aircrafts that were stranded during the mission. US forces then left in 3 new aircrafts after the successful completion of the mission. While some reports suggest a massive gunfight, senior officials claim the operation did not involve a firefight. However, an official confirmed that US forces did fire weapons to keep Iranian personnel away from the rescue site. Iran's Khatam al-Albiya brigade confirmed US attempts to rescue the downed fighter pilot. However, it also claimed to have shot down invading drones in southern Iran in a joint operation by IRGC and Basij forces. US media reports state that Israel was also involved in the rescue operation of the American team member. Israel actively shared crucial intelligence for the mission. The IRGC has also released footage showing the destruction of 2 enemy Black Hawk helicopters and 1 C-130 military transport aircraft in southern Isfahan.
All right, viewers, now despite widespread reports of its military infrastructure being dismantled, Iran continues to demonstrate its surprising ability to counter aerial attacks. Now take a look at this report that breaks down the reality behind Iran's air defense strategy and also analyzes its shoot and scoot tactics that Iran is now deploying against the US and Israeli strikes. Take a look.
Just when Donald Trump thought the US Army had almost finished destroying the Iranian missile facilities,
We totally obliterated those nuclear sites.
Iranian forces launched a new surprise attack.
Now they have a Khordad, the 15, which is claimed that it can target stealth aircraft also, which I think possibly has been used to target the F-15 aircraft of the United States. More than a month has passed away and Iran is still able to shoot down American aircraft, especially the fighter jets, F-15 in question.
The US and the world might think that Iran has a weak air defense system, but the truth is something else. Let's understand the video in 2 parts. First, Iran's firepower and how smartly Iran is using it to its advantage.
A kind of a misconception in the minds of people that Iran has got a very outdated air defense system and it doesn't have the capability to shoot down fighter jets. So for the ease of understanding, I would like to divide this capability into 3 parts: the long range system, the medium range, and the small range systems. In the long range systems, Russia has played a very important role as far as Iran is concerned, especially with the S-400 also available with Iran today and S-300. And we have seen the capability of S-400, how it was able to cause devastation to the Pakistani Avak and other fighter jets in Operation Sindoor. Then we have the medium range systems, Khordad 3, and it shot down a US RQ-4 in 2019 also. So it has a range of 75 kilometers to 105 kilometers, a very, very important system. And now they have a Khordad, the 15. Short range, we have the Russian Tor M1. Pansir 51 also, it is reported that limited numbers are available with Iran. And they have their own indigenous systems like the Zahra and the Hars 9.
So how is Iran using these missiles so smartly to its advantage?
So now we come to the question that in spite of the US claims that everything has been destroyed, as far as the air defense and command control system is concerned, Iran is still able to target these aircraft. So a reason is systems like Khordad, Bawar are road mobile systems. They can go underground, they can come overground. So once they go underground, none of the US missiles are able to reach their location because it's well below 50 meters under the surface of the earth. So we see this kind of shoot and scoot policy which has been employed by Iran, and therefore the US claim saying that they have decimated all the air defense system of Iran should be taken with a pinch of salt.
Moving on to another breaking news, we're getting at this hour. Magnitude 5.9 earthquake has now struck Afghanistan, and tremors are being felt beyond its territory in Jammu and Kashmir. Parts of northern India also feeling the tremors as earthquake now jolts Afghanistan. It's a 5.9 magnitude which has struck Afghanistan. Essentially, Afghanistan-Tajikistan border region has now been struck, and tremors are being felt way beyond its territory. In northern part of India, Jammu and Kashmir, several parts have also felt the tremors, the jolts from this earthquake, which in fact has struck Afghanistan. It's a 5.9 magnitude on the Richter scale, according to the initial reports we're getting about this earthquake. Now, remember, it's the second earthquake to strike the region in just a span of about 2 days. And again, it's a significant one. On the Richter scale, it measures a 5.9 magnitude, and we're still awaiting more details as it is a breaking news development we're getting at this hour. All right, viewers, now moving on to more war developments we're getting at this hour. Now, the Israeli military says it would strike an area near the main crossing between Syria and Lebanon, urging residents to evacuate immediately as it continues to attacks across Lebanon on Saturday. Now, Israel has carried out strikes across Lebanese territory. It has launched ground invasion in the south since March 2nd. This is when Hezbollah, in fact, entered the war in the Middle East on the side of its backer, Iran. Now, of course, Iran here funds its proxies, including Hezbollah in Lebanon, and this front has now opened for Israel. Intensifying attacks have now been taking place all across the Lebanese territory. Take a look at this report.
Masna is the main crossing between Lebanon and Syria, making it a vital trade route for both the countries and a key land gateway for Lebanon to the rest of the region. Syrian authorities said that the crossing was exclusively for civilian use and is not used for any military purposes. The Lebanon military spokesperson said that the Israeli army intended to carry out strikes on the Mansa crossing in the near future due to Hezbollah using the cross for its military purposes and smuggling of combat equipment. The Lebanese are currently evacuating the crossing following the Israeli threat. In the light of the circulating warnings and concern for the safety of travelers, traffic through the crossing will be temporarily suspended until any potential risks subside. Israel struck the crossing in October 2024 during its previous war with Hezbollah. The crossing remained closed until Lebanese and Syrian authorities began repair work after a ceasefire the following month.
All right, viewers, staying on the more developments we're getting from the war zone region. Israeli airstrike has now attacked the station. An Israeli airstrike targeted Al Amana station on the Sayyid Hadi Nasrallah highway in the southern suburbs of Beirut. We're looking at a Lebanese capital coming under attack, and this time it's a train station that's now been struck by the IDF forces in the capital city of Lebanon. In Beirut, in fact, this attack has taken place on a train station. We'll get you the visuals in a short while, but it's a targeted attack on a train station in Al Amana station on Sayyid Hadi Nasrallah highway. It's a train station that's now been struck by the Israeli forces. We are looking at attacks on residential structures, on civilian sites, and this also one among them, when a train station has been struck in the capital city of Lebanon by the IDF forces in the latest. Now here's coming to more developments happening in West Asia. Iran has now reportedly attacked another refinery all across the Gulf nations. A fire can be seen breaking out at Abu Qaik refinery in Bahrain as a result of Iranian drone attack. So Iranian drones have now struck another refinery. This time it's in Bahrain. Abu Qaik refinery, in fact, has now been struck. Visuals on your screen is showing you the aftermath of the attack. You can see the site, the black smoke rising from the site of the attack, and also the fire in the background, which has a result of Iranian drone strike on this refinery in Bahrain. All right, looking at more attacks being carried out by Iran. Now, this time IRGC claims it has shot down one MQ-9 drone. IRGC in its statement says, and I quote it, we shot down a drone of MQ-9 type in the skies over Isfahan in the heart of the country using a modern air defense system. Now, remember, it's a big loss for the United States. So one MQ-9 drone costs somewhere between $16 million to over $30 million. And IRGC has now shot down an MQ-9 drone, releasing the image as well. And this took place near Isfahan, which is a crucial city for Iran as well. We're looking at it's a modern air defense system now striking down US drones, and this time it's an MQ-9 drone. Now remember, this also stands in complete contradiction to what Donald Trump has been saying. He's saying that if air defense capabilities have been decimated, but we're looking at its air defense system, in fact, now shooting down another MQ-9 drone, a big loss for the US, taking place near Isfahan city. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live and Breaking. Thank you so much for watching. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, our election coverage continues as Prime Minister Modi is now to kick off its election campaign in the state of West Bengal with Cooch Behar. He's all set to address a mega rally there. Now, all that and more lined up ahead for you on Republic.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला,
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला। Delicious, healthy, every day.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon.
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching the Republic TV. This is Shivam Dutt Mehta, and we continue our coverage of the West Asian conflict. We bring you the minute-to-minute updates of what's exactly unfolding in the West Asian region, because US has successfully rescued its fighter pilot, one of its pilots. Now, both the pilots have now been rescued, and what Donald Trump states that this is something historic, a historic achievement for the US military. We'll get you all the updates from the West Asian conflict and a lot more, all the latest updates of national and international breaking news developments. But first up, let's have a look at the top headlines of the hour. NDA's major Keralam push. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds mega roadshow in Kozhikode ahead of polls. PM Modi to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Cooch Behar today, set to address his first rally there. And top focus, BJP to release manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th. Manifesto after Prime Minister's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. TMC leader Hafizul Maula Pradhan was arrested after a video showed him threatening opponents. The BJP has welcomed the move, saying it sends a strong message. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the party's election in charge for the state, along with BJP Chief Nayanar Nagendran, released a white paper targeting the DMK government. Cash has been seized from DMK functionaries' house in alleged links to Srirangam constituency vote distribution in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. All right, viewers, we have a big breaking news development that is coming in as we speak. Breaking news coming in, and now the suspected ISIS agent Rizwan has been produced before Patiala House Court by Delhi police. Rizwan was arrested in Kushinagar in Uttar Pradesh in a joint operation by the Uttar Pradesh ATS and the Delhi Police Special Cell. The officials reportedly also seized a massive cache of anti-national and extremist literature alongside materials used for making explosive devices. Now, intelligence agencies are on high alert following Rizwan's arrest, and now the ISIS suspect has been presented by Delhi police in the Patiala House Court. So this is the latest that we are fetching about Rizwan. He has been produced before the court. This is the latest that we are getting.
has been presented by Delhi police in the Patiala House Court. Big development coming in. Suspected ISIS agent Rizwan has been produced before Patiala House Court by Delhi police. He was arrested in Kushinagar in Uttar Pradesh. Now, this was a joint operation by the Uttar Pradesh ATS and the Delhi Police Special Cell. All right, we have Sarthak with us for more details on this story, more updates on this story. Sarthak, if you can put this into perspective and share the entire chronology of events, what unfolded, how he was arrested, and today he has been produced before the court. Over to you, Sarthak.
Yes, the special Delhi Police Special Cell has produced the ISI suspect Rizwan Ahmed in front of the Patiala House Court, and he was arrested from Kushinagar yesterday in a joint operation with the UP ATS also. And he is a suspect in he have close connections with the ISI, which is the intelligence agency of the Pakistan, and he was responsible for recruiting several youth and individuals in India to conduct anti-India activities. And after his arrest, from his possession, Delhi Police Special Cell has recovered bomb-making documents and other incriminating documents which are recovered from his possession itself. And let me tell our viewers that in 2015, he was also arrested in Mumbai, and he was arrested in a terrorist case only, and after that he was lodged in Arthur Jail, which is situated in Mumbai. And now he has been arrested by the Special Cell and the UP ATS from Kushinagar, situated in Uttar Pradesh, and today he has been brought to national capital, and as we speak, Delhi Police Special Cell has produced him in the Patiala House Court, and the police is seeking police custody of the accused to further interrogate him and unearth his links and network which is operating in India. And he was mainly responsible for recruiting other individuals and the youth of the country to conduct anti-India activities and work for the ISI. And now he has been produced before the court, and in a short while we will get to know that what the court has given in its order regarding this matter. Back to you.
All right, so was he constantly in touch with his handlers in Pakistan? Is there a Pakistan angle here also? Because he was giving material at extremist literature alongside with materials used for making explosive devices. Have explosive devices also been recovered? We completely clearly understand the threat that we have, because we have a very hostile neighbor, that is Pakistan, Sarthak.
Yes, according to the initial investigation, from his possession, only the bomb-making documents and the other extremist literature have been recovered by the Delhi Police Special Cell and the UP ATS while his arrest. But no bomb-making material have been found till now, and the police is seeking further custody of the accused Rizwan Ahmed, who is in direct touch with the Pakistan's intelligence agency, which is the ISIS, and he was planning several major attacks in India, as he was recruiting youth and other individuals, and he was radicalizing them and brainwashing them to work for this intelligence agency which is situated in Pakistan, and he is giving basically the training to these youths that how a bomb can be made using how everyday household materials, and these are the things which have been brought up by the Rizwan Ahmed in the initial investigation, and the police is seeking further police custody of the accused in this case so that they can further interrogate him and unearth the whole network and the racket by how he is operating and how he was in touch with those handlers. What are these channels? These channels might be Telegram and others, and this will be unearthed soon after the police will interrogate him. Back to you.
Sarthak, thanks a lot for the details on this story. We'll come back to you as more details unfold in this story. All right, viewers, now let's move on and shift our focus to top political stories, top political developments, because there are 4 states and 1 union territory which are bound for polls, set to go to polls. There's a big breaking news update coming in from Bengal related to BJP, and now BJP is set to launch its election manifesto for West Bengal on 10th April. And viewers, this release is to follow after Prime Minister's 3 back-to-back rallies on April 9th. PM Modi is holding a rally even today. As we speak, he will be there. Within a few hours, an hour or two, he will be in Cooch Behar. There will be a rally. So this pertains to West Bengal Assembly elections 2026. PM Modi to kick off campaign from Cooch Behar. 8 mega rallies have been planned as BJP eyes North Bengal recovery. And on the day of 9th April, there will be 3 major rallies, massive rallies. And after that, the BJP will officially release its manifesto. Completely understand that there will be many important aspects in the manifesto, something related to development of the state for job generations or the DA, and other announcements are anticipated as we speak, because the assembly elections in West Bengal, very few days left, just few weeks away. PM will be addressing his first rally in Cooch Behar on Sunday, that is today, at around 3 p.m. at Ras Mela ground, and there will be back-to-back rallies, 8 mega rallies. And on 9th April, there are 3 rallies, mega rallies, after which the BJP is set to release its manifesto in West Bengal. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top political story. Now, UN Minister J.P. Nadda, while speaking in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, said that the political parties are talking about manifestos, but previously nobody used to talk about them. He said that people would forget whatever was said or promised after 2 or 3 years, and the same manifesto would reappear at the next election, though the issues remain the same. Watch this report.
We used to talk about manifestos, or even if it was just a ceremonial function, and people used to forget whatever was said and done. After 2 years, 3 years, people used to forget, and the same manifesto used to come for the next election in a new branded shape, but the issues were the same. But now he developed a culture which we say a responsive government, a responsible government, a proactive government, and an accountable government. So it is for the first time now that the political scenario has changed, that every political party has now to give its report card. And at least the NDA, the BJP, has been doing so. And we have been saying what we said, we did it. And what we did not say, even that we have done it. So that is the difference which we have to understand as far as the political culture is concerned.
Another big breaking news, and this is about elections. Big breaking news, and now Election Commission has seized more than 650 crore worth of illegal assets ahead of the polls. The polls of 4 states and 1 union territory. The Election Commission has said, in order to ensure inducement-free elections, ECI seizes more than 650 crore rupees. That's a lot of money. 650 crore worth of illegal cash, liquor, drugs, precious metals and freebies so far. So this is a very big seizure when it comes to the politics of 4 states and 1 union territory. The elections are very close, and this is the action for free and fair election and to ensure that inducement-free elections are held. ECI has seized more than 650 crore worth illegal cash and liquor, drugs involved, precious metals involved, and freebies so far. So this is ECI doing its job pretty well, where ECI is seizing illegal cash and also illegal liquor and drugs involved and precious metals and freebies so far. Big breaking news development coming in. Election Commission seizing 650 crore worth of illegal assets ahead of polls, the Election Commission has just said. This is the update that is coming in from the Election Commission, ensuring fair and free election, inducement-free elections. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Now, Republic has spoken exclusively to the BJP candidate and the sitting MLA from the North Lakhimpur constituency in Assam, Manab Deka. Take a listen to the exclusive conversation.
It is very good. Our BJP and our alliance will get an unprecedented result. People of Assam, I think, have not witnessed so far this kind of result. Will go up to minimum 90, maximum 100. So it will be a biggest, one of the biggest results so far in this in our region.
So you are confident of getting more than 80% of the seats in the Assam Legislative Assembly?
Yes, exactly. We have done lot of works under the leadership of Himanta Biswa Sarma. Our government has done lot of works. So that dividend we are getting. That's why people are supporting. We are fighting for Assamese culture. We are fighting for Assamese identity. That's why people support us very openly, very boldly. So definitely we'll get dividend and support of the people of the Assam in this ensuing election.
What you are talking about in the manifesto, you are talking about infiltration-free Assam, you are talking about UCC, you are talking about 1.5 lakh CM AAA to the youths.
Not exactly so, 10 lakh CM AAA. See, in our present government, it's going to be finished within 1 month, right? We have given CM AAA to 1 lakh youth. Already, right? And we had given 2 lakhs rupees to each youth to start work, to continue their work. If somebody is doing already work, already somebody is doing business, we have given them to given them to add in that business. In last election, Himanta Biswa Sarma Mahasai had committed to give 1 lakh government job. And how many we have given? 1.65. 1.65 lakhs. It means we have crossed our promise. This time we have promised for 2 lakhs job. I think minimum 4.5 lakhs job will be created and will be given without a single use of penny, without corruption.
All right, viewers, now let's move on to another big breaking news development that we are getting from the world of politics. Now, TVK chief Vijay declares 2 pending criminal cases in fresh election affidavit amid scrutiny. Now, TVK chief Vijay, who had earlier filed an election affidavit with no pending criminal cases, has declared 2 pending FIRs in the fresh affidavit filed before the returning officer for the Tamil Nadu elections. Now, there were 2 affidavits earlier. For a backgrounder, for our viewers, there were 2 affidavits filed by TVK chief. One had the mention of the criminal case. The other did not have the mention of the criminal case. And this has been filed for the returning officer for Tamil Nadu assembly elections to be held on April 23. The fresh lists 2 cases in Chennai and Madurai that were not included in the previous document notarized on March 30th. Now, in the latest filing, the actor disclosed FIR number 74 of 2026 registered at the K5 Peravallur police station in Chennai for alleged public disturbance during election campaigning on March 30th. Now, Vijay stated in the affidavit that he became aware of this case through social media on April 2nd. So he has declared the other case. 2 pending cases, 2 pending criminal cases to be precise, have been declared by TVK chief Vijay. So earlier, Vijay had filed an election affidavit not declaring the criminal cases which were there. Now 2 pending criminal cases have been declared. 2 pending FIRs were not mentioned. Now 2 pending FIRs are being mentioned in the fresh affidavit filed before the returning officer for the Tamil Nadu assembly elections to be held on April 23rd. The fresh affidavit lists 2 cases in Chennai and Madurai that were included in the previous document notarized on March 30th. Now, in the latest filing, the actor disclosed FIR number 74 of 2026, registered at the K5 Peravallur police station in Chennai for alleged public disturbance during election campaign on March 30th, Vijay stated in the affidavit. So this is TVK chief Vijay declaring his pending criminal cases. Have been declared 2 fresh cases, have been declared in the fresh affidavit because there was no match between 2 affidavits because he's contesting from 2 constituencies. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top political story. The BJP MP, Ravi Kishan, while speaking on the West Bengal elections, says everyone in Bengal will vote for the BJP and this time Mamata Banerjee is going out. Now, he says that efforts will begin to save Bengal from Bangladeshis and Ram Rajya will come there. Watch this report.
बहुत बड़ा एक्साइटमेंट है। विश्व के सबसे बड़े नेता उस बंगाल में जा रहे हैं जहां इस वक्त पूरे बंगाली अपने बंगाल को बचाने की लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को देखकर, उन पर विश्वास करके सारी माता बहनें, दुर्गा शक्ति, युवा पुरुष, सब लोग इस बार भाजपा को बंगाल में वोट दे रहे हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा आगाज, बहुत बड़ा बदलाव होने जा रहा है। पीएम मोदी जी की 8 जो महासभा होगी, उसको देखने के लिए जो भीड़ सैलाब उमड़ेगा, जो पहली सभा में आपने देख लिया था, वो आप अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं। इस बार दीदी जा रही हैं हमेशा के लिए, और केंद्र की योजना बंगाल का भविष्य, बांग्लादेशियों से बंगाल को बचाने की शुरुआत होगी और रामराज्य वहां आएगा।
We're getting another big breaking news development. We'll show it to you shortly. Very big breaking news development coming in. And now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, ahead of his Bengal visit, has made a post on social media platform X on the way to Cooch Behar to address a rally. Now, PM has also released pictures saying these photos show the strong wave for the Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal this time. People are going to reject TMC. So this is post which has been posted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who is set to address a rally in Cooch Behar, set to address the public in Cooch Behar. In a short while, he will be addressing the public in Cooch Behar, and this post has been made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He is saying that on the way to Cooch Behar to address a rally, PM also released pictures saying the photos show the strong wave for BJP in West Bengal this time, and people are going to reject the Trinamool Congress. So there's a high-stakes political battle which is happening in West Bengal, and this is the tweet by Prime Minister Narendra Modi regarding the elections, because he is going to address the people there. Big breaking news development coming in. This is the fresh tweet which has been posted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, a post on social media platform X. All right, I have the tweet with me, and he has shared pictures of massive gatherings of crowd. Now, the massive crowd that has gathered, or pictures on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, these are the photos, these are the pictures which have been shared by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He has tagged BJP for Bengal here, and I have my colleague Harsha for more details. A very big day, Harsha, for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and for the people of West Bengal, and the poll campaigning starts with PM entering West Bengal, Cooch Behar. Harsha.
Yes, Shivam, immense crowd and the high gravity octane elections have already kick-started in the state of West Bengal, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi starting the campaign for the Bharatiya Janata Party in West Bengal with the first day in West Bengal campaign. He goes to Cooch Behar, not to forget, Shivam, how important the seat of Cooch Behar district was. The Bharatiya Janata Party won 8 out of 9 seats in the year 2021. But yes, in 2024, they fall short of 2 seats. But yes, what we can surely tell about Cooch Behar is that BJP still feels that it's a stronghold for Bharatiya Janata Party, given the dynamics of the voters and also the geography of the West Bengal. Right now, what we see are the pictures which Prime Minister Narendra Modi has tweeted himself from his social media account by stating that this is kind of the energy which he is looking forward to as he is on his way to Cooch Behar to address the voters of West Bengal. These are the pictures from Cooch Behar, certainly, Shivam, giving the immense hope also to the citizens outside West Bengal and in the West Bengal as well, who wants that the TMC should now go out of power. Since it's been 15 years, there has been immense anti-incumbency, which Bharatiya Janata Party has also been talking about. Majorly also, the urban city voters have also been speaking about the anti-incumbency, and the Bengali voters have also been stating about the infrastructure, no job opportunities for the youngsters. The Gen Z also has some anger continuously mounting because of the no infrastructure and no job opportunities for the youngsters. In fact, there are many who says that the companies which are not coming in West Bengal, the entire Silicon City has been made but there has been no foreign investment in the state of West Bengal. There are many issues, Shivam, in the state of West Bengal as we speak about, and therefore HN has been stating that if in 2021 and 2024 the graph of BJP percentage can go from 3 seats to 77 seats in 2021, then certainly in the year 2026 when BJP has been doing immense groundwork, then this time the situation of West Bengal is going to change for the citizens of West Bengal. And today Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Shivam, is kick-starting his campaign in West Bengal, followed by all the BJP senior leaders who will be joining the campaign every day from now onwards. The first campaign and the rally started by Prime Minister today from Cooch Behar. Not to forget, Shivam, this time Bharatiya Janata Party is focusing all on North Bengal, and looking at the strategy of Bharatiya Janata Party, the TMC's Mamata Banerjee has also kick-started her campaign from North Bengal. She has decided that this time she is going to go from north to south, and Abhishek Banerjee is going from south to North Bengal. That's the strategy which TMC has also been navigating, so looking at the strategy
but Harsha, North Bengal is known to be a stronghold of the BJP. Now, BJP will definitely cash on it and improve the performance. It has performed well in 2019, 2021, a bit of a setback during that time. But how strong has BJP become when it comes to North Bengal comparatively to other parts of Bengal, Harsha?
Sure, we can't say that entirely BJP is strong in North Bengal, because we should not forget the pockets of the Malda, Murshidabad, Krishnanagar and the border areas of the Bangladesh, West Bengal as well, where BJP doesn't have so many seats acquired by BJP in the year 2021 and 2024. But this time the stakes in North Bengal are very high because of so many stakeholders, Shivam. We can't forget the new alliance which has been which has recently been formed, the alliance of Asauddin Owaisi and Humayun Kabir, and also Siddiqui's AISF, which is also contested fielded so many contenders from the North Bengal. In fact, Congress, which is going to divide the Muslim majority voters for TMC party in the North Bengal. TMC always seen minority voters as their own vote bank. They have been speaking about secular vote bank, but they have been focusing majorly on North Bengal. And there was a time, Shivam, for Bharatiya Janata Party when their voting percentage was just 3%. But the graph in 2021 and 2024 rose to close to 22% for Bharatiya Janata Party in North Bengal. That is the reason not only Cooch Behar, but BJP has been focusing on Siliguri area, Krishnanagar area, Malda, Murshidabad pockets as well. They have also been stating that those voters who were the illegal voters till now, the year 2021, 2026, 2021 and 2024 Lok Sabha elections, they have been chucked out of the SIR, and because they were illegal immigrants. So the real voters will get to vote this time, and they look forward to the change in the regime of West Bengal, change in the power of West Bengal. Yes.
And especially with the entry of the new party of Humayun Kabir and the alliance with Owaisi. Now, this will be definitely a challenge, not just for the Bharatiya Janata Party, but also for the Trinamool Congress. Thanks a lot, Harsha, for the details in this story. Thanks a lot. All right, viewers, now let's move on to another top story. Moving now to the poll-bound state of Assam. Republic TV has spoken exclusively to the BJP candidate and the sitting MLA from the Lakhimpur constituency in Assam, Manab Deka. Take a listen to this exclusive conversation.
भी रिलीज हो गया है। आप भी हमारे साथ जब कल आपसे बात हुआ था तब आपने भी बोला था कि डेमोग्राफी के इशू मुद्दे, इन्फिल्ट्रेशन के मुद्दा पर आपने बात किया था। आज मैनिफेस्टो में वो दो संकल्प सबसे ऊपर देखने को
वही मैं आपको बोला कि हम लोगों का जो असम जो आगे बढ़ रहा है 3 एंगल पे हो रहा है काम। एक हो गया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट, एक हो गया इंडस्ट्री एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन, तीसरा बात हो गया आसामीज आइडेंटिटी, इंडिजिनियस लोगों का आइडेंटिटी को प्रिजर्व करना है। उसके लिए इसी पे सबसे ज़्यादा काम करना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, मैंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बना लिया, उसमें खेलेगा कौन? अगर स्टेडियम बना लिया, रास्ता बना लिया, उसमें जाएगा कौन? अगर असमीज लोगों का यहाँ दबदबा नहीं रहेगा तो मियाँ लोग तो सारा कब्जा कर लेगा। तो तीनों एंगल पे काम होगा, बहुत बढ़िया। आप ये देखो, ये पूरा गांव इंडिजिनियस लोगों का गांव, ये बूथ का मीटिंग है। दिस इज़ नॉट अ पंचायत लेवल मीटिंग, बूथ लेवल मीटिंग। यू कैन सी ऑफ पीपल, कितना लोग आया है। तो ये मामा के लिए प्यार है, मोदी जी के लिए प्यार है, बीजेपी के लिए प्यार है।
All right, viewers, it's time to slip into a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We continue our coverage of the elections, the upcoming elections. PM Modi to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Cooch Behar today, set to address his first rally there in Bengal. Coming up next, don't go anywhere.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और परेशान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े। चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 37 of the war in West Asia, Donald Trump says that a second US pilot has now been rescued from Iran. This as 48 hours ultimatum still looms large over the country. Now, the question is, what comes next in this conflict? We'll get you all the updates on that. But first up, a quick check at the headlines. And there is a major Kerala posture. Union Home Minister Amit Shah holds a mega roadshow in Kozhikode ahead of polls. Prime Minister Modi to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Cooch, Bihar shortly is set to address his first rally. BJP to release a manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th. A manifesto after Prime Minister Modi's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. TMC leader Hafizul Mullah Pradhan arrested after a video shows him threatening opponents. The BJP welcomes the move, saying it sends a strong message. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the party's election in charge for the state, along with BJP Chief Narayan Nagendran, releases a white paper targeting the DMK government. Cash seized from DMK functionaries' house and alleged links to Srirangam constituency vote distribution in Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu. All right, was a top focus, the election-bound state of Kerala. Now, Home Minister Amit Shah is holding a mega rally in Ernakulam. We'll get you the live visuals of, in fact, Home Minister now intensifying the poll campaign in Kerala. Now, on your screen, Home Minister Amit Shah present in Ernakulam in Kerala, addressing a mega rally as the state now inches closer to election, and BJP here is now eyeing more inroads in the southern state.
स्मार्ट सिटी मिशन के तहत अपने कोची को चुनकर 98 बड़ी योजनाएं 2000 करोड़ की योजनाएं कोची के लिए देने का काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किया.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, നരേന്ദ്രമോദി നേതൃത്വം നൽകുന്ന ഈ ഒരു കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാർ കൊച്ചിയുടെ വികസനത്തിനായിട്ട് ഏകദേശം 2000 കോടി രൂപയുടെ സ്മാർട്ട് സിറ്റി പദ്ധതികളാണ് വിഭാവനം ചെയ്ത് നടപ്പിലാക്കി കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്.
भाइयों बहनों, कोची मेट्रो फेज 2 275 करोड़ रुपया भारत सरकार ने दिया और इसके साथ साथ 600 करोड़ रुपए की लोन की गारंटी भी दी है.
കൊച്ചി മെട്രോയുടെ രണ്ടാം ഘട്ട വികസനത്തിനായിട്ട് കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാർ അനുവദിച്ചത് 275 കോടി രൂപയാണ് ഇതിനോടകം തന്നെ. അത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഈ ഇതേ കാര്യത്തിനായിട്ട് 600 കോടി രൂപയുടെ ഒരു ലോണിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഗ്യാരണ്ടിയും കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാർ തന്നെയാണ് നൽകിയിരിക്കുന്നത്.
भाइयों बहनों, बीजेपी की नीति बड़ी स्पष्ट है. जस्टिस टू ऑल, अपीसमेंट टू नन.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ബിജെപിയുടെ വിചാരധാര വളരെ വ്യക്തമാണ്. എല്ലാവർക്കും സമത്വം, എല്ലാവർക്കും
जस्टिस टू ऑल, अपीसमेंट टू नन. और हम इसी के तहत देश भर में काम कर रहे हैं. जब केरल का एक संगठन पीएफआई यहां से देश विरोधी प्रवृत्तियां करता था, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ने एक ही दिन में देश भर के सभी पीएफआई कैडर को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डालने का काम भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने किया.
ബിജെപിയുടെ വിചാരധാര വളരെ വ്യക്തമാണ്. എല്ലാവരെയും സമന്മാരായി കാണുന്നു, എല്ലാവരെയും നിയമത്തിന് മുമ്പിൽ ഒന്നാക്കി തന്നെ കാണുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ആരോടും മതവർഗീയ പ്രീണനം ബിജെപിക്കില്ല. നോക്കൂ, ഈ കേരളത്തിലെ ഒരു സംഘടനയായ പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ട് ഓഫ് ഇന്ത്യ ഇന്ന് ഇന്ത്യയിൽ പടർന്നു പന്തലിച്ച് തീവ്രവാദത്തിന് അനുകൂലമായി തീരുമാനമെടുത്തപ്പോൾ ഒരൊറ്റ ദിനം കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഈ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ അവരുടെ എല്ലാ കേന്ദ്രങ്ങളിലും റെയ്ഡ് നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ദേശവിരുദ്ധ ശക്തികളായിട്ടുള്ള പോപ്പുലർ ഫ്രണ്ടുകാരെ എല്ലാവരെയും പിടിച്ചകത്തിടുവാനുള്ള ഒരു നട്ടൽ ഈ കേന്ദ്ര സർക്കാർ കാണിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार ही वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल को लेकर आई.
ഭാരതീയ ജനതാ പാർട്ടിയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള എൻഡിഎ സർക്കാർ തന്നെയാണ് വളരെ പ്രമാദമായിട്ടുള്ള വിഷയങ്ങളെ തൊട്ടുണർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് വഖഫിന്റെ അമെൻമെന്റ് ബില്ല് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിട്ടുള്ളത്.
हमारे एर्नाकुलम में ही 600 क्रिश्चियन और हिंदू परिवार की 400 एकड़ 400 एकड़ भूमि वक्फ बोर्ड ने हड़प कर ली थी.
നമുക്കറിയാം ഈ എറണാകുളം ജില്ലയിൽ തന്നെയുള്ള മുനമ്പത്തുള്ള ഏകദേശം 400 ഏക്കർ ഭൂമിയാണ്. അവിടെ വസിക്കുന്ന ഹിന്ദു ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, ക്രിസ്ത്യാനി ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, മുസ്ലിം ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, അവരുടെ ഭൂമിയെ വഖഫ് അത് തങ്ങളുടേതാണെന്ന് അവകാശപ്പെടുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടായത്.
मगर उसके लिए न एलडीएफ ने आवाज उठाई, न यूडीएफ ने आवाज उठाई. जब वक़्फ़ अमेंडमेंट बिल पार्लियामेंट में चर्चा हो रहा था, ये 600 क्रिश्चियन परिवारों की भूमि के लिए एलडीएफ यूडीएफ एक शब्द नहीं बोले. उनके मन में डर था.
ഈ മുനമ്പത്തുള്ള ഏകദേശം 600ഓളം ക്രിസ്ത്യൻ കുടുംബങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി അവരുടെ കിടപ്പാടം ഇല്ലാതാകുന്ന അവസ്ഥ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഈ കേരളത്തിലെ LDFO UDFO ഒരിക്കൽ പോലും തങ്ങളുടെ നാവ് ചലിപ്പിച്ചില്ല. അവസാനം അതിനു വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് വഖഫിന്റെ അമെൻമെന്റ് കൊണ്ടുള്ള ഒരു ബില്ല് ലോകസഭയിലേക്ക് BJPക്ക് അവതരിപ്പിക്കേണ്ടി വന്നത്.
भाइयों बहनों, ये LDF और UDF दोहरे चरित्र वाली पार्टियां हैं.
ഈ LDFും UDFും നമുക്കറിയാം ഒരേ നാണയത്തിന്റെ ഇരുവശങ്ങൾ തന്നെയാണ്.
देश भर में तो कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट एक साथ चुनाव लड़ते हैं.
ഈ രാജ്യത്തുടനീളം കേരളത്തിന് പുറത്ത് ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് പാർട്ടിയും കോൺഗ്രസും ഒന്നായാണ് എല്ലായിടത്തും ഇലക്ഷനിൽ മത്സരിക്കുന്നത്.
मगर केरल में एक साथ चुनाव नहीं लड़ते हैं, आमने सामने लड़ते हैं.
എന്നാൽ കേരളത്തിൽ നോക്കൂ, രണ്ട് മുന്നണികളായി നമ്മളെ പറ്റിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് രണ്ട് മുന്നണികളായാണ് അവർ മത്സരിക്കുന്നത്.
देश भर में कांग्रेस और कम्युनिस्ट इलू इलू करते हैं और केरल में एक दूसरे का विरोध करते हैं.
നമുക്കറിയുന്ന പോലെ ഇന്ത്യയിലുടനീളം അവർക്ക് വലിയ ദോസ്തിയും ഈലു ഈലു ഐ ലവ് യു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് നടക്കുകയും കേരളത്തിലെത്തുമ്പോൾ ബദ്ധശത്രുക്കൾ എന്നുള്ള മുഖേന രണ്ടുപേരും തമ്മിൽ വഴക്കടിക്കുകയുമാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്.
अभी राहुल गांधी आए थे. राहुल गांधी और विजयन जी भाजपा को एक दूसरे की बी टीम कहते हैं, मगर मैं विजयन जी को कहना चाहता हूं, इस बार भाजपा और एनडीए केरल में ए टीम बनने वाले हैं और आप लोग बी टीम बनने वाले हैं.
ഈ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ ശ്രീമാൻ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി കേരളത്തിൽ വന്നിരുന്നു. ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയൻ കേരളത്തിലുടനീളം പ്രസംഗിച്ചു നടക്കുന്നു. രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി പറയുന്നു BJP ആണ് മറ്റുള്ളവരുമായി സഖ്യമുണ്ടാക്കുന്നത്, ബി ടീമാണെന്നെല്ലാം പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാനൊരു കാര്യം വ്യക്തമാക്കുവാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നു. ഈ തമ്മിൽ ദോസ്തി കാണിക്കുന്ന ഈ കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റും കോൺഗ്രസുമാണ് ബി ടീം. ഈ കേരളത്തിലെ യഥാർത്ഥ ബി ടീം BJP നേതൃത്വം നൽകുന്ന NDA മുന്നണിയാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ ഉറക്കെ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുകയാണ്.
भाइयों बहनों, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में देश भर में लाखों स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए हैं.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ഇന്ത്യയിലുടനീളം മോദിജിയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള സർക്കാർ വന്നതിനു ശേഷം ലക്ഷക്കണക്കിന് സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പുകളാണ് ആരംഭിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളത്, പുതിയ തൊഴിൽ ദൗത്യങ്ങൾ.
मगर एक स्टार्टअप यहाँ के मुख्यमंत्री विजयन जी ने भी शुरू किया है.
എന്നാൽ അതിലൊരു സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ് ഈ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രിയായിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രീ പിണറായി വിജയനും ആരംഭിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്.
ये स्टार्टअप का नाम है नेम चेंज स्टार्टअप.
ഈ സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പിന്റെ പേരാണ് പേര് മാറ്റുന്ന സ്റ്റാർട്ടപ്പ്.
मोदी जी वहां से योजना भेजते हैं, रुपया भेजते हैं और विजयन जी अपना नाम लगाने का काम करते हैं.
മോദിജി അങ്ങ് ഡൽഹിയിൽ ഇരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് പുതിയ പുതിയ നയങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു, പുതിയ പുതിയ പദ്ധതികൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു, അതിനുവേണ്ട കോടിക്കണക്കിന് രൂപ ഫണ്ട് ഒഴുക്കുന്നു. ശ്രീ വിജയൻ ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് ഈ യോജനകളുടെ എല്ലാം പേരുകൾ മാറ്റുന്നു, ഈ ഫണ്ട് അടിച്ചു മാറ്റുന്നു.
मोदी जी हर गरीब के लिए 5 किलो चावल राइस भेजते हैं, ठेला कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी का लग जाता है.
മോദിജി ഡൽഹിയിൽ നിന്നും സാധാരണക്കാർക്ക് വേണ്ടി 5 കിലോ റേഷനറി ഫ്രീ ആയി കൊടുക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇവിടെ എത്തിക്കഴിയുമ്പോൾ വിജയൻ സാർ അത് കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് പാർട്ടിയുടെ സിംബലുള്ള ഒരു സഞ്ചിയിലിട്ട് കൊടുക്കുന്നു.
मोदी जी हर गरीब को घर देते हैं, वो इसको लाइफ मिशन के नाम से कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के सिंबल के साथ गरीब को देते हैं.
മോദിജി ഡൽഹിയിൽ ഇരുന്നു കൊണ്ട് ഈ രാജ്യത്തിലുള്ള പാർപ്പിടമില്ലാത്ത എല്ലാവർക്കും വീട് പണിയുവാനായി പദ്ധതികൾ നടത്തുമ്പോൾ ശ്രീ വിജയൻ സാർ ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്നു കൊണ്ട് അതിന്റെ പേര് ലൈഫ് മിഷൻ പദ്ധതി എന്നാക്കി മാറ്റിക്കൊണ്ട് കമ്മ്യൂണിസ്റ്റ് പാർട്ടിയുടെ സിംബലും അച്ചടിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് പ്രചരണം നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു.
नेशनल हाईवे 66 100% खर्चा मोदी जी उठा रहे हैं. वहां पर विजयन जी के बड़े बड़े पोस्टर लगा देते हैं.
നമുക്കറിയാം ദേശീയപാത 66 അങ്ങ് തലപ്പാടി മുതൽ കന്യാകുമാരി വരെയുള്ള കേരളത്തിന്റെ ജീവനാഡിയായിട്ടുള്ള NH 66ന്റെ 100% ഫണ്ടും കേന്ദ്രത്തിന്റെയാണ്. പക്ഷേ ആ ഹൈവേയിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ യാത്ര ചെയ്താൽ എല്ലായിടത്തും കാണുക ശ്രീ വിജയൻജിയുടെ ഫോട്ടോകൾ ഇങ്ങനെ ചിരിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതാണ്.
नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन मोदी जी 600 करोड़ रुपया भेजते हैं, मगर उसमें फोटो लगाने की जगह नहीं है, इसलिए नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन बंद कर देते हैं.
നാഷണൽ ഹെൽത്ത് മിഷൻ നമ്മളുടെ ആരോഗ്യ പദ്ധതികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കേന്ദ്രം ചെലവഴിക്കുന്ന ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് കോടി രൂപയുടെ പദ്ധതികൾ കേരളത്തിലെത്തുമ്പോൾ അവിടെ മാത്രം മുഖം മാറ്റുവാനും ചിഹ്നം മാറ്റുവാനും സമയവും സ്ഥലവും സൗകര്യവും ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് അത് മാത്രം ഇതുവരെ മാറ്റിയിട്ടില്ല, അത് മാറ്റാനും കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല.
भाइयों बहनों, काम करे बगैर यश और वोट प्राप्त करने की ये LDF की कारी इस बार यहां पर नहीं लगने वाली है. केरलम की जनता जानती है कि सारे काम नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने किए.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ഈ പറ്റിക്കൽ ഇനി അധികകാലം നിലനിൽക്കില്ല. ഇത്രയും കാലം 10 കൊല്ലം ഈ കേരളത്തെ പറ്റിച്ച് ഇവരുടെ സത്യാവസ്ഥ തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞു. ഈ മലയാളികൾ ഇനി ശരിയായ ദിശയിലേക്ക് ചിന്തിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നരേന്ദ്രമോദിജി നേതൃത്വം നൽകുന്ന ഒരു NDA സർക്കാരിന് വേണ്ടി വോട്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ പോവുകയാണ്.
भाइयों बहनों, इस सबरीमाला का सोना जिन्होंने लूटा है उनको जेल में डालना चाहिए या नहीं डालना चाहिए?
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ശബരിമലയിലെ സ്വർണം കട്ടവന്മാരെ ജയിലിൽ ഇടണോ വേണ്ടയോ? നിങ്ങൾ പറയൂ.
जरा जोर से बोलो, जेल में डालना चाहिए या नहीं डालना चाहिए?
ജയിലിൽ അടയ്ക്കണോ വേണ്ടയോ കള്ളന്മാരെ?
बड़ा सरल रास्ता है. ना UDF उनको पकड़ेगी ना LDF. आप NDA की सरकार बना दो, हम 2 महीने के अंदर सोना चोरी करने वालों को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे डाल.
നിങ്ങളുടെ ആഗ്രഹം നടപ്പിലാക്കുവാൻ വളരെ എളുപ്പമാണ്. ഏപ്രിൽ 9-ാം തീയതി നിങ്ങൾ വോട്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് NDAയുടെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു സർക്കാരിനെ കൊണ്ടുവരൂ. ഈ LDF ആയിക്കോട്ടെ UDF ആയിക്കോട്ടെ, ഈ സ്വർണ്ണക്കള്ളന്മാരെ 2 മാസത്തിനുള്ളിൽ തുറങ്കിൽ അടച്ചിരിക്കുമെന്ന് ഞാൻ ഉറക്കെ പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചിരിക്കുന്നു.
भाइयों बहनों, मेरे जीवन में मैंने राहुल गांधी जैसे झूठ बोलने वाला व्यक्ति नहीं देखा है.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ഞാൻ എന്റെ ജീവിതത്തിൽ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയെ പോലെ ഇങ്ങനെ വാ തുറന്നാൽ നുണ മാത്രം പറയുന്ന ഒരു വ്യക്തിയെ ഇന്നേ വരെ കണ്ടിട്ടില്ല.
वो केरलम में आकर कल कहते हैं पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़ गए.
അയാൾ ഇന്നലെ കേരളത്തിൽ എത്തിയിട്ട് പറയുകയാണ് പെട്രോളിന്റെ വില വർദ്ധിപ്പിച്ചു എന്ന് കേന്ദ്രം.
राहुल बाबा, आपकी बात सही है, पेट्रोल के दाम तो बढ़ गए हैं. पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़कर 460 रुपया हो गया है. कितना हो गया है? 460 पर लीटर.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, ശരിയാണ്, പെട്രോളിന്റെ വില വർദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. 1 ലിറ്ററിന് 460 രൂപയായിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ
मगर केरलम में नहीं, पाकिस्तान में हुआ है. राहुल बाबा, पाकिस्तान में हुआ है.
എന്നാൽ ഈ ഇന്ധന വില വർദ്ധനവ് കേരളത്തിലല്ല, അങ്ങ് പാകിസ്ഥാനിലാണ് ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്.
अब आपको पाकिस्तान के दाम बढ़ जाए इसकी चिंता है, और केरलम में कहते हैं मोदी जी ने पाकिस्तान के दाम बढ़ा दिए. भैया राहुल, पाकिस्तान के पेट्रोल के दाम मोदी जी नहीं बढ़ा सकते हैं, इतना आपको मालूम होना चाहिए.
അവിടെ പാകിസ്ഥാനിൽ വില വർദ്ധിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങ് കേരളത്തിലിരിക്കുന്ന രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിക്കാണ് നൊന്തത്. പക്ഷെ രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധി ഒന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കുക, അവിടെ പാകിസ്ഥാനിൽ വില വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കുന്നത് നരേന്ദ്രമോദിജി അല്ല.
भाइयों बहनों, पूरे विश्व में पेट्रोल के दाम बढ़े हैं, डीजल के दाम बढ़े हैं, रेशनिंग लगा है. वर्क फ्रॉम होम का आदेश जारी हुआ है, 3 दिन की छुट्टी कर दी गई है, मगर भारत में ना दाम बढ़े हैं ना रेशनिंग है। जिसको जितना चाहिए उतना पेट्रोल, डीजल और गैस तीनों मिल रहा है। ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का मैनेजमेंट है राहुल बाबा, ये नरेंद्र मोदी जी का है।
ഈ ലോകത്ത് യുദ്ധം നടന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇന്ന് നിരവധി നൂറുകണക്കിന് രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ ഇന്ന് പെട്രോളിന്റെയും അനുബന്ധ വസ്തുക്കളുടെയും വില വർദ്ധിക്കുന്നു. അതിന്റെ ലഭ്യത കുറഞ്ഞു വരുന്നു. പലപ്പോഴും അത് കിട്ടാതെ വരുമ്പോൾ അതിന് റേഷനിങ് സംവിധാനം ഏർപ്പെടുത്തുന്നു. എന്നാൽ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ, ഈ ഭാരതത്തിൽ, മോദി ഭരിക്കുന്ന ഭാരതത്തിൽ ഒരു ദിവസം പോലും അല്ല, ഒരു മണിക്കൂർ പോലും നമ്മൾക്ക് ഇന്ധന ലഭ്യത കുറവ് വന്നിട്ടില്ല, റേഷനിങ് സംവിധാനം വേണ്ടി വന്നിട്ടില്ല. പല രാജ്യങ്ങളും വർക്ക് ഫ്രം ഹോം, നിങ്ങൾ വീട്ടിലിരുന്ന് പണിയെടുക്കൂ, പുറത്തിറങ്ങാൻ വഴിയില്ല, ഇന്ധനമില്ല എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഈ രാജ്യത്ത് ഒരു മണിക്കൂർ, ഒരു നിമിഷം പോലും നടപ്പിലാക്കേണ്ടി വന്നിട്ടില്ല.
भाइयों बहनों, ये राहुल बाबा समझे बगैर इस तरह के बयान देते हैं जिससे गल्फ कंट्री सारी भारत के प्रति गुस्सा हो। मैं उनको ये बताना चाहता हूं, वैसे भी आप चुनाव जीतने नहीं वाले हैं। 1 करोड़ भारत के लोग गल्फ कंट्रीज में काम कर रहे हैं, उनके भविष्य की चिंता करिए, इतना झूठ नहीं बोलना चाहिए।
രാഹുൽ ബാബ ദയവ് ചെയ്ത് ഇത്തരത്തിൽ നുണ പ്രസ്താവനകൾ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഗൾഫ് രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ താമസിക്കുന്ന 1 കോടിയിൽ പരം വരുന്ന ഭാരതീയ സിറ്റിസൺസിന്റെ ജോലിയെ ബാധിക്കുന്ന തരത്തിൽ, അവരുടെ താമസത്തെ ബാധിക്കുന്ന തരത്തിലുള്ള നുണകൾ പറയുന്നതൊന്ന് ഒഴിവാക്കി തരൂ.
भाइयों बहनों, अभी अभी दिल्ली में नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने एआई समिट करी। एआई समिट में, ये वैश्विक समिट में 80 देशों के एआई के एक्सपर्ट आए, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट आए और 20 से ज्यादा देशों के राष्ट्राध्यक्ष आए। कांग्रेस पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने वहां पर कपड़े उतारकर भारत का विरोध किया। मैं राहुल गांधी जी को पूछना चाहता हूं, मोदी जी एआई समिट कर देश के युवाओं के लिए रोजगारी की व्यवस्था करते हैं और आप इसका इस वैश्विक मंच पर विरोध करते हैं, कपड़े उतार कर विरोध करते हैं। आपको क्या अधिकार है देश के युवाओं का भविष्य बर्बाद करने का? और वो करते तो करते ही है, साथ में ट्वीट कर कहते हैं ये कपड़े उतारने वाले उनके बब्बर शेर थे। भाइयों बहनों, ऐसी निर्लज्जता मैंने देश भर में, दुनिया भर में कहीं नहीं देखी।
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, കഴിഞ്ഞ മാസം ഡൽഹിയിൽ നിർമ്മിത ബുദ്ധി, ആർട്ടിഫിഷ്യൽ ഇന്റലിജൻസിന്റെ ഒരു ലോക സമ്മേളനം നരേന്ദ്രമോദി നടത്തുകയുണ്ടായി. ഏകദേശം 80 രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ നിന്നുമുള്ള ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള സയന്റിസ്റ്റുകൾ അടക്കമുള്ള നിരവധി ബുദ്ധിരാക്ഷസന്മാരായിട്ടുള്ള സയന്റിസ്റ്റുകൾ അവിടെ വന്നിരുന്നു. ഏകദേശം 20 രാജ്യങ്ങളുടെ തലവന്മാർ അവിടെ വന്നിരുന്നു. ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ യശസ് ഉയർത്തുന്ന ഇത്രയും വലിയൊരു പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഈ രാജ്യത്തിന് വേണ്ടി ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാതെ ഈ രാഹുൽ ബാബയുടെ കോൺഗ്രസ് പാർട്ടി പ്രവർത്തകർ കാണിച്ചത്, അവിടെ വന്നുകൊണ്ട് അദ്ദേഹത്തിന്റെ പ്രവർത്തകരെ കൊണ്ട് തുണിയുരിഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് പ്രതിഷേധിക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്. ഒന്നാലോചിച്ചു നോക്കൂ, നമ്മുടെ രാജ്യത്തിന്റെ വില കളയുവാൻ വേണ്ടി ജന്മമെടുത്തിരിക്കുന്ന ഈ ഒരു രാഹുൽ ഗാന്ധിയും കോൺഗ്രസ് പാർട്ടിയും ഈ സമൂഹത്തിന് ഇനിയും ആവശ്യമോ എന്ന് നമ്മൾ തീരുമാനിക്കുക.
भाइयों बहनों, एनडीए सरकार ने तय किया है कि एनडीए की सरकार बनते ही हम हर गरीब महिला, हर महिला के अकाउंट में हर महीना 2,500 रुपीस इनकी सहायता के लिए भेजेंगे.
സുഹൃത്തുക്കളെ, എൻഡിഎ തീരുമാനിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട് ഈ കേരളത്തിൽ എൻഡിഎയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ ഒരു സർക്കാർ വരുന്ന നാൾ മുതൽ തന്നെ എല്ലാ മാസവും ഈ നാട്ടിലെ വനിതകളുടെ അക്കൗണ്ടിലേക്ക് 2,500 രൂപ നമ്മൾ ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് ഇതിനോടകം എൻഡിഎ പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്.
केरलम में पहला एम्स 2 साल के भीतर बनाकर केरलम के लिए खुला रख दिया जाएगा.
കേരളത്തിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ എയിംസ് 2 കൊല്ലത്തിനുള്ളിൽ പണി ആരംഭിച്ച് പ്രവർത്തനം ആരംഭിച്ചിരിക്കുമെന്നുകൂടി ഞങ്ങൾ അതിൽ ഉറപ്പ് നൽകുകയാണ് ഒരു NDA സർക്കാർ വരികയാണെങ്കിൽ.
ओणम और क्रिसमस में हर साल 2 गैस सिलेंडर महिलाओं को फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दिए जाएंगे.
അതേപോലെ ഓണം ക്രിസ്മസ് എന്നുള്ള ഈ 2 ഫെസ്റ്റിവലുകൾക്ക് എല്ലാ പാവപ്പെട്ട കുടുംബങ്ങൾക്കും ഓരോ സിലിണ്ടർ വീതം, അതായത് ഒരു കൊല്ലം 2 സിലിണ്ടർ സൗജന്യമായി NDA സർക്കാർ അനുവദിച്ചു തരുമെന്നും ഇതിനാൽ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു.
सबरीमाला सोना चोरी के मामले में CBI को केस सौंपकर 60 दिन के अंदर सच्चे दोषियों को जेल की सलाखों के पीछे ले जाया जाएगा.
ശബരിമല സ്വർണ്ണ കേസ് തീർച്ചയായും CBI-നെ കൊണ്ട് അന്വേഷിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് 7 ദിവസങ്ങൾക്കുള്ളിൽ തന്നെ ഇതിന്റെ പിന്നിൽ പ്രവർത്തിച്ച കറുത്ത കരങ്ങളെ തുറങ്കിലടയ്ക്കുമെന്നും ഇതിനോടകം ഞാൻ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു.
हर घर को हर महीने 20,000 लीटर तक 20,000 लीटर पानी फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट दिया जाएगा.
ഈ കേരളത്തിലെ ഓരോ വീടുകൾക്കും ഒരു മാസം 20,000 ലിറ്റർ കുടിവെള്ളം സൗജന്യമായി അനുവദിച്ചു തരുമെന്നും ഞങ്ങൾ പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു.
हम तिरुवनंतपुरम को IT इनोवेशन का हब बनाने के लिए ढेर सारी योजनाएं लाएंगे.
നമ്മൾ ഈ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ തലസ്ഥാനമായിട്ടുള്ള തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തിനെ ഒരു IT ഹബ്ബാക്കി മാറ്റുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള എല്ലാവിധ വികസന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളും നടത്തുമെന്നും അറിയിക്കുന്നു.
कोल्लम को ब्लू इकोनॉमी का हब बनाएंगे.
കൊല്ലത്തെ ഒരു ബ്ലൂ ഇക്കോണമിയുടെ, ഒരു ബ്ലൂ സാമ്പത്തികാവസ്ഥയുടെ ഒരു ഹബ്ബാക്കി മാറ്റുമെന്നും ഞാൻ ഇതിനാൽ അറിയിക്കുന്നു.
कोझिकोड को हेल्थ केयर और मेडिकल का सेंटर बनाएंगे.
അതേപോലെ മലബാർ മേഖലയിൽ കോഴിക്കോടിനെ നമ്മളുടെ ആരോഗ്യകാര്യങ്ങൾക്കായിട്ട് ഒരു ഹെൽത്ത് കെയറിന്റെ ഒരു ഹബ്ബാക്കി മാറ്റുമെന്നും പ്രഖ്യാപിക്കുന്നു.
त्रिशूर को केरल का कल्चरल टूरिज्म का हब बनाएंगे.
തൃശൂരിനെ കേരളത്തിന്റെ സാംസ്കാരിക തലസ്ഥാനവും അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഹബ്ബുമാക്കി മാറ്റുമെന്നും ഇതിനാൽ അറിയിക്കുന്നു.
और कन्नूर को डिफेंस इनोवेशन का हब बनाने का काम हमारी NDA की सरकार करेगी.
അതേപോലെ കണ്ണൂരിനെ ഒരു പ്രതിരോധ ശക്തിയുടെ ഒരു കേന്ദ്രമാക്കി അതിന്റെ ഒരു ഹബ്ബാക്കി മാറ്റുവാനുള്ള തീരുമാനം കൂടി ഞങ്ങൾ എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നും അറിയിക്കുന്നു.
भाइयों, अंत में मैं आप सभी को इतना ही कहना चाहता हूं कि आने वाले 9 अप्रैल के चुनाव में भारतीय धर्म जनसेना की पार्टी का हमारा चिन्ह है नारियली का पेड़, 2020 का चिन्ह है कटहल और बीजेपी का सिंबल है कमल का फूल, लोटस. ये तीनों सिंबल पर प्रचंड मात्रा में वोटिंग कर केरल में NDA की पहली सरकार बनाइए और विकसित केरलम का हमारा स्वप्न पूरा करिए. आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. भारत माता की
जय.
वंदे
मातरम.
वंदे
मातरम.
That was Home Minister Amit Shah addressing a mega rally in Ernakulam in Kerala, slamming LDF and UDF while urging people to vote for NDA in the coming crucial high-stake elections as now we inch closer to the D-Day. He has also now made a lot of poll promises to women of rupees 2,500 assistance, to providing free cylinders on certain festivals, as well as to making several cities into innovation hubs. Now this comes as he addresses a major rally in Kerala. All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Live in Breaking. Thank you so much for watching and stay tuned. Our election coverage also continues on the other side.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिप असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Corrector, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines.
India is a major Kerala push. Union Home Minister addressed a mega rally in Ernakulam ahead of polls. Prime Minister Modi to kick off poll campaign for West Bengal elections from Cooch Behar today is set to address his first rally. BJP to release a manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th. A manifesto after Prime Minister's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. TMC leader Hajiful Mullah Pradhan arrested after a video showing him threatening opponents goes viral. The BJP welcomes the move, saying it sends a strong message. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the party's election in charge for the state, along with BJP Chief Nen Nagendran, releases a white paper targeting the DMK government. Cash seized from DMK functionaries housed in alleged links to Sri Rangam constituency vote distribution in Tamil Nadu. All right, viewers, beginning this bulletin with live visuals coming in from Cooch Behar in West Bengal. You're looking at Prime Minister Modi, all set to address a mega rally shortly. You're looking at several senior BJP leaders along with Prime Minister on the stage. He's also set to now address the rally as he kicks off this poll campaign in the election-bound state. Now, this is BJP intensifying its election campaign in the poll-bound state, which is set to go to poll in a two-phased election on 23rd April and 29th, with the results expected on May 4th. It is in Cooch Behar right now where Prime Minister Modi is all set to address his rally. In just a short while from now, he will be addressing the mega rally as he kicks off the election campaign in the state. Now, we're looking at BJP also releasing its election manifesto for West Bengal on April 10th. This will be followed. In fact, you'll have several back-to-back rallies by the Prime Minister on April 9th, and then on April 10th, the BJP will release its election manifesto. And right now, we're looking at live visuals coming in from Cooch Behar as the Prime Minister Modi has kicked off the election campaign in the state. We are inching closer to the D-Day. The state will be polling in a two-phased election on April 23rd and April 29th, with the results expected on May 4th. We're looking at, in fact, Prime Minister just getting to the podium in a short while from now as he is now set to address the mega rally. My colleague Harsha has been very closely tracking all the poll updates from West Bengal joins us. Harsha, do take us through these latest developments we're getting from West Bengal. Prime Minister all set to address a mega rally in Cooch Behar as he kicks off the poll campaign.
Yes, the visuals on our screen where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has already reached Cooch Behar and he will be addressing the rally there. And we can see the visuals. The visuals get, they're clearly visible that how many leaders are there. We can see Sukanta Samik Bhattacharya and also Minister of State there on the stage with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And these are the visuals from the Cooch Behar where Prime Minister Narendra Modi has kick-started BJP's campaign for the state of West Bengal. And it really tells that how BJP is very, very hopeful of that they are going to turn around the situation in West Bengal when kicking out Mamata Banerjee, who has been in power for the last 15 years, as anti-incumbency continues to grow in the state of West Bengal. These are the visuals, and we can see how many Karyakartas and let's say the workers and people from every vantages of West Bengal, especially from Cooch Behar, have gathered here to see Prime Minister Narendra Modi, to look at him and also to witness what BJP is promising in the state of West Bengal. These are the visuals live from Cooch Behar on the stage as Prime Minister Narendra Modi will shortly address this Sabha in Cooch Behar. This is the first rally of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Also, we should always keep this in mind that how BJP's voting percentage has immensely increased from the year 2021 to 2024 Lok Sabha elections, and they are very hopeful that this time the table will turn around and it will be BJP who will come to power in the state of West Bengal, and therefore North Bengal has been the major push and major strategy-wise also the focus of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Back to you.
Right, of course, the number of people, in fact, who have come to attend the Prime Minister's rally also kind of reflect how the anti-incumbency is growing in the state. Harsha, do stay with us. We're getting some breaking developments from the state. Now, an attack on a BJP candidate, Indranil Kha's BJP candidate of Behala West election office at Parnashi area has been reported. BJP alleges that TMC for carrying out this attack, all banners and posters at the office were reportedly torn down, and these are also allegations that the police arrived nearly 2 hours later. So an attack reported on a BJP candidate again, and this time they are alleging it was the TMC workers who carried out this attack. A BJP candidate's election office, in fact, has been attacked. There were several posters which were torn down by the TMC workers. Now, my colleague Harsha continues to stay with us. Harsha, we're looking at several incidents of pre-poll violence in West Bengal, and now we're looking at another one coming to light. BJP candidate's office, in fact, has now been attacked, and BJP here alleges it was the TMC workers who torn down the posters and attacked the office.
So in the span of 20 days, let's say there's a fourth of attack on the BJP candidate's party office. We have seen earlier the attack which took place in the office of the Sajal Ghosh, Tapas Rao, Manik Tala as well. And there's the Behala West candidate of BJP, Bharatiya Janata Party, Iranian Khan. His office in the Panashri area, and his office has been attacked by goons. In the picture, the CCTV camera clearly shows how goons came to the party office. They not only had torn down the posters and banners, but also tried to intimidate the Karyakartas of BJP who were there at that particular time in the Bharatiya Janata Party's candidate's party office. And also they tried to use force also by throwing some fist at the BJP Karyakartas. And also the allegation of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the candidate Iranian Khan is that the police officials arrived 2 hours late. 2 hours. Let's say when the incident happened, immediately there was a call which was made to the nearby police station for the force and to vacate this particular area. But the force arrived 2 hours late in the Behala West Panashri area where this entire incident took place. So what now we are witnessing is that pre-poll violence in each and every vantages of the West Bengal, how the BJP candidates in Calcutta, outside Calcutta, be it urban area, be it rural area, everywhere they are being attacked by the TMC goons. And BJP is alleging the state machinery is also working in alliance with the party, with the state government. They're working in alliance with the government, and that is the reason why police is not arriving at the locations immediately. Rather, the police station, the PS being very nearby, approximately 2 kilometers to this particular office in Panashri of Iranian Khan, the police arrived 2 hours late. What stopped police officials to reach on time and stop these goons from tearing down the entire office and using the fist fight with the Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas? As a matter of the fact, right now the Iranian Khan along with the BJP Karyakartas are staging protests outside. They're clearly seeking that FIR and complaint should be registered against those unknown miscreants who reached there and tried to intimidate the party Karyakartas and also involved in the fist fight and also had torn down the banners and posters outside the party office of the candidate Iranian Khan. So these are the visuals. We clearly see that the number of the goons who are right now outside in the CCTV camera, they are not less than 6 to 7. They are almost 6 to 7 in numbers who have indulged in the intimidation and tearing down of posters and banners at the office of Iranian Khan. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, it does look like a case of negligence on the part of police because, as you mentioned, despite the proximity, they arrived hours late. But I want to ask you, let's take a look at the big picture. CBI officials, ED officials, they are not safe. They are taking these issues to Delhi High Court. They're not feeling safe. In Kolkata, you have judicial officers being held hostage, and then TMC workers going openly and threatening their opponents, attacking BJP's offices. It does look like that law and order at large is being held hostage.
Hostage and also compromised at certain level. Now, what we see is that since the time SIR has happened from that time till now, Election Commission of India has transferred and reposted several officers, not only the IPS officer, but bureaucrats also in the state of West Bengal to different states, so that TMC can't use their state machinery to impact the elections in the West Bengal. But before elections, if you see the visual, it's not been more than 2 days. What happened in Malda? The judicial officers were captivated. They were caged for 8 hours, and the DGP, DG, Chief Secretary didn't come to the location more than 8 hours it's been, and the Apex Court had to involve, and the Apex Court ordered that there should be NIA investigation into it. So that's the level of desperation of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, how she is immensely desperate to ensure that this particular election goes in her favor, because somewhere she very well knows that there's an anti-incumbency and BJP could have an upper hand in this election in several pockets. The kind of wave which is moving on ground and everywhere shows the desperation of the TMC leader, Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, and that is the reason, that is the result of the pre-poll violence which is being witnessed and reported from each and every vantages of West Bengal. Back to you.
Right, Harsha, situation really turning worse by the day and showing the desperateness of TMC ahead of these elections. Thanks for joining us and giving us those details. Now, viewers, Republic TV has spoken exclusively to the BJP candidate and the sitting MLA for the Lakhimpur constituency in Assam, Manab Deka. Take a listen to this exclusive conversation as he talks about what is the preparation on the ground going ahead of the crucial elections.
It is very good. Our BJP and our alliance will get an unprecedented result. People of Assam...
भूमि से मैं मदन मोहन ठाकुर जी, बाणेश्वर महादेव और गोसानीमारी कामटेश्वरी के चरणों में प्रणाम करता हूं। इस धरती की महान संतानें ठाकुर पंचानन वर्मा, चिलाराय और सत्येंद्र नारायण मुजुमदार, बंगाल की ऐसी सभी महान विभूतियों को भी मैं नमन करता हूं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले राजधानी कोलकाता के ब्रिगेड ग्राउंड से मैंने बंगाल में परिवर्तन महाअभियान की शुरुआत की थी। ब्रिगेड ग्राउंड की वो ऐतिहासिक तस्वीरें, वो जन सैलाब, जनता का उत्साह, जनता का जुनून, तब से पूरे टीएमसी सिंडिकेट घबराया हुआ है। और आज मैं देख रहा हूं ब्रिगेड ग्राउंड में जो बिगुल बजा, कुछ बिहार ने उस पर पक्की मोहर लगा दी है। इस माहौल और हुजूम ने ये पक्का कर दिया है, टीएमसी के पापों का घड़ा अब भर चुका है। पूरे बंगाल में इस समय एक ही आवाज गूंज रही है, पलटानो दोरकार, पलटानो दोरकार, पलटानो दोरकार। भाइयों बहनों, आज कुछ बिहार में जो दिख रहा है, ये आप सबका विश्वास है। मैं आज हेलीकॉप्टर से उतरा, जो भी वहां साथी रिसीव करने आए थे, मैं नमस्ते करता था और वो एक ही बात बोलते थे, अरे मोदी जी जीत जाएंगे, अरे मोदी जी जीत जाएंगे। हर एक और हेलीपैड से यहां आने तक ऐसा माहौल मैंने देखा, अच्छे अच्छे रोड शो भी फिक्के पड़ जाए, ऐसा उमंग और उत्साह देखा। और ये भी मैं इस मैदान में पहले भी आया हूं, लेकिन ये तो सारे रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहा है। ये विश्वास है उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए, ये विश्वास है नए बंगाल के लिए, बीजेपी की नई सरकार के लिए। मैं इस आशीर्वाद के लिए आप सबको, पूरे बंगाल के मेरे भाइयों बहनों को सर झुका करके प्रणाम करता हूं। मोई तुम्हार गुलर मानसी आसोंग, तुम्हार आशीर्वाद आर भालोबासा मोर ताकत। साथियों, इस बार बंगाल में एक और टीएमसी का भय है और इसका मुकाबला करने के लिए आपके पास भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और टीएमसी के कटमनी और करप्शन का भय है, दूसरी ओर विकास को तेज रफ्तार देने वाली भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और घुसपैठ कराकर विदेशियों को यहां बसाने का भय है, दूसरी ओर घुसपैठ रोककर सारे घुसपैठियों को बंगाल से बाहर करने का भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और बदलती डेमोग्राफी से अपनी ही जमीन पर आजादी छीनने का भय है, दूसरी ओर अपनी माटी पर गर्व के साथ सिर उठाकर जीने का अटल भरोसा देने वाली भाजपा है। एक और सिंडिकेट राज में अपनी संपत्ति लूटने का भय है, दूसरी ओर सिर पर पक्का घर और जमीन के मालिकाना हक का भरोसा है। एक और संदेश खाली जैसी बहनों की चीखें और बेटियों पर होता निर्मम अत्याचार है, दूसरी ओर नारी शक्ति को सुरक्षा, सम्मान और सशक्तिकरण की मोदी की गारंटी है। एक और बढ़ती बेरोजगारी और पलायन का भय है, दूसरी ओर सुशासन, रोजगार और एक आत्मनिर्भर बंगाल का भरोसा है। साथियों, मैं आपको एक और बात कहूंगा। मतदान वाले दिन टीएमसी के गुंडे आपको जितना भी डराए, आपको कानून पर भरोसा रखना है। इस चुनाव में बंगाल से भय भागेगा। भाजपा की महाविजय से भरोसा जागेगा। बांग्ला থেকে ভয় পালাবে, মহাবিজয় থেকে সূর্য জাগবে। और मैं आपको भरोसा देता हूं, इस बार चुनाव के बाद इनके पापों का पूरा हिसाब किया जाएगा। चुन चुन के हिसाब किया जाएगा। 4 मई के बाद कानून अपना काम करेगा। चाहे कोई बड़े से बड़ा गुंडा क्यों न हो, इस बार न्याय होकर रहेगा। एक बात मैं आपको और बता दूं, ये इतने वर्षों से बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा। साथियों, यहां की निर्मम सरकार बंगाल की इस पावन माटी पर हर रोज लोकतंत्र को लहूलुहान कर रही है। ये निर्मम सरकार अपने आगे किसी संवैधानिक संस्था को कुछ भी नहीं समझती। आपने 2-3 दिन पहले ही देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, देश के न्यायप्रिय नागरिक चौंक गए हैं। कैसे मालदा में न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया। सोचिए, ये कैसी सरकार है, ये कैसी व्यवस्था है जहां जज और संविधान की प्रक्रिया भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। तो बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ वो केवल टीएमसी की उद्दंडता ही नहीं थी, ये इस निर्मम सरकार का प्रायोजित महाजंगल राज है। महाजंगल राज है। ये टीएमसी जब न्याय का शिकंजा कसता है तो संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का गला घोंटने का काम करती है। और अब तो हालात इतने खराब हो चुके हैं कि देश की सर्वोच्च अदालत सुप्रीम कोर्ट को भी दखल देना पड़ रहा है। हर कोई देख रहा है कि टीएमसी बंगाल में कानून व्यवस्था का जनाजा निकालने पर तुली है। साथियों, हमारा बंगाल शक्ति पूजा की धरती है। मैं यहां आई सभी बहनों बेटियों को, बंगाल की हर बहन बेटी से कहूंगा, बीजेपी आपके सम्मान और आपकी समृद्धि के लिए मैदान में है। बीजेपी सरकार आएगी तो महिलाओं के सच्चे सशक्तिकरण का रास्ता खोलेगी और यह हमारा ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड है। इसलिए आज पूरे देश में बहनों बेटियों की फर्स्ट चॉइस बीजेपी है। साथियों, अभी तक केंद्र की बीजेपी सरकार ने हर प्रकार की मूलभूत सुविधाएं बहनों तक पहुंचाई। देश की 3 करोड़ बहनों को लखपति दीदी बनाया, लेकिन ये बहुत आवश्यक है कि देश के लिए होने वाले फैसलों में भी महिलाओं की भूमिका और अधिक बढ़े। इसलिए हमारी सरकार ने लोकसभा और विधानसभा में महिलाओं के लिए 33% रिजर्वेशन देने का कानून बनाया था। पश्चिम बंगाल सहित देश भर की बहनों को 2029 के
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ, स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
का ठप्पा लगाना चाहते हैं कि महिलाओं के लिए अतिरिक्त सीटें बढ़े, ताकि राज्यों को इसका बड़ा फायदा मिले। साथियों, ये पूरे देश का काम है, ये किसी एक दल का काम नहीं है। इसलिए बीते दिनों हमने सभी पार्टियों से इसको लेकर चर्चा की है। मैं फिर से सभी दलों से कहूंगा कि आइए महिलाओं के हक के इस काम को सर्वसम्मति से मिलकर करते हैं। सभी दल अपनी सकारात्मक भूमिका निभाएं। मैं बंगाल की अपनी माताओं बहनों से कहना चाहता हूं, आप भी सभी राजनीतिक दलों पर दबाव डालें, उनसे कहें कि वो संसद में खुले मन से महिलाओं के अधिकार के इस कानून का समर्थन करें। साथियों, हमारा बंगाल एक समय भारत के सबसे विकसित राज्यों में से एक होता था। विकास, व्यापार, उद्योग, कला, संस्कृति, हर क्षेत्र में बंगाल आगे रहा था। लेकिन फिर बंगाल पर ग्रहण लग गया। पहले कांग्रेस का ग्रहण, फिर लेफ्ट का ग्रहण और अब टीएमसी का ग्रहण। और इसका नतीजा ये हुआ, बंगाल के विकास की चमक फीकी पड़ती चली गई। पहले देश में एक सामान्य व्यक्ति औसतन जितना कमाता था, बंगाल में लोग हमेशा उससे ज्यादा कमाते थे। लेकिन अब बंगाल में सामान्य मानुष की कमाई देश की औसत से भी बहुत कम हो गई है। यानी आज देश आगे बढ़ रहा है, बाकी राज्य विकास कर रहे हैं। टीएमसी ने बंगाल को पीछे धकेल दिया है। देश के अधिकांश प्रदेशों में नए नए उद्योग खुल रहे हैं, लेकिन बंगाल से फैक्ट्रियां बाहर जा रही हैं। पहले बंगाल में लोग रोजगार के लिए आते थे। निर्मम सरकार ने उसी बंगाल को पलायन का केंद्र बना दिया है। साथियों, यहां सरकारी नौकरियों पर भी टीएमसी के सिंडिकेट का कब्जा है। बंगाल के हर युवा को पता है, इस सरकार में इतना बड़ा एसएससी शिक्षक भर्ती घोटाला हुआ। कौन लोग उसमें शामिल थे? टीएमसी के अपने मंत्री और टीएमसी के अपने विधायक, ऊपर से नीचे तक पूरी टीएमसी सरकार इन घोटालों में शामिल थी। कट, कमीशन और करप्शन के खुले खेल में युवाओं के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ है। साथियों, तृणमूल कांग्रेस ने पूरे बंगाल को तो बर्बाद किया ही है, उसमें भी सबसे ज्यादा नुकसान उत्तर बंगाल का हुआ है। जब भी चुनाव आता है, टीएमसी वाले हर बार झूठे वादे लेकर आते हैं। क्या क्या घोषणाएं की जाती रही है, लेकिन हालात वैसे के वैसे बने हैं। कहीं काम अटका है, कहीं जमीन का मामला लटका है, कहीं योजनाएं रोक दी गई हैं, कहीं बुनियादी सुविधा तक की सुविधा नहीं पहुंची। आप सब जानते हैं, मालदा, बालूरघाट और हाशीमारा एयरपोर्ट का विकास कब से लटका है, क्योंकि राज्य सरकार इसमें अड़ंगा लगा रही है। कालिंपोंग, दक्षिण दिनाजपुर और अलीपुरद्वार ये जिले आज भी मेडिकल कॉलेज के लिए तरस रहे हैं। साथियों, चाय बागानों के श्रमिकों के लिए हमने पीएम 4 श्रमिक प्रोत्साहन योजना शुरू की। राज्य सरकार ने उसे भी रोक दिया। यहां के बिभोर, लोधा, टोटो जैसे जनजातीय समाज, उन्हें पीएम जनमन योजना का पूरा लाभ नहीं मिलने दिया जा रहा। साथियों, टीएमसी के अन्याय, इनकी लिस्ट बहुत लंबी है। इनके धोखे का एक और उदाहरण उत्तर कन्या भी है। जब उत्तर कन्या को बनाया गया था तो कहा गया था ये पूरे क्षेत्र के विकास का केंद्र बनेगा, लेकिन हालात ये है कि जो पैसा इसके लिए रखा गया था, इतने साल में उसे भी खर्च नहीं किया गया। अभी तक ये लोग उसमें कमीशन के तरीके खोजने में लगे हैं। इसका मतलब साफ है, नाम विकास का, लेकिन नियत और प्राथमिकता कहीं और थी। साथियों, 2012 में कुछ बिहार के लोगों से भी टीएमसी द्वारा कहा गया था इस इलाके को उद्योगों का केंद्र बनाया जाएगा। बार बार वही वादा दोहराया गया, लेकिन आज 14 साल बाद सच्चाई क्या है? जमीन पर कोई काम नहीं हुआ। 2021 में मेखलीगंज में 300 एकड़ के इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क की घोषणा की गई थी। आज 2026 चल रहा है, पूरे 5 साल हो गए, लेकिन इंडस्ट्रियल पार्क तो छोड़िए, एक फैक्ट्री तक नहीं लगी। आसपास के जिलों में भी बड़ी बड़ी बातें करने के बाद या तो कोई काम नहीं हुआ, या फिर अगर कहीं कोई उद्योग आ गया तो वो टीएमसी सिंडिकेट से परेशान है। साथियों, आज कुछ बिहार के किसानों के साथ भी बहुत बड़ा अन्याय हो रहा है। हमारे किसान भाई बहन कठोर परिश्रम करते हैं, पसीना बहाते हैं, लेकिन किसानों को फसल की सही कीमत नहीं मिलती। यहां पर कुछ बिहार के आलू के किसान भी आए हैं। मैं आपकी तकलीफ समझता हूं। आप मेहनत करके यहां आलू का रिकॉर्ड उत्पादन करते हैं, लेकिन जब फसल बेचने का समय आता है तो उसे औने पौने दामों पर बेचना पड़ता है, क्योंकि टीएमसी सरकार ने आपकी कोई चिंता नहीं की। यहां कोल्ड स्टोरेज की भारी कमी है। आलू चिप्स बनाने जैसा कोई उद्योग नहीं जो बड़ी मात्रा में आलू खरीद ले, इसलिए फसल सड़ने लगती है, किसानों को नुकसान होता है। भाइयों बहनों, किसानों के लिए बेहतर जीवन और बेहतर अवसरों का काम केवल बीजेपी ही कर सकती है। ढाई लाख किसानों को हमारी सरकार ने 650 करोड़ रुपए से ज्यादा पीएम किसान सम्मान निधि में भेजे हैं। 4 मई के बाद आपके आशीर्वाद से डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी। कूच बिहार और उत्तर बंगाल के साथ हो रहे अन्याय का अंत होगा। ये मोदी की गारंटी है। कूच बिहार এবং উত্তর বাংলার থেকে যে অন্যায় হয়েছে তার অন্ত হবে। এটা মোদির গ্যারান্টি। साथियों, इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी का सीधा संरक्षण मिलता है। टीएमसी ने सीधे अपने सिंडिकेट में भर्ती करती है। इनसे बंगाल के लोगों की सुरक्षा को बड़ा खतरा पैदा हो रहा है। इसलिए भारत सरकार घुसपैठियों की पहचान कर उन्हें बाहर निकालने के लिए काम कर रही है। भारत ही नहीं, दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देश इस समय गैर कानूनी घुसपैठियों को अपने यहां से निकाल रहे हैं। बड़े बड़े देश निकाल रहे हैं। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार घुसपैठियों के बचाव में लगी है। इसलिए ये तृणमूल वाले एसआईआर का विरोध कर रहे हैं ताकि घुसपैठियों की पहचान न हो सके। उल्टा टीएमसी सीएए को रद्द करने की धमकी दे रही है। यानी जिन शरणार्थी हिंदुओं को नागरिकता मिली है, ये उनकी नागरिकता छीनेंगे। और वो नागरिकता ये किसको देंगे? अवैध घुसपैठियों को। क्योंकि इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी अपना वोट बैंक मानती है। भाइयों बहनों, तुष्टीकरण के इस खेल में बंगाल की महान पहचान को बदला जा रहा है। आपने देखा होगा, अभी टीएमसी ने अपना घोषणा पत्र जारी किया, लेकिन उसका नाम उन्होंने बांग्ला भाषा में नहीं रखा, बल्कि उसे इश्तेहार कहा जा रहा है। आप सोचिए, ये कैसे बंगाल की पहचान को बदल रहे हैं। आप जानते हैं ना, इश्तेहार का इस्तेमाल बंगाल में किस लिए हुआ था? 1905 में मजहबी ताकतों ने बंगाल में लाल इश्तेहार जारी किया था। उसके बाद हिंदुओं का नरसंहार किया गया था। टीएमसी हमें उसी की याद दिलाना चाहती है। आपको भूलना नहीं है, यहां निर्मम सरकार में खुलेआम धमकी दी रही है कि एक खास मजहब के लोग बंगाल में हिंदुओं का रहना मुश्किल कर देंगे। तुष्टीकरण का ऐसा घिनौना खेल बंगाल के सम्मान और बंगाल की संस्कृति को मिटाने का ऐसा षड्यंत्र, लेकिन अब बहुत हो गया। अब बंगाल की पहचान बदलने वालों की विदाई बंगाल ने तय कर ली है। এইবার বাংলার পরিচয় বদলানোর চেষ্টা যে করছে তার বিদায় হবে। भाई और बहनों, इस बार का चुनाव आपके बच्चों का भविष्य तय करने वाला है। ये चुनाव महत्वपूर्ण है, इसलिए इस बार वोट बंगाल के भविष्य के लिए दीजिए। आप अपना वोट अपने खेत से कमाई के लिए दीजिए। आप अपना वोट अपने घर की सुरक्षा के लिए दीजिए। इस बार वोट अपने अधिकार के लिए दीजिए। बीजेपी उम्मीदवार को वोट देकर परिवर्तन पर मुहर लगाइए। मुझे चुनाव आयोग पर पूरा भरोसा है। इस बार बंगाल में निष्पक्ष चुनाव होगा, इस बार निर्भय चुनाव होगा और इस बार परिवर्तन का चुनाव होगा। एक बार निष्पक्ष चुनाव होवे, एक बार निर्भय चुनाव होवे और एक बार परिवर्तन जानो चुनाव होवे। आप सब इतनी बड़ी संख्या में हमें आशीर्वाद देने आए, इसके लिए एक बार फिर आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। भारत माता की वंदे 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 वंदे।
All right, viewers, that was Prime Minister Modi kicking off the poll campaign in the state of West Bengal, roaring loudly in Cooch Behar as he takes on the TMC ahead of crucial elections. He blamed the TMC for changing the identity of the state, for treating illegal infiltrators as its vote bank, and for engaging in politics of fear and hatred. On the other hand, the BJP promises a politics of change, a politics of development, assuring that women will be given a safety, there will be a path paved for their empowerment. Farmers will also get the right benefits and there will be development in the state of West Bengal. He also blamed the left, Congress and now TMC for looting the state, while assuring that this election is a high-stakes election, the one that will decide the future of West Bengal. The future generations will be impacted. He also goes on to say that BJP, if voted to power, will hold accountable all the TMC goons. He also says that law will take its own course and all these TMC goons will be held accountable. Now, he also spoke on the Malda violence in which judicial officers were held hostage, calling it a shameful act of pre-planned violence that was conducted by TMC. He says that TMC thinks it is above Indian constitution when acts in that manner. But BJP is now promising change in the state of West Bengal, saying that they will bring a development to the state. He also talked about how illegal infiltration is on the rise. BJP is trying to oust these illegal infiltrators from the state, wiping out these illegal infiltrators, while TMC considers them as its vote bank. Prime Minister Modi also goes ahead to say that TMC right now is trying to change the identity of the state of West Bengal. It is trying to safeguard the infiltrators, while BJP, on the other hand, promises politics of faith, politics of trust. On the other hand, you have TMC goons engaging in the politics of hatred and fear. Now, to the voters, he also said, don't be afraid on the polling day. Come out and change for vote. My colleague who's closely tracking all the latest development from West Bengal. Harsha now joins me. Harsha, big claims are being made by the Prime Minister. It was a loaded speech as he kicks off the election campaign. Break it down for our viewers, the big takeaways from this speech in Cooch Behar.
Yes, you rightly pointed out. This is a very important speech of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We can't ignore how illegal infiltrators have been the top of the focus areas of hitting at the TMC party by the Bharatiya Janata Party. And Prime Minister took on TMC by stating that Mamata Banerjee always has considered illegal infiltration and illegal immigrants as the part of its vote bank. That was the reason the first one to counter and the first one to speak against of the SIR was Mamata Banerjee, because she was afraid that her vote bank, which is the illegal immigrators, mostly in the North Bengal region of Malda and Murshidabad, they are her vote banks and they would be chucked out of the SIR list, and that was the reason why Mamata Banerjee was against the SIR process. Also, Prime Minister Narendra Modi went on by stating that this time the real voters, the original voters, will come out to cast vote in West Bengal, and also how it is very important that this time not only this, there will be no intimidation. There will be no intimidation. There will be no fear. The citizens of West Bengal should come out and cast their vote in the state of West Bengal.
Right, I think that's the big takeaway. Prime Minister Modi's appeal to voters: do not be afraid on the polling day of TMC. Goons, come out and vote freely. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. Thanks, Harsha, for joining us. And viewers, on the other side, we'll get you all the details from the poll-bound state of Tamil Nadu, how TVK Chief Vijay has now declared 2 pending criminal cases in fresh electoral affidavits. Criminal cases were, in fact, not notified earlier.
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off. The crew.
Welcome viewers, you're watching the latest edition of Republic Defense, and I am Rakshita Mishra with you, getting you the top stories. We have 3 stories lined up for you in this edition. The story number 1 is Pakistan's old pattern is back. The false flag operation propaganda of Pakistan. The moment they develop cold feet, the moment they want to distract from their own crisis, they resort to this rhetoric, this narrative. Now, viewers, it happens after Defense Minister of India, Rajnath Singh, warns Pakistan against any misadventure, saying that India will take unprecedented and decisive action if provoked. Now, this warning comes after Pakistan alleged, or rather say ran a propaganda that Indian forces will use Pakistani prisoners in India to attempt a false flag operation. A planned narrative that was taken ahead by the Pakistani media, the bots, and it was, of course, masterminded by the ISI. What is crucial here is the timing, viewers. It comes just a few days ahead of 1 year of the cowardly Pahalgam terror attack, and what followed was, of course, total destruction of Pakistani terror bases, that is Operation Sindoor. Security forces are on alert across India, as speculations are high that Pakistan could be planning another terror attacks in guise of propaganda. But Defense Minister Rajnath Singh has made it clear, and so have our service chiefs as well.
दोबारा कोई हरकत किया तो उसका परिणाम क्या होगा, यह पाकिस्तान को भी अच्छी तरह से पता है।
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर अभी खत्म नहीं हुआ और अगली बार जरूरत पड़ी तो हो सकता है ओपनिंग हमारी नौसेना के द्वारा ही होगी।
Now, viewers, we'll just tell you actually what is being peddled, who is behind this nefarious design of the Pakistanis. This is not the first time that Pakistan have tried to sell this false flag theory. So these are the three officers of the Pakistani army, the cowardly Pakistani army, that the Lieutenant General Amir Ehsan Nawaz, Major General Muhammad Mushtaq Ali and Major General Zulfikar Ali Bhatti, they have peddled this idea that there is a potential attack that could take place in India, preemptively labeling it as a false flag operation, which India, they say, would use to attack Pakistan. Now, they are, of course, developing cold feet because there are warnings after warnings that are being issued, and not to forget that Operation Sindoor is on. Pakistani nationals lodged in Indian prison will be used in this operation, say the Pakistanis. And this is the team behind the narrative, and this is an ISI propaganda. We'll just show you what exactly has been, in fact, planned and said by the Pakistanis, viewers. Viewers, this is what Rajnath Singh has said. Rajnath Singh has said that any misadventure by Pakistan would invite unprecedented and decisive action. Now, the important part is what Khaja Asif says. Of course, he is not important at all anyway. He does more damage to his own government than to anybody. But this is what he has said. The illusion of space for war between two nuclear states is inconceivable and has drastic consequences. And this is what the Defence Minister Khaja Asif has said. He also goes on to say that if India does something, we will target, that Pakistan will target RSS headquarters. It will attack RSS offices. This is what Khaja Asif has said, that the attack this time from Pakistan will be unprecedented, says Khaja Asif. Okay. Defence expert Major Samar Pathur joins us on the broadcast for more. A very good afternoon, sir. How do you see this narrative? Not the first time. We've seen so many times. Pakistan has even tried to sell this theory to the UN as well. It happened during Pulwama also. It happened during Pahalgam also. Time and again, we've seen there's a pattern. And what's troubling is that it has coincided with attacks from Pakistan also. What do you think is the intention this time?
What I can anticipate is, Rakshita, that if they claim that there is some false flag operation or anything, whatever theories they're coming up with, I think they're most welcome to give us the information, give us the input or the intelligence, whatever that they have present on them. They can share it with the Indian authorities. They can share it with the United Nations and other international organizations or intelligence agencies with which we have a pact. And once that information is received by our agencies, we will definitely act upon it, number one. Number two, see, as far as false flag operations are concerned, Pakistan has mastered the art of it through ISI. They've done it ample number of times against the American forces in Afghanistan. Due to that and multiple attacks on the American forces by the ISI, the Americans actually had to leave Afghanistan and lose out on the war. So they are the masters in deception, in betrayal rather. And moreover, Rakshita, they promised their troops to Saudi Arabia. They've promised their troops to the International Stabilization Force. Then they are already at war with Afghanistan. Last year, they've already suffered a lot of damages at the hands of the Indian Army during Op Sindoor. Within 88 hours, their whole air radar systems went blind and were destroyed. You know, and there are international journals which have been written which claim that Pakistan has actually suffered a very big blow, and none of the Chinese radars or air detection systems worked. So you see, it is imminent that Pakistan is very desperate that in case things do not go its way, it has to commit its soldiers to the war against Afghanistan. It has to commit its soldiers, approximately 1 lakh in number, with Saudi Arabia. It has to commit its soldiers to the American forces for any ground invasion from Pakistan into Iran. So they are already in a fix. So I think the cheapest bet that Pakistanis are thinking is that they should go in for another very short war with India as an excuse to not send their troops for war. But I insist that the Pakistanis send their troops to the Saudis. You've had a pact with the Saudi Arabians. You must, man up, level up, stick to your word, be a man enough, be man enough and send your troops to the Saudi Arabs so that the GCC countries can actually plan an attack against the Iranians, who've already spread a lot of terrorism and supporting 13 Shia terrorist groups in the Middle East. So I think Pakistan should contribute to the American forces also. It should dedicate its troops to the Americans as well to facilitate a ground offensive from the Pakistani border into Iran. And as far as China is concerned, very wise decision of making Pakistan and Taliban sit face to face together in China for a peace deal, which I certainly think it's very unlikely till there is a solution to the Durand line. So I think Pakistan is definitely in a fix. It already has its hands full, and probably it is so much underwater due to overcommitment that it is unable to come above the surface of water to take a breath, and they are just drowning into this debt. They have the Afghanistan border closed. They have the Iranian border closed. They have the Indian border closed. They do not have LPG gas coming in from Oman or the Middle East. They have the money which is stopped coming from the Arabs, and they have to pay $3 billion back to the UAE itself. And they have the inflation problem. They have the rise in fuel prices. They never had any plans for creating reserves for their oil and natural resources. So it is in a fix. It's dire straits, dire consequences for Pakistan right now. It is in a fix. And the easiest and shortcut way that it is finding an excuse is that, India might go to war with Pakistan. Hence, Pakistan will not be able to commit its troops to anybody they promised, which I insist and implore is not the case. India is a country of peace. We do not intend to go to war with any nation. And we insist that Pakistan commits its troops to the Saudis and to the Americans and go in and fight against the Iranians, which is a fair and a just war against terrorism.
Right. Stay on with us. We have, why Pakistan is also developing coalfield, because we are having the war mock drills also. A week ago, we had a lot of activities in Jaisalmer also when the sirens were being blared. And, I think it sent out, some sort of a message to Pakistan also, while we were just, working on our preparedness as any wise country would. But Pakistan be Pakistan, the cowardly Pakistan it is. Let's take a listen to what the Navy Chief has said about Operation Sindoor, what could have happened, how Indian Navy was ready, and also what the Army Chief had also said recently.
It is now not a hidden fact that we were just minutes away from striking Pakistan from sea when they requested stoppage of kinetic action. Through swift and resolute actions during Operation Sindoor, the Indian Navy reinforced the nation's confidence and trust in its capabilities. Besides Operation Sindoor and the relentless operational tempo through the year, we were also very proud to showcase the breadth and depth of our operational capabilities to the Honorable Prime Minister during the historic 17 hours overnight embarkation with the Indian Navy on the Western Seaboard. At the same time, the Indian Navy upheld India's commitment as the first responder in the region.
भाग्यशाली समझता हूँ कि आज मैं पूरी नगरी में आया और भगवान का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त किया। मेरा मुख्य उद्देश्य था कि मैं भारतीय सेना की तरफ से आशीर्वाद मांगूं भगवान से, ताकि आगे आने वाले दिनों में भगवान का आशीर्वाद भारतीय सेना और उनके सगे संबंधियों के साथ बना रहे। और आज उसी की मैंने एक प्रार्थना की और मुझे यकीन है कि आगे आने वाले दिनों में भगवान के आशीर्वाद से भारतीय सेना बहुत अच्छा करेगी, आगे आने वाले दिनों में और ऊंचा उठेगी और अच्छी कार्रवाई करेगी। मैं दोबारा पूरी नगरी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं और सबकी कृपा इस नगरी पर बनी रहे और भगवान को जो उन्होंने संभाल के यहाँ पर रखा हुआ है, ये पूरे भारत देश के लिए बहुत गौरव की बात है और हमें आकर यहाँ पर बहुत ही शांति और पवित्र महसूस होता है। और मेरा कोशिश यही रहेगी कि हर साल यहाँ पर आऊं और भगवान का आशीर्वाद और उनके चरणों में अपना शीश नवाऊं।
Major Tur, how do you read this? The recent activities in the past 10 to 12 days have really, stirred a lot of speculations about what's going to happen when you see the chiefs, visiting temples and then, making very, very strong statements, which they always do, of course. But you feel that is it in wake of what's happening across the globe that is happening, or do you feel that it is something that is necessary and Pakistan could be, we should be ready for any misadventure?
I mean, if people are able to read between the lines, it is probably going to benefit them itself. But as far as my analysis are concerned, we are a secular military. So visiting various holy places for taking blessings of the God is a routine activity that we all practice and follow. So I think that, moreover, looking at the present global scenario, as you mentioned, I think it is imperative for everyone to, take the blessings of the gods and, to keep the military well-trained and ready for any consequences or eventualities. So that is what the military is for, that the more you bleed the more you sweat and bleed during peace, the less fatalities you will face during war. So basically, we are always ready for operations. We are buckled up to go to war. But yes, we have to even be more cautious to understand the enemy's sinister designs. And keeping in mind the pressure that Pakistan is facing from all around, and it is failing to comply in its diplomacy and other peaceful measures, right. I think it is imperative for India to be ready just in case that Pakistan will try to create chaos and trouble in India, so that to find an excuse to go to war and avoid committing.
Rightly pointed out to Major Samar Patur. Many thanks. Always a pleasure having you on Republic TV, viewers. Now we quickly shift to how India continues to prepare itself even in the deep sea. Well, this is the destroyer of enemies. It is INS Arindam that is going to be inducted, and we're going to talk about the reaction also that came in from the Defence Minister of India, Rajnath Singh, with that tweet that, of course, again, stirred a lot of speculations. This was about Arindam. Now, we were just going to tell you about INS Taragiri and INS Arindam. Now, it's a big boost to the Eastern Fleet. Indian Navy quietly commissioned its third nuclear-powered submarine, INS Arindam, and a BrahMos-ready stealth frigate, INS Taragiri. A commissioning that was overseen by Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and Navy Chief Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi. It marked a significant addition to India's deterrence capability. INS Taragiri is the fourth Nilgiri-class stealth-guided frigate equipped with the BrahMos and capable of lethal anti-submarine warfare. We'll just tell you about that, the information about both the vessels. Now, it's a push for self-reliance as well. Submarine 75% indigenously built. We have the graphics for that. We can play that out. I can read from those graphics. It's the third nuclear power submarine that we're talking about, INS Aridhaman as well. This destroyer of the enemy, as it is translated to, is also said to join the Strategic Forces Command. So this is indigenously built nuclear powered submarine, and this is the third nuclear submarine to boost deterrence, nuclear powered ballistic missile submarine. And it's a big boost, of course, for India's deep sea operations as well. Big boost to Navy's strike capability. So this is the third nuke submarine. We can go on to now talk about the Taragiri as well, because it's a strong message that is being sent out. In the past 1 year, we've seen that there have been multiple warships that have been commissioned. So this is the third new submarine that's set to join the Strategic Forces Command. We can quickly move to other graphics as well. So this is the BrahMos-ready frigate, the Taragiri. This is commissioned on the 3rd of April. and it enters the naval fleet, the Eastern Navy Fleet. So a boost to the eastern waters. Fourth Nilgiri class stealth guided missile frigate, INS Taragiri, is built over 75% of indigenous content and is equipped with the lethal anti-submarine warfare and loaded with the BrahMos missiles for assault, and everybody knows the power of BrahMos. Indigenous rocket launchers on board as well. So it's come fully loaded, and we understand why then our neighbors are having developing cold feet. They are completely getting the nerves. So this is the naval boost for India, viewers. Now we are going to just show you a lowdown of the lineup. INS Aridaman, INS Taragiri, and of course we have they are all being commissioned just this week, and India, of course, boosting its naval fleet. Now we will shift our focus quickly to the final story of the show on our defense, viewers. This is the war that is continuing and it's escalating. Iran has put out now pictures of American F-15s, claiming that it was shot down by the Iranians. Now, the wreckage shows the jet shattered, and not just this, the US-Iran war completes 5 weeks. Several US aircraft have been claimed shot down by Iran, from F-15s to A-10 Thunderbolt and the MQ-9 Reaper drones. US has lost its military assets, worth somewhere around $1.4 billion to $2.9 billion, while 13 US bases have reportedly come under Iranian attack. The big question is the Iranian military so capable, as opposed to what Americans claim, that they are back-to-back shooting down the American warplanes?
We are systematically dismantling the regime's ability to threaten America or hurting their air force and their missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, their missiles are just about used up or beaten.
The two most powerful air forces in the world will have complete control of Iranian skies, uncontested airspace.
As we speak, the Iranians have claimed that first an F-15 fighter jet has been shot down over Iran, and the pilot could have been also captured. One pilot has been rescued, as claimed by America. A-10 Thunderbolt, that is the Warthog, has also been shot down. This is what Iranian media is citing the government to be claiming. 2 US choppers as well hit while searching for the pilot. So there was one Black Hawk as well that was conducting the search operation. The UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter has been hit. There are multiple videos that are doing the rounds. Around 10 MQ-9 Reaper drones also shot down in various engagements. We're just going back to the past ones as well. So 10 MQ-9 Reaper drones shot. Earlier, the F-15 has also been shot. F-15E in the latest, and F-16 has also been shot. And Iran claims that an F-35 earlier, a few days back, was also shot down. That was the first kill while the aircraft is in operation. So we'll just tell you about these are the Iranian claims. The United States, except for the F-15E, have not confirmed what has happened in the latest. The fact that one pilot has been captured is a really, really serious turn of events that has happened. So, viewers, we understand that the Pentagon is confirming the loss only of the F-15E. We have Wing Commander Pramod Malik, former fighter pilot, live from Delhi, joining us on the broadcast. Many thanks, Commander Pramod, for joining us on Republic TV, sir. You know, this is being speculated to be the turning point of this war, that a pilot is being looked for, is being searched for, and even the search helicopters are being shot by the Iranians. Two things here, sir. Do you feel that this is a serious escalation? What could happen? What could be the implication if the pilot is really captured by the Iranians? Number two, sir, you feel that this speaks volumes about what Iran's capabilities are? Pentagon and Trump himself have been saying that their air defense have been completely decimated, that they don't have any anti-aircraft weapon. But the story seems to be completely opposite.
So first thing that, these helicopters were trying to evade the anti-aircraft guns and flying at ultra-low levels. And thereby they were caught by the ground fire and they were shot down. And the fighter pilots who ejected after a hit, they were not rescued and probably captured by the Iranian regime. So it is a good tool for Iran to, go ahead with the negotiations with America. And as far as, Pentagon has gone wrong in so many ways. They are exposed. Firstly, they did not prepare. They did not expect that Iranians will have so much of firepower and they will have their, friends like Russia and China helping them all through. Pentagon, yesterday only they said that they have, decimated the air power of Iran. They are, their aeroplanes are flying uncontested. And on the same day, they have shot down F-15, A-10 and 2 helicopters. So their claims have been exposed to the public and in the world forum.
Sir, do you feel that this actually, goes on to now show that the United States is really, bearing losses? It might have still an edge. It would be having an edge. US is a mightier force, no doubt in that, sir. But do you feel that, all these statements that are being made that the air defense system have been completely decimated shows that Iran has, a good amount of supplies and aid also as far as their air defense system or even anti-aircraft is concerned, and that this war could even go on for long. And that's why we see that there is no ceasefire also that or any negotiation that has happened till now.
Yes, ma'am. It shows that Iranians have a lot of firepower available. That is why they are not moving forward for the negotiation and they are making America to compromise on that because America is the one who started it. So it is whatever, their calculations have gone wrong of Pentagon, but it is a good, in terms of Iran, they will be able to negotiate because they still have a lot of firepower available. And the shooting down of F-35 indicates that it is a, Russian radar, probably Nevo M, which was used because Iranians don't have any other radar on their inventory. So with this kind of firepower available in the Iranian space and they are still able to put a lot of targets, neutralize a lot of targets, airborne targets or ground targets, it shows that they are continuing to fight and which is exposing the Pentagon.
People are talking about the Gulf War or, the Desert Storm, that America should learn from the past. This analysis is also doing the rounds, but of course we have to wait and watch what happens. Many thanks. Appreciate you joining here, Wing Commander Pramod Malik on Republic Defense.
Thank you so much.
All right, viewers, that's all we could pack in this edition of Republic Defense, but we continue to bring you all the stories that matter as far as India's security, Indian forces are concerned. We always keep forces first on Republic TV. Thank you so much for watching. Jai Hind.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Director, the taste of success.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चमकी चाट
खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
First time it was canceled in February 8th. After that March, we make all the plans, we have all the hype, and it was canceled again. And finally it's happening today. So we are going to celebrate a new milestone for everybody, not only for USA, for the whole planet, for the whole humanity.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, election fever is running high across India. Now, Prime Minister Modi has kicked off the poll campaign in Bengal. So, we'll get you all the poll updates from what's happening in Bengal to Kerala. But before that, what has Donald Trump said to Iran as he issues his final warning before the deadline? We'll get you all that. But first up, a quick check at the headlines.
बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा।
Prime Minister Modi kicks off India's poll campaign in Bengal, slams the TMC government over Malda violence. BJP to release a manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th. The manifesto after Prime Minister's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. NDA is a major kettle push as the Union Home Minister Amit Shah addresses a mega rally in Ernakulam. TVK Chief Vijay declares 2 pending criminal cases in fresh election affidavits. The criminal cases were not notified earlier. Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, who is also the party election in charge, along with the BJP Chief Nan Nagendran, releases a white paper targeting the DMK government. right, viewers, our top focus at this hour. Donald Trump has again issued a warning for opening the Strait of Hormuz to Iran. Now, Trump says he will start attacking bridges and power plants all across Iran if Iran fails to open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, that's the latest warning issued by Donald Trump just ahead of his 48 hours ultimatum. Before it comes to an end, he's now issued a final warning to Iran. In fact, let me quote to our viewers what exactly Donald Trump has said on this. Now he goes, Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the strait or you will be living in hell. Now that's the statement issued by the US president. He seems to be losing his patience as the deadline 48 hours ultimatum is about to come to an end on Tuesday. He's now said to Iran very clearly in strong words, either open the Strait of Hormuz or you will be living in hell. Now he plans to attack power plant bridges. He plans to attack all the bridges as well as power plants across Iran if the Strait of Hormuz is not open before the deadline comes to an end. This is the final warning issued by Donald Trump. Viewers, we are on day 37 of the war in West Asia, and we're certainly looking at more escalations because even earlier, Tehran had rejected the 48 hours deadline issued by Donald Trump. And this time also we're looking at Trump planning to hit Iran's power plants as well as bridges if it fails to open the Strait of Hormuz. Now, to decode this further, I'm being joined by retired Major General Shashi Asthana. Retired Major General Shashi Asthana now joining us on Republic. Major General, I want to ask you, now Donald Trump has said this before as well, but this time he seems more serious. He said if Iran does not open the Strait of Hormuz, they will be living in hell. It will be a power plant and a bridges day all across Iran. How do you decode this warning, sir?
Firstly, this warning is a step in the escalation ladder in a manner that as we go along, and with this warning, if he says that he is going to take on these civilian targets, the critical civilian targets in terms of power plants, in terms of water salinization plants and others, other infrastructure, Iran is also going to retaliate tit for tat. Now, they have also identified similar targets in the Gulf region, which they are going to engage in case this kind of action takes place. At the same time, I must also tell you that President Trump, I'm sure, must be emboldened by this operation of the rescue operation, because he was into a fair amount of pressure for last 48 hours in a manner that there was their weapon officer was inside and he was being rescued. The rescue was also a very tough mission in a manner that they had to even blow up one or two transport aircrafts, but a daring mission which has successfully been completed, and therefore perhaps he has taken a sigh of relief and seems to be a little bolder in reiterating these threats. But notwithstanding that, as far as Iran is concerned, they have faced these threats. There is nothing which President Trump can do in next 48 hours. He can't launch a ground operation in 48 hours. He can only do more standoff attacks, more intense standoff attacks. That's all he can do.
All right,
and
Major General,
I think they have got their plans.
Right. I agree with you that we're certainly climbing up the escalatory ladder here. Donald Trump seems to be losing his patience because despite all the efforts, Strait of Hormuz still remains blocked. We are looking at energy crisis worldwide right now. So I want to ask you, sir, Tehran had already rejected the 48 hours ultimatum. So in case now Trump goes ahead with, hitting bridges and power plants, what will be the likely response from Tehran's side?
They are also going to blow off certain infrastructure that is US-related infrastructure. It can be financial hubs. It could be the technological firms, their assets which are there around. It could well be a water salinization plant of some of the allies who are helping Trump or somehow back in the back channel trying to tell them that he should continue with destruction and degradation of Iran. So it can well be some of these sites that. But seeing the pattern, Iran has actually climbed one step up the escalation ladder every time and have just retaliated as much as the punishment which they have got. In my opinion, they have still more steps to climb, like they have not spoken or tried anything to disrupt the undersea cable. They have still not spoken to activate Houthis to close the Red Sea. Now, these are also some of the actions which Iran can take, which are within their capabilities, but maybe perhaps in the next level of escalation. Now, in case President Trump increases the level of escalation and goes up the escalation ladder, maybe some of these things you may see subsequently. As of now, in my opinion, they have identified certain targets which will be proportionate targets to what President Trump is threatening for, and maybe that they are going to strike those targets as well. In case President Trump goes ahead with this plan, I am given to understand that ground operation issue. I think some of the professionals have somehow put some sense in his mind that it is far too risky. And let me also tell you, as an analyst and as a military experienced officer, that for USA, there is if they have to open Strait of Hormuz by force, it involves capturing every single island where Iran is blocking. But if Iran has to disrupt that, they just require one or two islands. So there is an asymmetric geographic advantage in favor of Iran when it comes to opening the Strait of Hormuz, and therefore opening Strait of Hormuz by force is somehow is not a cost benefit analysis, is not a good proposition, or shall I say a viable proposition.
All right, so you say it still remains a major challenge for Donald Trump to open the Strait of Hormuz. Iran still has some cards up its sleeves. It could also, in fact, block Bab al-Mandab. So we are certainly looking at more escalations and definitely extension of this conflict. On that note, thank you, Major General Shashi Asthana, for joining us on Republic and sharing your inputs.
Thank you.
All right, viewers, now shifting focus to what's happening in the election-bound states. Now, ahead of the assembly election in West Bengal, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed a major rally in Cooch Behar. Prime Minister Narendra Modi slammed the TMC in his address and said that this time justice will be served. Prime Minister, in fact, went ahead also by saying that after these elections, the TMC goons will be punished and held accountable as the law takes its own course. Take a listen. All right, viewers, in fact, we'll bring you more bites on what exactly a Prime Minister has said. Let's also walk you through the big takeaways in this regard. Now, Prime Minister Modi raised the issue of infiltration. He accused Mamata Banerjee of shielding infiltrators as her vote bank, while BJP keeps on working to wipe out, to oust these infiltrators. Take a listen.
इस बार बंगाल में एक और टीएमसी का भय है और इसका मुकाबला करने के लिए आपके पास भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और टीएमसी के कटमनी और करप्शन का भय है, दूसरी ओर विकास को तेज रफ्तार देने वाली भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और घुसपैठ कराकर विदेशियों को यहां बसाने का भय है, दूसरी ओर घुसपैठ रोककर सारे घुसपैठियों को बंगाल से बाहर करने का भाजपा का भरोसा है। एक और बदलती डेमोग्राफी से अपनी ही जमीन पर आजादी छीनने का भय है। दूसरी ओर अपनी माटी पर गर्व के साथ सिर उठाकर जीने का अटल भरोसा देने वाली भाजपा है। एक और सिंडिकेट राज में अपनी संपत्ति लूटने का भय है। दूसरी ओर सिर पर पक्का घर और जमीन के मालिकाना हक का भरोसा है। एक और संदेश खाली जैसी बहनों की चीखें और बेटियों पर होता निर्मम अत्याचार है। दूसरी ओर नारी शक्ति को सुरक्षा, सम्मान और सशक्तिकरण की मोदी की गारंटी है।
Now, viewers, Prime Minister Modi also said that TMC government uses fear politics. He said this time in this election, it is a politics of fear and hatred versus BJP is a politics of trust and faith. Take a listen.
इस चुनाव में बंगाल से भय भागेगा। भाजपा की महाविजय से भरोसा जागेगा। बांग्ला থেকে ভয় পালাবে। মহাবিজয় থেকে সূর্য জাগবে। और मैं आपको भरोसा देता हूं, इस बार चुनाव के बाद इनके पापों का पूरा हिसाब किया जाएगा। चुन चुन के हिसाब किया जाएगा। 4 मई के बाद कानून अपना काम करेगा। चाहे कोई बड़े से बड़ा गुंडा क्यों न हो, इस बार न्याय होकर रहेगा। एक बात मैं आपको और बता दूं, ये इतने वर्षों से बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा।
Now, viewers, Prime Minister Modi also condemned Malta violence during his public address while questioning TMC's role in the case. Now, viewers, in this case, there were 7 judicial officers who were threatened and then held hostage and only released after central forces intervened. Prime Minister Modi called it a shameful, pre-planned violence by TMC goons. Take a listen.
यहां की निर्मम सरकार बंगाल की इस पावन माटी पर हर रोज लोकतंत्र को लहूलुहान कर रही है। ये निर्मम सरकार अपने आगे किसी संवैधानिक संस्था को कुछ भी नहीं समझती। आपने 2-3 दिन पहले ही देखा है, पूरे देश ने देखा है, देश के न्यायप्रिय नागरिक चौंक गए हैं। कैसे मालदा में न्यायिक अधिकारियों को बंधक बनाकर रखा गया। सोचिए, ये कैसी सरकार है, ये कैसी व्यवस्था है जहां जज और संविधान की प्रक्रिया भी सुरक्षित नहीं है। तो बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ, बंगाल की आम जनता की सुरक्षा की उम्मीद इन लोगों से कैसे की जाए? मालदा में जो हुआ वो केवल टीएमसी की उद्दंडता ही नहीं थी, ये इस निर्मम सरकार का प्रायोजित महाजंगल राज है, महाजंगल राज है। ये टीएमसी जब न्याय का शिकंजा कसता है तो संवैधानिक संस्थाओं का गला घोंटने का काम करती है।
Now, viewers, Prime Minister Modi further said that Mamata Banerjee is opposing SIR to shield infiltrators as she considers them as a vote bank. So, in a desperate attempt, she is now trying to safeguard the illegals while BJP is trying to oust them from across the country. Take a listen.
तृणमूल शासन के 15 वर्षों में बंगाल के सीमावर्ती इलाकों में डेमोग्राफी में खतरनाक बदलाव आया है। इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी का सीधा संरक्षण मिलता है। टीएमसी ने सीधे अपने सिंडिकेट में भर्ती करती है। इनसे बंगाल के लोगों की सुरक्षा को बड़ा खतरा पैदा हो रहा है। इसलिए भारत सरकार घुसपैठियों की पहचान कर उन्हें बाहर निकालने के लिए काम कर रही है। भारत ही नहीं, दुनिया के बड़े बड़े देश इस समय गैर कानूनी घुसपैठियों को अपने यहां से निकाल रहे हैं। बड़े बड़े देश निकाल रहे हैं। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, बंगाल में टीएमसी सरकार घुसपैठियों के बचाव में लगी है। इसलिए ये तृणमूल वाले एसआईआर का विरोध कर रहे हैं ताकि घुसपैठियों की पहचान न हो सके। उल्टा टीएमसी सीएए को रद्द करने की धमकी दे रही है। यानी जिन शरणार्थी हिंदुओं को नागरिकता मिली है, ये उनकी नागरिकता छीनेंगे और वो नागरिकता ये किसको देंगे? अवैध घुसपैठियों को, क्योंकि इन घुसपैठियों को टीएमसी अपना वोट बैंक मानती है।
All right, viewers, that's the latest. We are picking up from the election-bound states, and don't go anywhere. On the other side, we'll continue with the coverage on the high-stakes election as BJP is now all set to release its manifesto for Bengal on April 10th. Comes right after Prime Minister's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. All that lined up for you ahead on Republic TV as we continue our rolling coverage on high-stakes elections.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा मसाला।
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट,
स्वाद बढ़ाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चमकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
प्यास बुझाए, ठंडक लाए, सबको भाए जीरा से। MTH का जल जीरा, जीरा से।
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of.
Join International Institute of Hotel Management. Call 983-10-50,000.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच, लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े, चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for suction of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain, and the
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ।
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट। अब बताओ स्वाद आया? आया।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। चमकी चाट से क्या बना है?
आलू चाट या फ्रूट चाट।
स्वाद बनाए चमकी चाट।
क्या बात है? स्वादिष्ट पकोड़े और फरसान, अरे चंकी चाट है इसकी जान।
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट।
Three, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week I picked two, one domestic and one from the neighborhood, but directly connected with our national security. Pakistan, which projected to the world that it was mediating between Iran and America on the war, itself had to run to China to save its face on a Ramzan war with Afghanistan. Beijing brokered a truce between Islamabad and Kabul. But the larger question is left open. Is the strategic depth that Pakistan seeks in Afghanistan a mirage that would never materialize? That's our segment number one. In segment two, we focus on the history of Naxalism and what happened in the 1960s that facilitated the spread of communist violence across a wide swathe of the country from Bengal to Maharashtra. Let's get going. This was a slip both literal and geopolitical. Pakistan Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar had a fall while hosting the foreign ministers of Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Turkey in Islamabad for a peace summit on Iran war. The effort came to a knot, with President Trump declaring war would go on for a few more weeks, and Pakistan was left with egg on its face, as Iran refused any nod for the overture. Given the state of poverty, Pakistan would have made an omelette of the egg on its face and eaten it with some austerity sauce. But joke apart, this was clearly a case of an overreach that was over-smart. For during the same time that Pakistan was posturing as a confident peacenik, it had to rush to Beijing to sort out issues with neighboring Afghanistan. Talks were held in Urumqi, the capital of the province of Xinjiang, as Beijing mediated. Knowing the perils of the exercise and expected failure, the Chinese thought it wiser to play it down with low-level participation and off-camera, below-the-radar engagement. Any calm along the Durand line would be temporary, as Qatar, Saudi Arabia and Turkey realized over the last 1 year of mediation and then lost interest owing to the weightier engagements like the ongoing Iran war. China has more than a couple of reasons to get involved. One, Pakistan is a client state and China has billions invested in the region through the CPEC corridor. 2. China wants to create a space for itself in the vacuum left by America in Afghanistan. 3. It does not want America to come back to the Bagram base outside Kabul. 4th, it has concerns about the East Turkestan Islamic Movement, the ETIM, working on Xinjiang secession and active in the mountains of northern Afghanistan. And finally, Peripherally, it gets to counter India's influence in the region. But Pakistan increasingly betrays nerves on its western border. The reason is rooted in a strategy that has met with a spectacular failure. The search for the strategic depth in the territory of Afghanistan has proven to be a mirage. Ramzan clashes should have completely buried the thought. Even in the month of Ramzan, Islamabad and Kabul came to blows with bombing and drone strikes that killed hundreds and left many more injured. A truce brokered by Qatar and Saudi Arabia did not hold, and Taliban regime blamed Pakistan of carrying out a strike right the next day of the ceasefire on March 18th. The developments underscored the fragility of understanding that is reached between the two sides, which in turn shows the kind of trust or lack of it between Kabul and Islamabad, or Kandahar and Rawalpindi. When the United States left Afghanistan in August of 2021, there was euphoria in the Pakistani establishment. Then Prime Minister Imran Khan called it final independence of Afghanistan. General Faiz Hamid, the then ISI chief, had that famous picture holding his tea at a Kabul hotel. That initial optimism was rooted in the umbilical link that Taliban shared with the Pak ISI. There was belief that the Taliban would remain strategically aligned with Islamabad's interests, give it depth vis-à-vis India, and help them tighten the noose around TTP, or the Pakistani Taliban. But reverse seems to have happened. The mullahs of Taliban realized India was not the monster it was made out to be, and that Pak Taliban were brothers in arms when it came to negating the Durand Line, a make-believe border according to the Afghans. Once in power, Taliban realized the number of ways in which its bread could be buttered. The government of the Islamic Emirate has since diversified its links beyond Pakistan to engage intensely with Russia and China apart from India. Then there's the double game. Well, when you speak of Pakistan, how can you not speak of a double game? Taliban accuses ISI of harboring their nemesis, the ISKP, or Islamic State in Khorasan province, the evidence of which India has shared with Kabul. But it did not begin like this. Taliban was one organic whole. Quetta Shura, Haqqani Network, Peshawar Jirga, those were like rivers flowing into one sea as Para, the ISI headquarters, midwifed the Taliban movement in the 1980s to oust Soviet forces. Over time, they evolved into independent entities, loosely strung, but still tightly controlled by the ISI. The Pakistani Taliban, born sometime in 2007, was seen as a force multiplier for the Afghan Taliban in its fight against the America-backed democratic government of Afghanistan ruled by Hamid Karzai and Ashraf Ghani post-2001. But soon enough, the Pakistani Taliban morphed into a radical insurgent movement with a life of its own. At the root was the thought that Pakistan Army is a client state army of the satanic United States of America, that it was a Punjabi army against Pashtuns and needed to be fixed. Suicide bombings, blasts, ambushes and attacks marked the 2008-2014 period, culminating with the Peshawar Army school attack, killing 130 children. By 2025, the TTP-related deaths stand at nearly 50,000, roughly half and half between civilians and soldiers and cops. That's not a small price to pay for a blinkered vision of a strategic depth vis-à-vis India. And guess what? As Operation Sindoor showed, it took just 2 days for India to immobilize the Pakistani Air Force, push Pakistani Navy into the Karachi harbor, make most of its key air bases dysfunctional. And had the Rawalpindi generals not cried uncle, General Munir might have had to migrate to Australia or somewhere like most Pakistani chiefs do post-retirement in 2025 itself. He has lived to tell his tale another day, but Afghanistan would not be his story. In October of 2025, in fact, Pakistan carried out a major strike targeting TTP commander Nuru Ali Masood, who survived. trust the Rawalpindi generals to leave nothing for guesswork. They launched those attacks when Taliban Foreign Minister Mottaki was on his first visit to New Delhi. If they wanted to send a message, it was well taken and well responded. From New Delhi, Mottaki condemned and warned Pakistan against the breach of Kabul's sovereignty.
अफगानिस्तान के साथ अच्छा ताल्लुकात चाहता है। पाकिस्तानी आवाम और पाकिस्तानी सियासत के साथ हमारा कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। पाकिस्तान में कुछ खास हलके हैं जो हालात को ख़राब करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तो अफगानिस्तान अपना सरहदों का, अपना फ़ज़ा का हक़ महफूज रखे और जैसा कुछ खिलाफ वर्जियाँ हुआ है उसके फ़ौरन जवाब भी दिया। और फिर रात जो इंतकामी ऑपरेशन हुआ तो उसमें हमारा जो हदफ और मतलूब था वो हासिल हुआ।
Since then, there have been at least a dozen rounds of big and small clashes between the neighbors, and Durand Line has become infructuous and permanently hot for all practical purposes. Past month was deadliest. A bombing on Kabul's Omid Drugs Rehabilitation Hospital killed 200 to 400 mostly patients, according to the government. Pakistan, of course, denied. But the portents do not look good. In his Eid message, the elusive Taliban spiritual head, Mullah Akhundzada, has warned Pakistan, yes, named and warned, that while they wish to maintain good and beneficial relations, interference in internal affairs would not be tolerated. Given the rarity with which the Taliban chief speaks, these limited words carry menacing weight. For Pakistan, strategic depth is gone for good. General Munir is now hemmed in from both sides. Can't deliver Bagram to Trump, as not only Taliban, but even China won't let him do that. And the Iran war has shown there's no oil to sell. Pakistan itself gets 80% of its requirement from the Gulf. It will not be long before Trump gets done with Iran and realizes Munir sold him snake oil instead. And the Americans need not do much. Just last month, there was a curious post by Afghanistan's former Vice President and Intelligence Chief Amarullah Saleh on how every week the United States was sending $40 million in cash to the Kabul regime. Not sure if it's ransom or reparations for the 20 years of war, but it was not denied by the Americans. You know what? Afghanistan was the only country that opposed Pakistan's admission to the United Nations back in 1947. The ongoing Durand battle has those roots Pakistan would have to live with. Moving on.
एक नारा लगा था आत्मा की आवाज पर मतदान का, अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर। इंदिरा जी ने लगाया और संजीव रेड्डी के खिलाफ अपना एक प्रत्याशी उतारा। उस वक्त आधार तराश रहे माओवादी पार्टियों ने इंदिरा जी को समर्थन किया और अपने पार्टी में अपना वर्चस्व प्रस्थापित करने के लिए श्रीमती गांधी ने लपक लिया वो समर्थन को। 80 तक इंदिरा जी वापिस नहीं आई, वो माओवादी विचारधारा की गिरफ्त में रही। और मान्यवर, यही समय है जब नक्सलबाड़ी से शुरू हुआ ये आंदोलन 12 राज्यों में फैल गए, देश के 17% भूभाग में फैल गए और 10% से ज्यादा आबादी में पहुंच गए।
This was Union Home Minister Amit Shah announcing the end of left-wing extremism in the country. He was speaking in Parliament about the reign of terror that the communist movement unleashed beginning in the 1960s, that at its peak covered almost 1/3 territory of India from North Bengal to Maharashtra and affected 1/4 of nation's population, predominantly in tribal and forest areas, but not limited to them. While the debate on urban Naxals took center stage only after the Modi government came to power at the center, the phenomenon had taken roots much earlier, with the pinnacle being marked by some clearly identified Naxalites finding pride of place in Sonia Gandhi-headed National Advisory Council an extra constitutional body that sat at the head of policy making during the Congress-led UPA government from 2004 to 2014. The Shah's speech in Lok Sabha was a masterclass in the history of left-wing extremism, from the birth of communist movement in Russia, formation of the Soviet Republic, the split in China, and the parallel spread of communist ideology around the world, including India. Listen to this clip.
मान्यवर, ये दोनों पार्टियां कम्युनिस्टों की, एक रसिया में जब क्रांति हुई तब हुई, और एक रसिया के चीन के बीच मतभेद हुआ तब हुई। इसके बाद 69 में संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध करने के लिए, मेरी बात ध्यान से सभी लोग सुने, आपके माध्यम से मैं देश को भी कहना चाहता हूं, 1969 में सीपीआई एमएल मार्क्सिस्ट की स्थापना हुई। इसका उद्देश्य कोई विकास का वैक्यूम बनना नहीं था, कोई अधिकारों की रक्षा नहीं था। उसके संविधान में उद्देश्य था संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध कर सशस्त्र क्रांति करना, जो रसिया और चीन में कर चुके थे। मगर यहां राजाशाही नहीं बची थी, अंग्रेज यहां था नहीं, यहां संविधान से चलने वाली एक लोकतांत्रिक सरकार बन गई थी। फिर क्यों संसद का विरोध? चुनाव लड़ते, जीत कर आते, अपनी बातों को लोगों को मनवाते, मगर वैसे तो कोई बात सुनेगा नहीं। इसलिए सशस्त्र क्रांति, क्रांति कई प्रकार की होती है। वैचारिक क्रांति होती है, कुछ लोगों ने गीतों लिखकर क्रांति की है, महात्मा जैसे लोगों ने अहिंसक क्रांति करी थी। इन्होंने सशस्त्र क्रांति और दूसरा संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध करना, ये दो उद्देश्यों के साथ सीपीआई मार्क्सिस्ट बना, और मान्यवर यही आज के माओविस्ट है। ये मूल समझे बगैर अन्याय 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 रटे जा रहे। भाई, अन्याय के लिए नहीं बनी है, हमारी संसदीय राजनीति का विरोध करने के लिए, संसद का जिसका आप सदस्य हो, इसका विरोध करने के लिए बने।
In some earlier episodes, I have profiled all this and more, including the soft spread of the communist elements into the Congress party even before independence, post the Dutt-Bradley thesis of 1936. Rajni Palme Dutt and Ben Bradley were members of the Communist Party of England and theorized that the Communist Party of India should give up its ideological rigidity and join the ranks of Congress to steer the national freedom movement's direction towards a more revolutionary approach. But what got me curious this time was the mention by Shah of the 1969 presidential election in the context of India's left turn. Not many in the present generation might recall that sensational contest, which, while consolidating the hold of Indira Gandhi over Congress, also strengthened the communist forces like they had not been even during Nehru years. A total recall is in order. The 1969 election Amit Shah mentioned was occasioned by the death in office of President Zakir Hussain. Indira Gandhi was Prime Minister, had been Prime Minister for about 3 years, but on a weak wicket within the Congress, with the syndicate of elders, the regional satraps that included K. Kamaraj, S. Nijalingappa, S. K. Patil, Atulya Ghosh, Morarji Desai, Neelam Sanjeev Reddy, among others, is still ruling the roost. Jousting was on between Indira on one side and the syndicate on the other. And the election of the president provided an opportunity to test respective strengths. Indira was isolated within the party, with the parliamentary board rejecting her candidate Babu Jagjeevan Ram and picking Sanjeeva Reddy instead. Kamaraj even thought of finishing the political life of Indira by suggesting that she choose to contest for president instead. Though outvoted, Gandhi was not outwitted and backed an independent V.V. Giri against her own party candidate Reddy, asking Congress MPs to vote as per their conscience. Behind the scenes, obviously, it was communicated that the rising but embattled Nehru dynasty wanted Giri to win, who won by a whisker, but in the process forced a split in the Congress. Indira government fell into a minority and had to take support of the left contingent and the DMK in the parliament to survive till the next general elections in 1972, which she won easily. But not before the communist movement consolidated and seeped into every walk of public life of the country. Fighting the syndicate and dependent on the left, Indira strongly pivoted to leftist policies like nationalization of banks, abolition of privy purses, among other decisions. Nehru's Fabian socialism had been replaced with communist takeover of the party. The Dutt-Bradley thesis of 1936 had completed second successful iteration. This was the exact same time that the left movement itself was going through a churn. The Communist Party had split in 1964, mirroring the split between the Soviet and Chinese Communist parties, with the followers of Mao setting up CPI Marxist or CPIM. Coinciding with the 1969 election was also the formation of the guerrilla movement with a further split of CPM on April 22 that year. This was called the CPI-ML or Marxist-Leninist and believed in armed revolution and overthrow of the Constitution of India. Guess the significance of that date, April 22? It is the birth anniversary of Lenin. Shah's speech on March 30 was the final nail in the coffin of that movement, which has killed perhaps over 1 lakh Indian citizens, including civilians and soldiers, in mostly poor parts of the country over the last 5 decades. In fact, the third iteration of the communist takeover of the Congress came with Sonia Gandhi setting up that NAC I was talking about, the National Advisory Council, which was packed up with urban Naxals and Maoist sympathizers. Not sympathizers, in fact, Maoist ideologues. As Karl Marx had said, history repeats itself, first time as tragedy and second time as farce. You want to have a glimpse of the farce? Look at this video posted by Rahul Gandhi some time ago. These are protests at the India Gate in New Delhi in support of a dreaded Maoist commander, Madhvi Hidma, who was eliminated in an encounter last year. You know who was Hidma? He was the mastermind of the 2013 Darbar Valley Naxal attack in Chhattisgarh, which wiped out the entire Congress party leadership of the state, including the likes of veteran Vidyacharan Shukla, his brother, and then State President Mahendra Karma also. Rahul Gandhi was supporting the same Hidma. Is it not a farce? It might have been a farce for the Congress, but it was a tragedy both times for the nation. As the Union Home Minister underscored, the ideology could succeed because of political patronage and the absent writ of the state on the ground. And the writ was absent because the state had no governance to show. Over the last decade, every village in Bastar has been connected with the electricity grid, a ration shop, a school, a functioning dispensary, and gas connections. Only when the guerrillas were disconnected emotionally from the masses through the spread of development did the hard power of the state was unleashed from 2019 onwards to arrive at the moment when India can be called effectively left-wing extremism free or Maoism free. It is an occasion to pay tributes to those who made supreme sacrifice. Thousands of our security personnel from the police and central armed paramilitary forces. And of course, those civilians who were caught in the crosshairs of a rabid anti-development foreign mercenary ideology whose demise should mark an important achievement of the Modi government. Thanks for watching.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से।
जीरा से असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा।
MTH
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Okay, overboard dump coming up.
Actually, there is always a redundant chain of excretion systems available on the Artemis. Okay, it is not just the main chain, and it's a redundant chain is also available. And there is no way that the astronauts will be stuck because of the the excretion issues. And what they have reported now, even we were going through and seeing, it is something to do with the valve which is to operate for section of the excretion, which looks to be needing attention. But the crew in Artemis, they are well trained to handle such type of situation. And also, in case if the main chain of the excretion system doesn't respond, there is always a way of redundant chain and the methodology for excretion. And I don't think it is a major issue, but I'm sure it will get sorted out. And of course, there is a redundant chain which can be conveniently operated.
Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7. RS-25 engines. 4, 3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Kitchens being so brutal then, now they are not. They taught me something. No matter what is going on in your life, no matter what your mood is, what your situation is, no matter how tired you are, you have to show up to work every day on time. Kitchen does not care
what your problem is,
what your problems are. It only asks, please come on time and deliver perfection like every time.
I swear.
There is no...
This is a lesson of life also. You can have a good day, bad day, you're upset, this, that. I relate so much to whatever you're saying. You cannot have a bad day. So I always tell people, when you get into the newsroom, get into the frame of mind. Leave your problems behind, enjoy your work at this point of time. Deal with life later.
And I believe in Indian food, more important than the curry is the bread. Curry can be 19 piece. Bread cannot be.
It's a very sorry disagreement.
Why is that?
Okay, so the dal makhni can be had without bread. Do you agree with it?
Yes. Huh? But you would need a carb.
Why would you need a carb?
Because the carrier is the carb.
But I can have any amount of dal makhni without rice or bread. But again, I apparently have to cook it over a long period of time. Long period of time.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat. Always. Does work.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Khali pulao. Sorry.
Khali pulao. I'm from Guwahati. Used to go back for holidays. My paternal grandmother, there were 5 or 6 wood stoves on the ground, and there used to be one room full of ghee and dalda. My grandmother would look down on cooking on the gas. There was a separate kitchen kept away for gas cooking, but that was supposed to be not at the same level as cooking, So my greatest and earliest memories of food were of puris, in Assam, puris, luchis being made and served on a huge handis mein 100 puris, and everybody would sit and enjoy puri, mutton, dal, and cooked in the original way. So I think we all carry some childhood memories with
all of us, all the time.
Hello and welcome to yet another fresh and brand new crisp episode of Mercedes-Benz Presents The New Business of Life. Ladies and gentlemen, in the course of this series, I've met entrepreneurs who are founders of tech companies. We've spoken to great musicians like Ricky Cage. We've spoken to self-made businessmen. And today, we bring you someone who is at the cutting edge of food. Now, food is something, of course, I enjoy, I know nothing about. How does one transform food into a subject of storytelling? How does one transform food into what I would say entrepreneurship? Can you be authentic to food as an entrepreneur? To what extent is the relationship between business and food? How does a person, after he's become a celebrity, remain true to the essence of the food that he started here? And my guest is someone who has started out by making a big splash on the television screen some 16 years back when he stormed into MasterChef. And what a change it's been in 16 to 17 years. Today, he's at the cutting edge of food. He's an entrepreneur. He's a huge, huge influence in the area of food. He's not just someone happy sitting on the chef's table. He has set up a whole chain of restaurants. He's taking Indian food across the country, experimenting with it. But more than anything else, ladies and gentlemen, because we as a network always say nation first, he takes pride in original Indian food, what you would say, what I would call Bharatiya cuisine, which I think is going to create waves around the world. So I'm delighted to welcome Chef Kunal Kapoor. Chef,
hi.
What a pleasure.
All mine.
Thank you and great to see you.
Thank you. And
behind
thank you for
the table.
that generous introduction you gave. Thank you so much. Very
I
kind.
meant every word. I like to meet people who do their own thing. I like to meet people who experiment. And, I think your story is remarkable.
Thank you.
Remarkable. And I always feel in this driving around that we're going to do, that if you can be as authentic and tell people about your life, about your journey.
Absolutely.
And I think about sharing some lessons that people can take, because business is not just about money.
No.
Business is about creativity, isn't it? So maybe you can start with telling us your thoughts about the business of life as you see it.
I think I'm into a business where it's all about satisfying the soul. They say, somebody who's not fed well can't think well, can't do well. So the energy, the core is over here. And if somebody satisfies this along with a little bit of your heart, I think that's the fuel for any kind of innovation or any kind of progress that you want to make. And for me, food is prime because, in our country, we say that food is another interpretation of God. And I'm somebody who is to the core a chef who loves to get his hands dirty, who does not shy away from making mistakes when I'm cooking. And I believe the more mistakes you make while you're cooking, the better chef you become.
Yeah.
Some people are born with that skill that they'll boil water, it's tasty. I was not one of them. I've learned the hard way. I've made mistakes, and a lot of times repetitiveness in a dish or making mistakes makes you realize, like 10 times I've made 10 new mistakes. I've realized what not to do with this dish in order to get to perfection. So the more mistakes you make as a chef in your kitchen, the better chef and the better dish that you deliver.
Yeah.
Always.
Are you a big foodie?
Absolutely. I love
Yeah.
it. Oh, yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
good Punjabi hardcore foodie.
Yeah. 3 times a day.
3 times a day?
Minimum.
Minimum? No intermittent fasting for you? No. How do you remain so fit then?
I figured out a balance. I mean, I've realized, and in my trade, I've seen my bosses, my ustad that I'd learned the trade from. most of them had major illness and they passed away very early on in life, because food is a blessing that you have so much of food on your plate, but too much of that is also a curse. And you kind of have to balance that. What you eat is what you burn. I've always lived with that mantra. Arey, aaj aapne itna calorie khaya, so itna calorie you have to burn. Otherwise, it doesn't help.
You have to. You maintain a chart of that.
Absolutely, I do.
You know, I got friendly with Rishi Kapoor when I was in Bombay. We used to both go to the Gold's gym. I don't know why we went, because you know, we were talking more than anything. We became friends. So I'd ask him, I said, sir, aap har din subah itna huffing and puffing karte hain. He used to say, kyunki meri party 6 baje shuru ho jati hai. So I said, and he was such a great guy, you know. Quite diligent here. I think he would be there every 4 or 5 times a week. So and he was a true blue, solid foodie Punjabi. I used to love him. So I think Punjabis and food is a relationship which is sacrosanct, sacred, right?
Yeah, it's sacred. And you would observe that that's there with every community.
Every community.
Bengalis and food, for example.
Oh, amazing.
And I personally feel, I'm a Punjabi, so I have my fascination with Punjabi food, but I feel Bengali food is at par. I love the Bengali flavor.
Yeah.
Ever since I've had proper Bengali meal in Kolkata, I've become a huge fan. Like my go-to food is so many typical simple Bengali dishes. Even if it's a machor ghonto, the simple wo jo apna banana ka jo filaments ko chop karke banate hain, fantastic. Or it's mochar chop.
That's fantastic.
Fantastic. Or obviously the ones that have become kind of the face of Bengali food, ke bhai aapka wo chingri malai curry hai, jhol hai, kosha mangsho hai. All of these things are also interesting, but you know, every city or every state you travel, every community you meet, everything is about food. No matter कौन बंदा है, वो बहुत बड़ा व्यापारी है, बैंकर है, इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट है, आईटी के, everything boils down on food, and all the nicer conversations are on food. अच्छा खाने में क्या है? What are you going to teach?
Superb. So we are going to have a lovely conversation today. बहुत कुछ सीखेंगे आज. चले drive.
चलिए.
Let's have a drive around Noida.
Yeah. Okay. I enjoy long drives.
Let's go. It's a nice car.
That looks good.
Huh? It's a nice car. It's a good, what do you call it? A good display. Very easy, almost noiseless. And electric, which is what is happening these days.
Future.
Future is all electric, right?
Even cooking is going futuristically electric.
Don't tell me.
Yeah.
That's because, is it?
Yeah. Half of my equipment now have turned into electric.
Okay, so now we're driving around the Republic campus. We'll leave this soon. I don't know how much of Noida you know, but we'll walk around, we'll drive around a bit of Noida. So this campus, let me tell you about it. This was set up 1.5 years back. It's the largest news campus in the country with 7-8 studios, 8 production control rooms, and domestic, global news, and all the stuff that is going to put India in the rankings of global news is going to be done from this campus. And we've been finishing up this campus for a while. So Noida is where we live, where we work out of.
Right.
So we are not in Lutyens, we're just outside of Lutyens. But it's a nice and emerging part of the national capital region now, with the Jewar airport also coming up. It's quite hot and happening.
The roads are wide. I see a lot of.
There is amazing. It's very well planned compared to Gurgaon. It's extremely well planned and extremely well thought out. And now we're all reaping the advantages of that urban planning.
And it has a sense of peace and calm. This entire.
है ना?
Yeah, it does.
You feel, no?
Yeah. It's not
overcrowded. No.
This and that.
No.
It's
not
like easy. And somebody who's staying in Noida has to go to work in Noida.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
It's brilliant.
Burn your, entire day and energy.
Yeah.
Just sitting in the car.
It makes a difference.
Oh, yeah.
Though I feel that moment you get to your place of work, you have to be in a different zone. So I don't know how it works for you. So my first question to you is this, Kunal. Tell me, how much time are you spending in the kitchen? Like, how much time does a celebrity chef like you, a super celebrity chef like you, How much time do you spend actually cooking? Because on the counter, can you tell me about it?
So I think because I've also transitioned from just being a chef who would cook into somebody who is also constantly researching, getting into other business opportunities, opening restaurants, consulting on flavors, getting out there on social media and digital, expressing my philosophy on food, training people. So the the core of my trade, which is cooking, obviously it has reduced a little, but that still does not mean that I don't cook at all or I don't cook enough. Every now and then, when everything gives me a lot of tension, I find my peace into that one tiny corner of my kitchen where I'm just putting out orders quietly like the rest of my staff.
What do you mean putting out orders? Like
means there are a bunch of KOTs, which is your orders from the guests. Rather than standing there and seeing everything overlooking, I grab those and start cooking the dishes myself.
In like an evening peak?
Yeah, peak time when it's super busy.
But when you are cooking in your restaurant, do you get special treatment? Obviously you must be the master chef. Isn't it like all the chefs come to you and try to help you, or are you doing it? How does it work? How does it?
It does not work. I shouted them.
You shouted them?
Off. Please back off.
They try to help you?
Yeah. And what happens is that as part of the kitchen, when you cook, you also clean. That's ingrained in you.
When you cook, you clean?
Yeah. So you clean as you go. If you've cooked something, there are spots or whatever, you got to clean it as well. That's the unsaid rule. The moment I finish, there are 4 people who are trying to clean behind me. I said, please don't. I will do that. Even if it is about the garbage drum, if it's full, you have to take it out. It doesn't matter who you are. So they say, no, we'll do it. I was like, it does not matter. Just do your job. The order should go out on time. The food has to be good. Get me some good reviews and some good capacity.
How do you look for the reviews?
So online, usually social media people are super generous. They just go online.
Do they know you're cooking? If I go to your restaurant and you happen to be there on one of those nights when you are de-stressing, do they get to know that Chef Kunal Kapoor cooked our dish?
Then I won't be in the kitchen. I'll be clicking pictures outside. So I'd rather not tell them and give them a surprise and try and meet everybody.
How is that?
I always meet everybody when I'm in the restaurant. Once I put out orders and it's dialed down a little bit and people can handle, I go out, I meet on every table. I like to talk to everybody, take a feedback, just generally get to know them. Because I believe food is not about you ordered something, you paid for it, aapne khaya, very good taste. No. Food is also an extension of your individualistic personality, and people need to connect to you to believe what you're saying and what you are doing actually means something. So let's say if I say I'm somebody who believes in fresh and seasonal food, or I would talk about nutrition or talk about this old charm about food and stories of how my grandmother used to do this. जब मैं पापा के साथ जाता था, वहाँ पे हम खाते थे. So all of that has to, that narrative and story around food is super important, because at the end of the day, you may forget the taste as a customer. कि क्या खाया था, dish भूल जाओगे. But that experience of talking to the chef, not just me, my team. If I'm not there, my chef will be talking to the team, the story he said, the experience, बड़ा मजा आया था. So that experience has to be built around your food, because otherwise, if you want to have good tasty food, you can go to maybe a street food vendor, kahin pe khaya aur khatam. There is no story he's telling you. He's not in, there's no time for him from his side to talk to you also. But that's where a good experiential dining comes into play, when you put yourself out there. And when you talk to people, they give you feedback, unfiltered, unadulterated. If they don't enjoy something, they will tell you. So you have to take it in your stride. You have to understand.
How did you become a celebrity? It may seem a daft question, but see, how does one become a super celebrity chef? Question one, okay? Question 2, is it important to be a celebrity chef? Tell me about your early life, your influences and stuff like that,
So for me, I think celebrity chef, basically, sometimes I get very intimidated by that word. But over a period of time, I've realized that a celebrity, any celebrity, is somebody whose art is celebrated. So if somebody tells me I'm a celebrity chef, I take pride now. Earlier, I used to be like, don't put me on this spot. I don't understand this. I used to come across people say, "Arey, aap bade modest ho rahe ho, aap to ho rahe ho, nahi, aap to ho." Then I realized, look, people are celebrating when, I'll give you an example. I've met so many women, because there are a lot of women who follow me because of the cooking part. So they said that the first dish that they cooked after they got married was one of my recipes, because they are always simple. So we just went onto YouTube and wo halwa banaya, humne kheer banai, basic simple. And I was such an instant hit with my new family that I was with. And that really makes me happy. And sometimes there are people who have come to me and started crying. I was like, why are you crying? So like that khichdi recipe that you did with that bajra, that reminded me of my mom. It's the same taste, and she's gone, and I just thought I'll cook this, and it just reminded me of my mother who had daily missed. So I figured out that if my art is being celebrated and people call me a celebrity chef, I will take it in my stride. So I enjoy that. I enjoy that space. I won't shy away from saying that. And
so were you cooking when you were young at home?
My entire family, in fact, my grandfather, father and my chacha, they were all Sunday chefs.
They were all?
Sunday cooks.
Sunday chefs?
Cooks.
Achha.
Sunday chefs. Matlab every Sunday, because chutti hai, they'll be cooking at home. And
Achha.
I was born and brought up in a...
all the men in the house would cook?
Oh, lovely. And they were better chefs than my mom. Like, people ask me, who is your inspiration? Like my dad.
Is that so?
Yeah. मम्मी के हाथ का खाना नहीं हमारे घर पे था, पापा के हाथ
का क्या बनाते थे?
So basically he was the one who would cook non-veg. So mom was a vegetarian, still is. So meat. So going to the meat shop with him, and then he would explain, beta, this cut, and mom used to like, arey, he's too young as a kid, why are you taking him to a meat shop? That, no, he needs to learn. Typical dad. Very, he has to be tagda hona chahiye. To explaining everything, the cooking process, and then the entire buzz around अरे आज meat बनता है, because छोटे होते थे तो thing was that non-veg was only a weekend affair. It wasn't a daily affair.
Meat मतलब mutton or chicken?
Mutton.
अच्छा, chicken was not considered meat.
No, not by my father and grandfather's
क्या बात है?
No.
अच्छा?
No. And fish only in winters. Typical Punjabi, fried or tikka. Those are the only two fishes that Punjab used to. So I think I grew up in a house which was surrounded by people where they were okay with men in the kitchen. Usually it's a taboo, was a taboo. Now I'm very happy that no more. But it was a big taboo that ke bhai ye zanana kaam humse nahi honge, hum...
ये कौन कहता था?
So many people have told me कि अरे my kid is very interested in cooking. ये जनानी वाले काम please tell him कि कौन करता है. शौक होगा तो weekend पे घर पे बना ले चुपचाप. So there has been a huge transition in the way people perceive this trade as well. Luckily for me, I had people like my family who supported men in cooking. In fact, my dadi and dada used to say, लड़का है तेरे को cooking आनी चाहिए, लड़कियां हैं तुम कुकिंग करो ना करो, पढ़ाई जरूर करो, नौकरियां करो.
ये बड़ा अच्छा है.
तो ये था हमारे वहाँ पे. And for me, my journey was kind of, my father wanted me to become a CA or a banker, because he was a banker. My grandfather was a banker. So they wanted me to become a banker, and I was very bad with maths. Really bad.
Same numbers. Here, man.
So I said,
वो तो force करके करना पड़ता था. Seriously. I had such problems with it. I got an inferiority complex because of maths. Sachi mein.
Same.
Sachi mein, I'm telling you. It's terrible, you know. You know, I failed in maths in class 12.
No.
Yeah, but we were best of 4. So nikal gaye. You see, because our batch was the last ones which were best of 4.
Yeah.
So you could flunk one subject and top the other and balance it out. But it's not like that now.
Can I run that banner right now? Breaking news.
Hari, you can run it. I used to be ashamed of it at one time. Abhi main khulkar kehta hu. Because, you know, you are good at some things, you're not good at some things. You just need to know enough maths to get on in life.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, मैं पिछले साल ही ना मैं बोला था कि कोई पूछा सर कैसा लग रहा है फर्स्ट ईयर, you know, जनवरी का. मतलब एक साल और गुजर गया, टेक्नोमेट्री सीखी थी, आज तक यूज करूंगा पता नहीं.
सच्ची में नहीं. I always think of things which you study which have no application in life, but चलो ठीक है. But go back to your thing, you know, you were telling me about your cooking. What is the first good dish you cooked?
I think the first bad dish I cooked was chai at home.
Chai?
I must be 14. So I told mom that I'll make chai. Nobody drank because it is overboiled and bitter and barbad. But, you know, I'm a firm believer that any performing art, which includes cooking also, sometimes you're just born with it. Bhagwan puts that chip and sends you down कि भाई आप ये ट्रेड में इस चीज में इस आर्ट में करोगे अच्छा करोगे. मेरी वो चिप नहीं थी. So I had to do.
You had to work on it.
Work on it. I had to learn the hard way. I would make a lot of mistakes.
नहीं पर मजा आता था to cook. Why did you stay on with it?
One, it was very rewarding. You had food at the end of the day after you worked.
घर में बनाते थे.
घर पे बनाते.
घर के लोगों के लिए कि अपने लिए?
वो घर के लोग कोई खाता नहीं था मेरा
तो अपने लिए बनाते.
खुद ही बनाना पड़ता था. And there came a point that mom would say, "Beta ration."
This is now the breaking news line. घर में मेरा खाना कोई खाता नहीं था. Says Chef Kunal Kapoor. हाँ सही है. It is like this. So कोई appreciation नहीं मिला आपको घर में?
बिल्कुल भी नहीं. They were like, अच्छा दोपहर में जब लंच हो जाएगा, डिनर नहीं बन रहा होगा, जो टाइम सिएस्ता टाइम होता है, you could cook then.
Okay.
So I would do my little bit of experiments, but I was serious that I want to become a chef. It just so happened that once I got my admission in DU for commerce, I mustered some courage and went to my dad and said, "Dad, मुझसे ना हो पाएगा." He's like, क्यों? मतलब आप तो मत पूछो क्यों, नंबर आपने देखे, ट्यूशन आपने लगाई है, so you can't say क्यों. I have no interest here. What do you want to do? Decide.
अच्छा.
So a friend of mine, he said, "I'm doing hotel management." I had no clue what it was. What do? You get a job in a 5-star hotel. And up till then, I had only passed, never been to a 5-star hotel then, couldn't afford one. So I had always passed कि ये ताज पैलेस है, अच्छा ये Hyatt hotel है, ये ITC है, बड़े-बड़े होटल हैं. But I joined hotel management and my father said, take a year, understand. If you like this, great. If you don't, come back.
Shift.
And do your commerce again, give exams. I was like, fair.
Where did you join?
So I got into Institute of Hotel Management in Chandigarh.
Achha.
And that college, that college was funny in many ways. And I have huge regard for that place because I am what I am because of that place. The college was being constructed. They just shifted and they couldn't complete the building. So we were in the basement while the first floor was being done in the first year. Then by the time we finished our first year, we were in the ground floor because now the ground floor was ready. The next floor was being built. By the time we cleared the third year, the second plinth dal ke wo taiyar ho gaya while we were checking out of that place. Okay. So I had always seen a drumster and a mistri and the labor and cement and everything, constant noise in and around that college. Obviously, it has changed completely now. But once I went to my college and I started studying food, I realized that, oh my God, there is so much to learn. I would genuinely be excited when it came to food. And at that point of time, joining kitchens meant that you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Why
when it comes to.
Why is that?
There was no career options. Jobs, anything.
For chefs?
People couldn't pronounce the word chef.
How? What are you saying?
Chef. Chief?
No, but what? There must be options in all these five-star hotels.
Halwai is the word. We would say chef because I learned that, okay, chef, it's a terminology where you call a person who cooks your food professionally is called a chef. For people, halwai. My grandmother used to say, बच्चे को हलवाई बना दिया, नंबर आए थे, कॉलेज में करना था. She used to pull my father's leg, मतलब गुस्से में, that Deepak, you are such a intelligent person. What did you do? You guide everybody's kids and your own kid. What is he? Halwai banega hamara bachcha.
I never realized that.
I joined Taj. The first thing in my induction, the chef told me, welcome to Taj Group of Hotels. You'll all be chefs.
This which year? Like 2000? Early 2000s?
2000.
2000.
Yeah. And they said, none of you is...
Straight out of college?
Yeah. None of you is going to get married.
None of you is going to get married?
So we're like, what? हम लोग शादी कर रहे थे.
पूरी रैगिंग हो रही थी आपकी. फिर? Why none of you is going to get married?
Somebody asked me why. His lit जवाब. बाबरची को कौन अपनी बेटी देगा?
Oh God. Oh God.
It was a taboo to become कि भाई खाना बनाने वाला हलवाई, क्या कहते हैं, मसालची, खानसामा, and what all and what not. And I'll tell you my real-time struggle. When I passed out of, while we were doing our campus recruitments, we were interviewing for different hotels. Taj approached our college and 5 colleges, we were 250 candidates for 5 positions that Taj had to hire for chefs. And the salary was 3,500 rupees per month.
This is 2000?
Yes, year 2000. 3,500 rupees.
Wow.
That is, if you manage to beat 250 students sitting for that interview, 5 seats are your pass. And for me, that was like, oh my God, I will never get through. I'll never get through. I'm not the brightest. I'm not this. I'm not that.
And for that, the salary was 3,500.
Yeah, 3,500.
2,000 mein. In 2000, yeah.
2000.
I started a few years earlier as a journalist. My salary, I think, was also 3,500 or 4,000. But yeah, I mean, it was not like this big, high-profile job or something. It was just like somehow you got into a Taj at that time in 2000. So you joined Taj?
Yeah, I joined Taj, and I was very lucky. And the brilliance of the entire experience is the interview part. कौन सा इंटरव्यू ऐसा चलता है that you go there and 48 घंटे तक 48 hours you don't come out of that interview.
48 hours?
Yes.
They make you cook?
Beyond that, it's my stupidity also. It's very interesting. So they called me at 11 in the morning for interview. So there are 6 rounds.
Okay.
So you have to clear
at Taj.
Yeah. That time, मतलब in order to prove yourself, पहले तो group discussion. उसमें आपको बोलना है. Then there is a written exam. Then there is a one-on-one. Then there is a one with the GM and the HR. And then is a trade test where you have to cook a 3-course meal. So I cleared all and then came to the trade test and I said, okay, tomorrow I will cook these 3 things, out of which I remember I said I will do a croissant. अब मैं बोल दिया रात को 8 बजे क्योंकि सुबह का आया हुआ था इंटरव्यूज खत्म हुए रात को 8 बजे I was shortlisted. So now in order to do a good croissant you have to make the dough needs to rest. Now in order to do that सुबह मुझे कहा कि 11 o'clock you have to present. That means technically मुझे 10-12 घंटे अगर उसको बनाकर रेस्ट देना है I have to cook now. So I asked them what do I do? कर ले cook. I like ठीक है जी I will cook. So I went अपना change किया and I went to the kitchen. And at that point in time, 8:39, kitchen is busy, bakery is busy. They are having banquets and Taj ke banquets are massive. Like 1,000, 2,000 ke. They said, hello, for you, we will not leave our oven or the table. We are busy. Come later.
Oh God.
What is later? मेरा तो कल interview है. Then one chef grabbed me and said, trainee? No, I'm here for the job. क्या job? Well, I have to do this straight test. You will not do this straight. I will not make you do the straight test. Well, why? We need a guy on the pasta counter. You have to do that.
Oh God.
So I was like,
this is the night before.
Yeah. So I was, and I came at 11 in the morning. So at 9:30, I'm in somebody's wedding. I have no clue. I'm standing there, and at that point of time, I don't know how to do pasta. So I was like, अरे ये red sauce होती है, white sauce होती है. इसको कुछ को रेड में चाहिए, ये स्प्रिंग वाला पास्ता है, ये पाइप वाला पास्ता है. I was like, okay, ये ऐसे मिक्स करना है, ये ऐसे करना है और देना है. Till 11:30, quarter to 12, I'm doing pasta in some बेगाने आदमी शादी. I have no clue what I'm doing there. I was like, Kunal, तेरा इंटरव्यू तो कल गया, तेरा ट्रेड टेस्ट तो कल गया, you're gone. Anyway, 12 o'clock, the shift changes, night shift, and that's where morning bakeries are done. And that's where you get the right temperature for oven and all. But अभी मुझे dough लगाना है. So I started with my dough. And once at about 6 when my entire menu is done and dough is resting, that's when I went to the staff lockers and I slept on the floor. Because I've never,
you must
ever
be exhausted.
I was completely, I'd never spent that kind of time working. I was a kid, like you're in college, right? How serious can it be? So I just slept there for 2 hours. On the floor, मैंने अपना एप्रन बिछाया और उस पे सो गया. 2 घंटे बाद उठ के नींद खुल के वहीं पे फ्रेशन अप होके ऊपर पहुंच गए. Then I had to start baking things. So I baked my croissant. I did everything and I received it. And lucky I got through. I couldn't believe. And okay, it isn't that simple. मैं पहुंचा 11 बजे. पता चला the executive chef who had to taste. There's something important that has come. She will now come at 2. I was like, okay. So we were waiting. Then it happened, no. Now she will come at 6 in the evening.
Oh God.
I like, brilliant. By the time she came, she tasted. Then 8 o'clock, we said, okay, you are selected. You got a job. 3,500 रुपए की. मैंने brilliant. तो मेरे को जॉब मिल गई. मैंने पापा का ना स्कूटर होता था बजाज से, थे वो बोरो किया सर्विस के लिए. मैंने उस बेचारे की जान निकाल दी. वो मैक्सिमम स्पीड उसकी 40 होती थी.
कहाँ थे घर का?
ताज पैलेस से लेकर वजोरी गार्डन तक जाना था. वो स्ट्रेच उस वक्त बिल्कुल खाली होता था. फुल स्पीड पे पूरा धुआं निकालता हुआ 40 की 45 पहुंचा होगा मैक्सिमम उसकी स्पीड बेचारे की थी. मैं पहुंचा. आई टोल्ड डैड bomb. I got the job and I fainted.
Fainted?
I fainted because
excitement, tiredness.
Excitement and tiredness, and I had not slept 11 in the morning.
It's a big deal to get that job. Like, कितने लोगों ने apply किया होगा? What percentage must be getting through?
250 people applied, I'm told. 250.
And how many get through?
5.
Oof.
Only 5.
So the probability of like what?
I can't do the math.
1.5%. Oh, but you know, this could be lesson hai na? I mean, the thing is that everybody looks at you and they only see maybe the first time they saw you on MasterChef, or now they're seeing you on all these celebrity shows, or they're seeing you on your channels, and they're seeing you here. They don't see what happened, no, between 2000 and 2010, like the first 10 years of your career. That's what I want you to talk about. Like, there must be a struggle before being recognized, one. Two, you told me about it, I want you to talk about it. It's about a magic, no? Things happen unexpectedly, like when you got the call for MasterChef. Magar interim period mein jo hard work karna padta hai not to give up, right? To stay on course.
Right.
Whether you're recognized or not, whether somebody puts you on a MasterChef or not, whether you have your own restaurant or not, I guess nobody quite thinks about that struggle, do they?
No.
I mean, that's not really factored in, is it?
No, that's not.
No?
That's not,
But I want you to tell maybe 1 or 2 stories of that. That's what I want people to hear on this show, you know, something which they wouldn't hear on a normal celeb event or place.
For me, you know, once I look back, it sounds, oh, I did this and 48 hours and this and that, brilliant. But if I really look back at that point of time, that was the need of the hour. I didn't think of it that I have an option.
Yeah, there was no option.
There's no option. You need to get a job. You need to get a job. You need to earn. You can't be somebody sitting at home.
And for me, the fear of losing a job was also a big deal. You know?
Big deal. It was a
Like,
big
I
deal.
remember once when I got told off for editing a story late. And I thought I'd done a good job, but I delivered the story on air maybe 5 minutes late, and I got told off really badly, you know, really badly. I was told next time you come in, do your story, edit your thing and get out. And I was not worried about being humiliated, you know, I was not worried about that. I just kept thinking that what if I lose my job? What if I'm without a job? Because the job was so important. It paid the bills, it paid the rent.
It gave you
It gave you a sense of identity.
Absolutely.
You know, it gave you a sense of identity, and things were different. So
not everybody is privileged that you were born with a silver platter or a gold spoon in your mouth.
Yeah.
My father said clearly, beta, you have to make your own life. We could only give you good education and good traits.
Yeah.
Uske aage you are on your own. My father is very practical that way, and that helped. That there is no looking back.
Yeah.
And for me, when I started, please understand, kitchens is now celebrated. At that time, it was brutal place, brutal place.
How brutal?
Very brutal. It was okay to hit somebody who's a junior. Like I have
hit.
Yeah, physically hit. Messing up. You messed up anything. You were पीछे गर्दन के पीछे थप्पड़ पड़ गया या एक लात पड़ गई was normal.
कोई रोना धोना नहीं होता है, मतलब उस समय you take it. It's culprit.
Come here and you have to control because if it's a boy, you're a told guy, you can't be crying. And if you cry, then you are such a...
Like they say, if you can't stand the heat, why you get in the kitchen?
Huh?
Have you heard this before?
Yes.
All the time, huh?
So I think kitchens, but you know what? One of the things that with even that kitchens being so brutal then, now they are not that brutal. They taught me something.
Like what?
Which is the life mantra. Like, no matter what is going on in your life, no matter what your mood is, what your situation is, no matter how tired you are, you have to show up to work every day on time. Kitchen does not care
what your problem is,
what your problems are. It only asks, please come on time and deliver perfection like every time.
I swear.
There is no...
This is a lesson of life also. You can have a good day, bad day, you're upset, this, that. I relate so much to whatever you're saying. You cannot have a bad day. So I always tell people, when you get into the newsroom, get into the frame of mind. You know, leave your problems behind, enjoy your work at this point of time. You know, deal with life later.
Deal with life later, absolutely. So
that's
I think
true.
That part, I feel that's the force till date. That's ingrained in me. And when you become part of a system where you believe that particular work or system is much more above that your personal problems, you then copy paste that in all aspects of your life. For me as a hotelier, being on time and delivering things on time is very prime. So I copy paste that everywhere. I will never be late on a meeting. Even if I am late, I feel bad. If I've committed,
you're there. I saw. I mean, right now also, I was 7 minutes late in meeting you because the meeting extended, but you were on the clock. I really admire that. I think it's quite an amazing thing, you know. I used to interview earlier Amitabh Bachchan, and whenever I met him, I mean, whatever, I may be critical of him on some things, a great fan, but 10 minutes ahead of time. And I think that's a great attribute. But tell me one thing. Did you apply for MasterChef?
No.
You didn't apply?
No.
There's a thunderbolt experience of getting called for MasterChef. But tell me one thing before I get on to the MasterChef part.
Right.
Was there any one or two dishes that you became famous for? Were you famous to some extent before MasterChef?
So I was famous
within which circle? Like, had you made a name for yourself before MasterChef?
I would like to say yes.
What kind of a name? Tell me.
So basically,
what had you done by then? What were your professional achievements? Did you start a restaurant?
No.
No?
No.
You were cooking somewhere else?
I had always worked with hotels. I worked with Taj, I worked with Claridge's, and I worked with Leela Hotel.
Yeah.
And every hotel, in fact, that I worked with, beyond Taj, because in Taj I was still a junior chef. But moving into Claridge's, and especially into Leela, where I was heading my own restaurants, I had won Best Indian Restaurant Awards every time in a row.
Yeah.
And it so happened that I had the streak of 5 Best Restaurant Awards in a row every year.
So people knew you. You were in a top hotel.
Yeah. When you say people knew me, they knew me within the circle, like Gurgaon, Delhi ke andar, there is a restaurant, some chap or some, because there was no social media.
Yeah.
And at my first,
what was the restaurant?
It's called Diya in Leela in Gurgaon.
Yeah.
And
what was your favorite dish you cooked there?
Oh.
Or you perfected, among others?
So I have this thing of traveling to different places and learning things. So Purani Delhi, if you go, the roti that you find, that the typical Muslim fermented roti, khamiri roti, is something that I enjoyed.
You
eating.
enjoyed it, huh?
So I learned that, and I started that exact khamiri wala fermentation, which is done painstakingly, because that khamir has to rise for 3, 4, 5 days before you can start reusing it again. And if you miss one cycle, you cannot serve that bread for 3, 4 days again.
Okay.
So I think that was one of the highlights, and I believe in Indian food, the most important thing, more important than the curry, is the bread. Curry can be 19 piece, bread cannot be.
Isme meri thodi disagreement hai.
Why is that?
Because I think that, so the dal makhni can be had without bread. Do you agree with me?
Yes. But you would need a carb.
Why would you need a carb?
Because the carrier is the carb.
But I can have any amount of dal makhni without rice or bread. But again, I apparently have to cook it over a long period of time. Long period of time.
Slow heat always works wonders.
With everything?
With Indian food.
With Indian food. Slow heat.
Slow heat. Always does work wonders.
What is the dish that can take the longest time to cook to deliver the ultimate perfection?
Khali pulao. Sorry.
Khali pulao. No, seriously.
Okay, so I think one of the couple of old and forgotten recipes, especially if you go to Rajasthan also, is earlier they used to do it with rabbins, because
lal mas.
No, khad khargosh. Khad khargosh is basically sand pit roasting. You would dig up a pit in the sand and light up a fire, marinate your meats, cover them up, put it on fire and cover it with sand. And the heat of the sand would gently cook it over a couple of hours.
Wow.
So that to me is...
then the meat gets cooked from the inside.
Through and through, fall of the both.
Oh God.
So when you didn't have ovens, that's how you would do it. And now things have become easier because you've got tenderizers, you've got ovens who will press off a button, who will do it for you.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of those techniques that breaks down the protein from the meat.
Yeah.
Makes it so soft and tender.
Tell me, is food cooked on wood or charcoal or coal tastier than food cooked on an LPG or, induction? Is there any rules about that?
Look, whether it's a wood or a charcoal, the flavor of the wood or the charcoal is not coming into the
It's
food.
not coming, yeah.
What works in food are two things. Application of heat, how intense, how low, how continuous, how the heat is. And second is your bartan.
Bartan?
Utensil plays a major role in taste. So if you have a thick pot, preferably a copper or a bronze, versus you have a thin sheet of aluminum which is coated with, let's say, a non-stick layer, a dosa or let's say a curry or a biryani on both of these will taste very different.
So that's why they say old utensils produce better food, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. Because they're thick and heavy, the transfer of heat is slow and gradual. So the denaturing of the protein or breaking down of the structure of the food to make it tender and softer happens over a period of time rather than giving it a quick flash. So that's more tastier. So the bartan plays a very, very important role in your cooking.
I'm from Guwahati. Used to go back for holidays. My paternal grandmother, there were 5 or 6, wood stoves on the ground. And there used to be one room full of ghee and dalda. Full of ghee and dalda. There were 3 brands: Postman, Dalda, Rath, and ghee. Ghee was the local, Assamese jo bhi local hota hai. And my grandmother would look down on cooking on the gas. There was a separate kitchen kept away for gas cooking. But that was supposed to be not at the same level as cooking, So my greatest and earliest memories of food were of puris, in Assam, puris, luchis being made and served on a huge handis mein 100 puris, and everybody would sit and enjoy puri, mutton, dal, and cooked in the original way. So I think we all carry some childhood memories with
all of us, all the time. But I think that's the happy place.
Yeah, that's the and you'll go back. I'm sure you're going back to a lot of those recipes when you cook and experiment. You bring it back.
All the time. All the time.
Yeah, you've seen this movie Chini Kam?
Yes, I have.
I'm thinking of chef movies.
Yeah.
Ratatouille
is my all-time favorite.
Ratatouille is all my favorite.
Yeah.
But Chini Kam was interesting also because he takes so much pride in serving of the food and
yes.
Yes.
I think that pride at one point of time, being a chef was missing, which is now there.
Yeah, with that, I'm thinking Chini Kam must have come out at the same time that you got into MasterChef. So I'm thinking of a time period, 2008 to 2010, when being a chef became cool.
It was before MasterChef, and it was way ahead of its time.
Achha, now tell everybody about who's watching about MasterChef. Tell me about how the magic happened, how it changed your life. Talk about that.
I think for me, MasterChef has been that pivotal moment in my career because I was always worked in hotels. And when I got this opportunity, and the opportunity felt like this, I got a call. They said, we've been following your work. You've got, last 5 years, we see you've got awards for Best Indian Restaurants. And we're looking for a young chef who understands.
You were 30, 31 years old that time?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So you're doing well.
And in my industry, I was doing
superbly
well because within that system, I was one of those people who was on that fast-paced career happening.
Correct.
And I was the executive sous chef, which is number 2 in my kitchen in Leela. And another 4 months down the line, I was to get my executive chef, which is like where you become the top. And that's where you max out, by the way, as a chef at that point of time. And for me, it was a very interesting time because I was like, yaar, is system mein, hotel ke system mein, to I know what to do. Who am I? It's a big question. A lot of people said, great opportunity. I said, no, such a big question mark. Like, what kind of question mark? Like, who am I out of the system? I know only hotels. I don't know TV.
But that's because the MasterChef guys wanted you to quit your job and get into this full time.
No, they said, please come. The hotel said, 4 months ki chutti means please resign and go. So for me, it became like, yaar, itne gile shikwe sab mit jate jab wo credit ka aata ke salary credit on the 30th. That's the sweetest SMS I would get. And everything is forgotten that the places I would float. Oh, salary aa gayi. Because it's important.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, I'm told that 4 months down the line, if I will get my big jump in terms of my career with my promotion, I will have to resign.
Yep.
I felt like, oh God, it'll tear me up. So it took me great deal of time, effort, conditioning my brain.
Mental
asking
conditioning,
people, because I would ask people. I had nobody. Who do I ask? Nobody had done television before.
This thing.
So there's Chef Sanjeev. There were one or two other chefs who had done it, but that's about it. Then they were in Bombay. I'm in Delhi. I have no connect. How do I say? Is it a good move?
But didn't you look at Chef Sanjeev and then say that, he's made such a big name of himself, I can be the next?
I thought so. And that's what I took my boss, with the same kind of dalil, I took it to my boss and he said, he's little. अरे जा, एक संजीव कपूर बन गया तो तेरे को लगता है तू भी संजीव कपूर बन जाएगा? मतलब तो सही है।
कपूर तो बड़ा लकी सरनेम है शेफ्स के लिए।
I guess. तो मेरे मतलब बात तो सही बोल रहा है बॉस यार। मतलब यार एक्चुअली मतलब तेरे को क्या लगता है एक शो करके तू संजीव कपूर बन जाएगा? Concentrate on your job. You're getting a promotion और इतनी कम उम्र में तू एग्जीक्यूटिव शेफ बन रहा है। Such a big.
Be happy about it. Yeah.
You should be very happy. And my problem was that I was always, when you're working in a hotel, your creative freedom is there only if you walk within those guardrails that they've put as standards and creativity guardrails. So for me, it was not about being on TV as much as, hey, this
freedom also.
Freedom.
As an individual.
As an individual, I have freedom. All of a sudden, I thought that I could do or say and run things the way I want to.
Correct.
So nothing wrong with having those guardrails, but that उस institution के लिए काम करती हैं.
सही बात.
Individual के लिए beyond a point, it becomes restrictive. So for me, I took that heavy decision, consulted, told my father, my mother. They said, we believe in you. तू कर ले, नहीं होगा नौकरी फिर ढूंढ लियो, कोई बात नहीं. मिल जाएगी तेरे को.
That's wonderful of them.
They are super supportive. They're super supportive. कर लेंगे. So that's how I got into it, and I didn't realize what I was stepping into. So I was there, like standing, and I had no clue what to do.
And you were with Akshay Kumar.
Akshay Kumar
On the set.
Yeah, first time.
What was it like?
I thought I was watching TV only to realize that I'm part of the TV. And that was very crazy. It was intimidating because...
What was Akshay Kumar's role in there?
So he was one of the judges. It was the first season.
He was a foodie, that's why.
He was a foodie. Also, he has a backstory of he's worked in restaurants. Thailand,
in South
he's worked in restaurants.
Yeah.
But I think at that point of time in 2010, food as a show, when you put on a general entertainment channel like Star Plus, put it at the prime time, people were not ready for it.
Yeah.
They didn't know a Kunal or an Ajay were the two judges. They knew Akshay. So he had the right pull of people to pull them towards the show and say, hey, food is a serious business. And anybody and everybody who's cooking at home also can become, or in his own right, is the master chef. Not the professional chef tag, but like a master chef.
Okay. So what is the most brutal review you gave ever?
That I've given?
Tell me about it.
I've been very...
But you've been nasty.
I've been nasty.
People cried?
Yeah, they did.
People broke down on the set?
Yeah, they did. And I didn't enjoy that after that. Look, I also got mature with this show, television, because I've been conditioned. When I was 19, I entered the kitchen. I had cried the hell out in my locker on so much of feedback that it made me believe that it's normal to call out a spade the way it is, and period, that's the truth.
Because people are putting that food, the effort into making the food. No?
So that's not, if you're professionally cooking, you're still making an effort and you're still not hitting 10 on 10, but you still made the effort, you will hear the nastiest of things. So I'm used to that environment, and all of a sudden, I'm just reciprocating in the environment that I've grew up in.
Yeah.
And only to realize that, hey, that is wrong. This is not the way to treat. It's like anybody who is performing an art, uska art aapko acha nahi laga, you put him down, you're killing his art. You're killing his instinct to get better at his art.
It can happen, no? Yeah.
It happens. So I realized it. I matured with the show.
So you changed?
So I think my entire communication when I'm on TV has changed, because I realized when I'm briefing my 20, 30 kitchen staff in a kitchen versus when I'm talking to millions of people through television, there's a world of difference.
There is, no?
Yeah, the clientele, the people who are listening to what I'm talking about, their understanding is very different. So I can't be the same guy in a kitchen and be.
Are
the
you
same
softer
guy.
now?
much more softer, much more appreciative. I will give feedback the way it is, but in a nicer way. I will never put down the person. I will say, this didn't meet the expectation for me.
For you.
This could have been better. This is what I feel is the shortcoming. Maybe you will work on it. You can do better. I will always. It's a productive way of giving people feedback. I'll give you an example. I'm in my kitchen. I'm still training, and this is my 6 months have done of my training. And after 6 months, you have to make a 5-course menu and give it to your top chef to taste.
Okay.
मैंने सबसे पहले बना लिया क्योंकि मैं चीता हूँ ना, मतलब जल्दी सब करना, मेरे को impress करने के मैंने सबसे पहले बनाया. I take the dish to him, the first course, which is the soup. I put it in front of him, and he's looking at me like this, very, very angry. All of a sudden, his face went red with anger for no reason. I was like,
oh God.
And I'm in my head thinking, and I'm this tiny, thin, timid guy in the kitchen, and I'm like, मैंने garnish डाली है, temperature ठीक है, soup है तो soup bowl में, soup plate में है, मेरे पास वो क्या कहते हैं, flavors ठीक है, मैंने check किया था, salt है, सब तो ठीक है, क्या गलत है. He takes the plate, flings it across, and मेरे narrowly misses my ear and my face and goes behind me, and that plate crashes and break होती है, and he abuses माँ बहन on the top of his voice.
Oh God.
Like मेरे को किसी ने माँ बहन की गाली कभी ऐसे दी नहीं थी, किसी ने नहीं दी थी. जिस तरीके से उन्होंने दी, और उन्होंने कहा कि तेरे को क्या लगता है मैं जानवर हूँ?
Oh God.
कैसे खाऊं उसको? स्पून कहाँ है?
Just for that.
So I was like, and then he went because उनके लिए insult थी ये. मुझे
The presentation.
नहीं, सब कुछ है. मैं dish लाके रख दी.
Was that an overreaction?
That I kept it in my heart for the next 4 years that it was an overreaction, and पूरी kitchen रुक गई. और जो गंदी गालियां उठ रही थी, मैं वो नीचे जाके मैं फूट के रोया कि मैंने ऐसा क्या कर दिया, और मेरा सूप भी टेस्ट नहीं किया, मेरा कोई कोर्स नहीं टेस्ट किया.
अच्छा, he didn't.
No, he is like, निकलो यहाँ से. तो मेरे को ना ग्रज सा रहा till the time I became the head chef, my first restaurant का जिसका head chef बना. मैंने 1 महीना निकाला और मेरे को याद आ गया जैसे भगवान याद आते. प्रभु, अब मुझे समझ आया कि 4 साल पहले जो आपने मेरी रखकर बेइज्जती करी थी वो क्यों करी थी. I realized he was trying to teach all the chefs that the times are changing. You are not supposed to be behind. You are not just, your job does not end at making the dish right. You are responsible for serving the dish right also. You have to make sure, not the waiter. There are
also harsh lesson, but necessary lesson.
I will never forget. So that's how I was trained, and that is what I would emote.
Yeah.
So, but over a period of time, I realized, no, blazing guns always does not work.
Yeah, we all have that kind of story in our careers. I don't know if it happens now. I think.
I think it just.
I don't think it happens now. Does it happen now? This kind of stuff. I don't think
there are people who do that. I'm not appreciative anymore.
Not appreciative, no?
Not at all.
Times have changed.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can't go through this feeling that I was treated badly, so I need to make sure that someone training under me needs to be ready for that. That's very
just the opposite.
That may not be true. Yeah.
Just the opposite. Yeah. I love to handhold people who want to learn. I'm somebody who is always ready to tell this finer nuances जो हमको वो कहते हैं तरले निकालने पड़ते, हैप्पी करना पड़ता है, गिफ्ट्स लाने से. बताओ ना बिरयानी में ऐसा क्या करते हो, बता 1 साल 1.5 उस्ताद जी बताओ ना. आई गिव देम इन द फर्स्ट इंस्टेंस, बेटा ये करेगा तो ये होगा, ये गलती मत करिए, ये मत करिए, उससे क्या होगा सर, ऐसे से होगा. पक्का सर, मैंने बेटा 50,000 में गलती कर चुका, उसी से सीखा हूँ, तेरे को पहले बता रहा.
सर टेल मी, ये बिजनेस सेंस कहाँ से आती है? नाउ you've turned yourself into a business. You've got your influencer business, as you told me, you got your restaurant business, your franchise business. And your endorsement business, right? And your branded content business.
Right.
So you've got a lot of 5 or 6 verticals going.
Right.
You have someone who manages you, or how do you do your business? One question. Second, does business take away from the art?
Okay.
Right? With your numerous commitments, I guess shooting itself, MasterChef still going on?
We just finished the season.
So how do you manage your time? And how do you decide your priority, Kunal?
So I'm somebody who's always gets very excited with something new. What I'm doing exactly is with me. I've learned this. I need to add more layers of allied things that I can do with, and over the last 26 years, I've been a chef. So it was a gradual decision of now kind of we've done my part. I've given the due in the last 2 decades or so. And now I need to move more and also become or get into roles of what's currently prevailing, whether it's social media, whether it's the new trends, whether it's the new ingredient, if it's the new direction of flavors. So that you have to step out of what you're doing and still be part of it. You still need to stick your fingers into your where your bread and butter is, but you also need to move away in order to grow and diversify. And for me, I started with MasterChef. That became pivotal, where I lost that fear of losing the job, where I could see that a secure job gives you a lot of comfort, but wherever you get discomfort, you get an opportunity to expand.
Yeah.
Always. So I think for me, it has become, over a period of time, because I took those baby steps, I started reading agreements myself, because I couldn't afford to give it. मैं बना ही नहीं उसमें इतना सा पैसा रहा हूँ. My first endorsement or my first branded content मैं किसी lawyer को या किसी को दूंगा तो मतलब मेरे तो कुछ बचेगा नहीं. Then the agency wants, मैं खुद ही पढ़ लेता हूँ, खुद ही समझ लेता हूँ. So I've done my agreements like these. I've started managing early on all of my commitments, talking to people, talking to brands, everything, meeting, hustling. And over a period of time, now I have a small team, but I know the ins and outs of everything. And for me, I think it's very important. People see chefs as chefs, but I think, when you see a chef, you see a business head, you see a CEO, you see a marketing head, you see a strategy guy, you see a brand guy, and you see the operations team all in one.
Yeah.
That's who we are as chefs. And for me, because I'm old school in many ways, that flinging of that plate still reminds me.
Fixes you, no? Yeah, it sorts you out.
Yeah, end to end, you should know everything. Yeah. Maybe somebody will be doing it for you, but you got to know it. You need to know it. So I think that bit of madness you need to have, and you should enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah.
As long as you're enjoying, nothing seems like work.
Yeah. And what's your dream?
My dream is very simple. I need to be happy and content. I need to be happy. That's all. Whether that, so for me, happiness is not at
10 more restaurants.
No. I need to be happy. I'm somebody who is I'm very reserved. I am, I'm an out and out introvert. I'm not an extrovert. I will talk, I will say things, I'll express, and then I will go back to my own bubble. I like to be in my own zone, my own bubble. And for me, my family, my best of friends who have stuck with me through thick and thin, they are my place. If I'm with them, if I'm having a good time, I'm provided for, I can maintain myself a certain standard that I built for myself. I'm very happy. Uske upar kuch aata hai, nahi aata nahi. I am very happy.
That's very soul fulfilling, because I think that people think, money, institutions, buildings, revenue, top line, bottom line, these are things that make you happy only up to a point. But I think the best thing about you is that you're doing something sustainable.
Yeah.
And you're enjoying it.
I love it.
I can visualize you 20 years down the line with a much bigger business, of course, but I see you in the kitchen. I think that's going to be professional satisfaction.
That's why
like for me, anyone says, what do you want to do? I said, 30 years from now, if I'm still anchoring, I say all these American anchors, they're like at the age of 80, they're still anchoring.
Yeah.
I feel very happy about it. Age is not a limitation. And the reason they're able to do it at that age is because they love their job.
Yeah.
So I think longevity, discipline, there's so many things I've learned from you. I must say, Kunal, you're a remarkable guy. You're not a chef alone. You're a thinking person who has carved out his career over a fairly long period of time. And I think that you're only getting ready for a long innings.
I hope so.
And I think that you will probably keep reinventing yourself.
I like that.
Yeah. So there's so many things which I learned through this drive with you. Maybe I'll recap it in the last part. Shall we do that?
Yes.
Did you enjoy the drive? Safe enough?
Loved it. Very smooth, very comfortable.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's step up. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a very interesting and different episode of Mercedes-Benz Brings You the New Business of Life. And Kunal, I learned so much about your industry. You know, we live in a bubble in news. And I have a lot of respect for what you do.
Thank you.
Because you've taught me a few things. And all the viewers, you know, you've come up the tough way. Magic has happened to you through MasterChef. But I think the best part about you is that 16 years on, you're doing MasterChef and you enjoy it.
Yeah.
Right? And you've turned yourself into, you know, a role model for so many other people. We talk about generations of chefs. Someone 15 years younger than you will get into this industry and say, I'd like to be the next Kunal Kapoor. And I think that's the best achievement you have. I hope that you take your brand global.
Thank you. I will.
Yeah.
I will.
I hope you bring all the tastes of India into your food.
Yeah.
And I wish you so much luck.
Thank
I hope
you
you
so
enjoyed
much.
this
Loved it.
little chat
You loved it.
around Noida.
Yes, yes. And you've been very kind. And I think, you know, I've watched you on TV and, you know, meeting you in person, I find you very, very, very affable, very, very, very soft, very gentle. You are, I think you are also somebody who has a lot of, who's very inquisitive about understanding, about getting to know about different things. And I think sometimes that childlike thing that we have it, that is alive, that really, you know, keeps us very grounded.
Yeah.
At the same time, makes every day, you know, such an excitement.
Yeah. So one of these days we'll catch up over food.
Absolutely.
And Kunal, next time we'll spend more time talking about food and life.
Yeah.
You're always welcome to our campus. I thank you very much for driving around with me today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed this episode. We try to bring you different people from different walks of life. But one thing, all of them are self-made and all of them are fantastic achievers. See you on the next episode.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट ड्राई फ्रूट और दही बड़े चमकी चाट से स्वाद बढ़े
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
Character, the taste of success.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, everyday.
Amity has been ranked amongst the top 3% universities globally, a testimony to Amity's globally benchmarked quality.
चमकी चाट से क्या बना है
सैंडविच लस्सी और छाछ
हर घूंट में चमकी चाट अब बताओ स्वाद आया
असली स्वाद सिर्फ चंकी चाट.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
प्यास बुझाए ठंडक लाए सबको भाए जीरा से MTH का जलजीरा जीरा से
जीरा सिर्फ असली रिफ्रेशिंग, असली स्वाद, असली मजा.
MTH
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra. Now, viewers, on day 37 of the conflict in West Asia, Donald Trump issues a final warning to Iran, saying strike a deal or face hell. Now, what does that mean for the conflict going ahead? We'll catch up with that, but first up, a quick check at the headlines. Donald Trump issues final warning to Iran, says open the Strait of Hormuz or face hell. Donald Trump makes a big claim, says we'll reach an agreement with Iran tomorrow or strike everything.
इतने वर्षों से बंगाल की जनता का पैसा लूटा गया है। हर भ्रष्टाचारी को ये जो लूटा हुआ पैसा है ना, वो जनता को लौटाना ही पड़ेगा।
Prime Minister Modi kicks off NDA's poll campaign in Bengal, addresses first a rally in Kuch Behar, slamming TMC. BJP to release a manifesto for Bengal polls on April 10th, a manifesto after Prime Minister Modi's back-to-back rallies on April 9th. CVK Chief Vijay declares the two pending criminal cases in fresh election affidavits. Criminal cases were not notified earlier. All right, viewers, now our top focus at this hour, what Donald Trump has been saying on the war in West Asia. Now, one after the other, he has been issuing a warning to Tehran as 48 hours ultimatum looms over the country. Let's break it down for you what exactly the US president has said. Now, in the latest, he has said Iranians are currently negotiating and there is a good chance of reaching an agreement with them by tomorrow. And if not, we will strike everything. Now, remember, this comes after he had also put up a social media post saying that Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the strait or you will be living in hell. Just watch. Now, two warnings issued by Donald Trump, one after the other. It seems like we are staring and heading towards a more escalation on this. Now I'm being joined by Robinda Sachdeva, Foreign Affairs expert. Thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining us on Republic. Sir, I want to ask you, Donald Trump says there are negotiations going on with Iran. There could be a deal reached by tomorrow. And if the deal is not reached, he will be striking everything in Iran. Your reading of this warning?
A couple of things. One, I think the world should take what Trump says seriously. And especially should pay attention to the term he has been using, Hexeth has been using, bombed to the stone ages.
Right.
And so that should be taken seriously. One. Secondly, he is saying that there are discussions ongoing, a deal could be made. You know, yes, probably a deal could be made, but a deal would be, I think, highly opposed by Israel and the Gulf countries, both of them. They would not want a deal which is like a semi-baked deal. They want a complete annihilation, decimation of Iran and its nuclear ambitions and other capabilities, including ballistic. Otherwise, a wounded Iran under a ceasefire deal would be a huge danger to them because Iran has survived and made a quote-unquote honorable deal. So the power equation in the Gulf would really change. So from that perspective, I think both Israel and the Gulf countries will push either not to make a deal or they will be pushing Trump to make a deal, as good a deal as he can, right? Now, so that's what it seems to be happening, but the chances are maybe no deal would happen. If no deal were to be happening and the Iranians know that, you know, on Tuesday morning, they will start bombing their, you know, bridges and everything, then Iran would be, from a military strategy point of view, I think, better served by attacking the Gulf countries' power and water plants right tonight starting, because they know it's coming. What America is talking is that they will take out their, you know, bridges, of course, steel plants, aluminium plants. They've taken out their police stations, government buildings. And the last step was to be the power stations. Leave Iran completely in the dark, in the Stone Ages.
Right. So you're saying that, sorry to interrupt you there, but you're saying that Iran here, Israel and Gulf countries may not have appetite for this deal that could be struck between Iran and the US, but also Iran. Iran also does not look ready to strike this deal. It had already rejected the 48 hours ultimatum. And despite the fact that there is war fatigue growing on both the sides, Iran here does not want to end this conflict on the terms and conditions of the US.
No, absolutely right. But let's see. I mean, that is the public face that we are hearing, right? Those are the official bravado, which anyone, even down to their last penny or to their last bullet, would keep up the bravado, right? So it could be that also. And at the back end, discussions could be happening also. But to my mind, the discussions, even if they're ongoing, and they are ongoing, it seems, the conditions which Trump is demanding, I don't think the Iranians would be able to settle on those conditions, because the US has a maximalist list of demands, right? I mean, no nukes, you give up not only nukes, you give up the uranium, you turn your army into a self-defense force. That is another condition in that 16-point program, right? And multiple other things. You give up testing of, not only testing, development of any future ballistic missiles, no long-distance research on missiles. So many of those, Iran will simply not be able to give up. So assuming Iran agrees to half of those conditions, okay, now Iran also has its conditions. It would want, okay, fine, lift sanctions on me. Okay, that could be a part of the deal. I'll open up Hormuz, remove the sanctions. Or Iran has been asking you leave all the American bases from the Middle East. America would never withdraw, and the GCC will never let that happen. So both sides could come to some halfway. But if they come to a halfway, then it's okay for America, sure. It's okay for Iran. It's good for Iran, actually. It is bad for Israel, and it's very bad for the Gulf.
All right, so some concessions you're saying will have to be made from both the sides. But I want to ask you, in case they're not able to come on a middle ground, what do you think is going to happen? Because Donald Trump has already said if they don't strike a deal, he will be hitting everything.
No, absolutely, yes. There is a term used in Wall Street, amongst Wall Street people, TACO. Trump always chickens out. That is, he gives a threat, but he doesn't follow through. Very often it happens. But in my dictionary and in my book, TACO also means Trump always carries on. He gives artificial deadlines, bluffs and all, but he does carry on. So what we will see on Tuesday, I think that's why I'm saying we should take him at his word. But one more thing I would say, amongst the various, targets they will blast out, I can speculate they will not take any action on Kharg Island. The reason being, if they say they want to control the oil, right? Sure, Iranian oil. 90% of Iranian oil, or all of Iranian oil, is exported through the terminals on the Kharg Island, which has a deep port.
But you think that will be spared? You think Kharg will be spared?
Yeah, because if they attack and the Iranians fight back, there'll be bombs flowing back and forth. It's only a 8 or 10 square kilometer island. The huge pipelines and machineries and pumping stations and the storage tanks would blow up. If they blow up, then for the next 5 to 7 years or 10 or whatever it takes, no oil will be able to be exported from Iran at all. Even if you pump oil in Iran, there is no way you will be able to bring it to load it on the ships. So therefore, they will, I'm just speculating, right? Therefore, they should not, logically speaking, they should not attack Kharg. Everything else they will be attacking.
All right. And of course, we'll have to see how Iran responds to that attack. Thank you on that note, Mr. Sachdeva, for joining us on Republic and sharing your inputs on these latest warnings issued by Donald Trump. All right, viewers, now moving on to more breaking news we're getting from West Asia. Foreign Ministry of Oman has now, in fact, given out details about the meeting held with Iran over the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Foreign Ministry of Oman says the meet was held at the level of deputy foreign ministers of the two countries. It was attended by specialists from both the sides. The ministry on the meeting now says the meeting discussed possible options to ensuring the smooth flow of transit through Hormuz amid circumstances currently prevailing in the region. Now, during the meeting, experts from both the sides presented a number of visions and proposals that, in fact, will be studied now by both the sides. A crucial meet taking place on the Strait of Hormuz between Oman and Iran. Now, this is, in fact, at the level of deputy foreign ministers and other specialists who attended this meeting. All right, viewers, now moving on to another breaking news. We're getting at this hour now. Iranian drone attack has caused fire at Kuwait oil plants. Material losses have also been reported. The Kuwait Petroleum Corporation is now reporting significant material losses after an Iranian drone attack was reported on several of its facilities. Now, the attack resulted in fires at several buildings. Firefighters were deployed soon after to prevent the blazes from spreading to oil facilities. We are looking at Kuwait's Petroleum Corporation now being hit by Iranian drones, and they have come out, in fact, with a statement saying that significant damage has been reported to several buildings. Material losses have now taken place at Kuwait's Petroleum Corporation building. Now, remember, it also houses its oil ministry. This is where Iran drone struck the building, and on your screen you can also see the extent of damage caused due to this attack. All right, viewers, now America, in one of its most difficult and challenging missions, successfully retrieved a US pilot from deep inside the Iranian territory. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this was the story of downed F-15E, and Donald Trump claiming that history has never seen such a mission where 2 US pilots have been successfully rescued from deep inside the enemy's territory. Take a look at this report.
What will always be remembered in the history of the US military? US Special Forces achieved a seemingly impossible objective: the rescue of the 2 pilots from hostile territory. The Iranian regime had announced a reward for anyone who captured the US pilot. Now, as per the latest reports, the US Army had earlier deceived the enemy by spreading fake news of the pilot's rescue. The rescue op was a test of military strategies, with time running out and the pilot's life at risk. The F-15E was shot down over southern Iran. The IRGC had earlier claimed to have shot down a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter involved in the rescue mission. In a bizarre incident, Iranian police were also seen firing at US aircraft involved in the rescue operation. Hundreds of American service members were involved in the rescue of a downed US weapons systems officer in Iran. Reports also hint at a massive engagement between US Special Forces and Iranian forces. This was a CSAR mission, a combat search and rescue operation. Such missions involve highly trained and specialized military units. The US had set up a remote base inside Iran during the operation to rescue the F-15 pilot. US forces destroyed 2 American aircrafts that were stranded during the mission. US forces then left in 3 new aircrafts after the successful completion of the mission. While some reports suggest a massive gunfight, senior officials claim the operation did not involve a firefight. However, an official confirmed that US forces did fire weapons to keep Iranian personnel away from the rescue site. Iran's Khatam al-Albiya brigade confirmed US attempts to rescue the downed fighter pilot. However, it also claimed to have shot down invading drones in southern Iran in a joint operation by IRGC and Basij forces. US media reports state that Israel was also involved in the rescue operation of the American team member. Israel actively shared crucial intelligence for the mission. The IRGC has also released footage showing the destruction of 2 enemy Black Hawk helicopters and 1 C-130 military transport aircraft in southern Isfahan.
Now, viewers, Iran is ramping up its attacks with fresh strikes carried on petrochemical facilities in Israel, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain and Kuwait. And this is in response to US-Israeli attacks on the B-1 bridge near Karaj, as well as on Iran's petrochemical enterprise in Mashhad. So there were attacks reported on petrochemical facilities in Iran, and now Iran retaliating for those attacks by carrying out similar attacks all across the Gulf nations. Now, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, all are now reporting attacks on their petrochemical facilities as Iran now takes a response to the attacks carried out by US and Israel on its petrochemical facilities. We are looking at tit-for-tat attacks now being carried out on energy infrastructure all across the Gulf nations. First, petrochemical facilities were hit in Iran, specifically in Mashhad, and now retaliation being carried out all across the Gulf nations. And now, viewers, fears of a potential nuclear risk in the region have emerged after a strike was reported near Iran's Bushehr nuclear facility. Now, the International Atomic Energy Agency has confirmed being informed by Tehran about this incident, stressing that nuclear sites must never be targeted and urging maximum restraint from both the sides. Meanwhile, Iran's foreign minister has sharply blamed the US and Israel, warning of dangerous fallout and risk in a stark warning, saying that radioactive fallout will not just end a life in Tehran but also in GCC capitals. Take a look at this report.
Tensions in West Asia are now once again spiraling, with fresh fears now emerging over nuclear safety after a reported strike near Iran's Bushehr nuclear power plant. Iran informed the watchdog International Atomic Energy Agency that a projectile struck close to the nuclear facility, marking the fourth such incident in recent weeks. One member of the site's physical protection staff killed by projectile fragments, while a building on the premises suffered damage from debris. IAEA said that there has been no increase in radiation levels so far. IAEA Chief Grossi has expressed deep alarm, reiterating that nuclear facilities and surrounding areas must never be targeted, warning that even auxiliary buildings may house critical safety systems. This latest incident follows a series of earlier strikes near the Bushehr plant. Tehran has reacted sharply, with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi directly blaming the US and Israel for the repeated attacks. In a strong statement, Araghchi questioned what he called Western double standards, recalling the global outrage over military activity near Ukraine's Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. He claimed that Bushehr has now been targeted 4 times, warning that any radioactive fallout would not impact Iran, but it could threaten lives across the Gulf capitals. Neither the US nor Israel has officially confirmed involvement in the Bushehr incident. Focus now remains on whether global powers can step in to de-escalate tensions before the region edges closer to a potentially catastrophic scenario.
Now, viewers are backing Donald Trump's warning. United States Senator Lindsey Graham has issued a statement, and I quote him here. He said, as I have been saying for the last several days, President Trump is intent on restoring the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz. He further says he is deadly serious when it comes to his ultimatum to Iran to open the Hormuz or face a massive military response against its vital infrastructure. Now, he also goes on to say that it is still my hope that Hormuz can be reopened and enriched uranium can be secured through diplomacy. This would be the best outcome for the region as well as for the world. As he goes on to also mention that if this can be achieved, it is wise not just for Iran but also for the world. Otherwise, closing would be an understatement to Iran. Choose wisely and choose quickly. Now, that's the statement released by US Senator Lindsey Graham. He's also backed Donald Trump's warning to Iran, on Strait of Hormuz. All right, viewers, now U.S. federal agents have detained the niece and grandniece of a late Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani after the Secretary of State Marco Rubio revoked their lawful permanent resident status. This is according to the State Department, which released the statement on their lawful revoking of, in fact, their U.S. citizenship. Take a look.
The niece of Qasem Soleimani, Hamideh Soleimani Afshar, and her daughter are now in the custody of the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Marco Rubio has revoked their residency status, also known as a green card. The State Department did not say where the arrests had occurred. The pair was arrested on Friday, and Afshar had been enjoying a lavish lifestyle in Los Angeles that was documented on her recently deleted Instagram account. Qasem Soleimani was killed on 3rd January 2020 in the US airstrike in Baghdad during President Donald Trump's first term in the office. The State Department said Afshar supported Iran's government and its propaganda. It also said Afshar's husband was barred from entering the United States. Meanwhile, the Iranian news agencies reported on Saturday that Soleimani's daughter Narges Soleimani said that the late Iranian military commander's family and relatives have never lived in the US and that he had 2 nephews and not nieces. Whoa. The detention came as the US-Israeli war against Iran entered its 6th week.
All right, here's some more breaking news coming in. Israeli forces now say they have identified approximately 165 rocket launchers by the Hezbollah terrorist organization that have landed inside or adjacent to UNIFIL positions in Lebanon. Since the beginning of the Operation Roaring Lion, Hezbollah terror organization has been taking advantage of its close proximity to UNIFIL posts in southern Lebanon to advance their terror actions. Now we're looking at a major statement being released by Israeli forces saying that about 165 Hezbollah rockets have hit UN positions in Lebanon. They have been using the advantage of their proximity to UN positions and also trying to hide themselves, in fact, behind the UN guards. That's the statement coming in from IDF regarding their positions in Lebanon. All right, we are moving on to more breaking news coming in from the war zone regions. Israeli warplanes have now bombed a building in a Dahieh district of Beirut, Lebanon. More attacks now taking place all across Lebanese territory, this time in the capital city of Beirut. Another building has been bombed by Israeli warplanes. Now remember, it is Hezbollah targets and the targets of Lebanese paramilitary groups which have been hit by the Israeli forces, and this time it's a building, a major building, in fact, most probably housing some Hezbollah leaders, which has now been struck in the Lebanese capital. All right, that's the breaking news coming in at this hour. Israeli warplanes, in fact, hitting a major building housing Hezbollah leaders in the capital city of Lebanon. All right, viewers, now the Israeli military says it would strike an area near the main crossing between Syria and Lebanon. It has urged the residents to evacuate immediately as it continued its attacks all across the Lebanese capital. Now, Israel has also carried out strikes across the Lebanese territory while launching a ground invasion in the south since March 2nd. This is when Hezbollah entered the war and pledged its solidarity to Iran. Take a look.
Masna is the main crossing between Lebanon and Syria, making it a vital trade route for both the countries and a key land gateway for Lebanon to the rest of the region. Syrian authorities